All right, boys. This is not our normal streaming time or our normal type of stream. So bear with me while I kind of change things around just a little bit. And then, let me see. Main monitor. We're gonna do some funny business. How we're gonna do this. I kind of just want like a tiny little window that shows what's going on Discord, which will be on my main screen. Even if it's not a whole lot, just kind of show you guys like where I'm at. Hey, Mark. I don't expect a bunch of people to be here tonight. Most people are probably going to be in the politics Discord. GG, we don't normally stream on YouTube. And on top of not normally streaming on YouTube, we also don't ever stream on Saturdays. So it's kind of just an impromptu thing. I mean, it's planned, but impromptu in the sense that it's not in our normal schedule. So if people do end up showing up, that'll be fun. But mostly I'm just going to be busy with discord.gg/politics, which is the largest political Discord. I think there's like over 70,000 people in it. And that's where the questions are going to be fielded anyways. But you know, I figured I'd record this content and why not do it live? So here I am, boys. Balance some of this audio out. Seems all right. Maybe bring it down just a little bit because I have no idea how quiet or loud some of the people are going to be in the thing. I don't want like background music and end up drowning them out. But to anyone who wants to report, I'm using pretzel rocks. All right. It's all royalty-free music, assholes. And I pay for it. All right. Let's see. 6:53. My pen and my paper. Got my vape. Got my Red Bull. Should be good to go. If anybody does do a super chat, I'll answer it. But it might disappear. And, you know, I'll have to figure out how to work super chats on YouTube because I've never done a live stream on YouTube where we were monetized. So I have no idea how that works. I don't know if it'll show up in OBS and like stay there, or if I gotta like go into my YouTube account and like look at it from like the studio version. To be honest with you, I'm kind of flying by the seat of my pants on that in that regard. And the same is true with AMAs, right? You kind of just fly by the seat of your pants. So, you know, there's nothing for me to really prepare for or anything. I have no idea what people are going to ask. It should be fun. How's it going? It's going pretty good. Can you believe the crap on the news this morning? Me either. I mean, I don't watch the news, so I have no idea what specific story you may or may not be referencing, or you're just trolling me because no one believes anything on the news. Dude, Mark today got his fucking car inspected. We go out to eat. Okay? And then the dude by the car inspection place lost somebody's keys at the dealership. And so we go to pick up the car and they're just like, we're like, well, can we get taken care of? And he's panicking and he's like, your inspection's free today. We was like, your inspection's free. He was like, really? And he's like, well, it is today. And so we just dip out. Fucking Mark and his weird luck got his car inspected for free today. Fucking, it never fails. Mark always has. He's got fucking something shoved up his ass. Some lucky gene. He says he's mostly Italian, but I think he's got the luck of the Irish. Like, not enough to make his life, you know, like amazing. Just enough luck to where random things happen where you're like, how the fuck does that happen to you? It's crazy. If anybody watching doesn't know, Mark is my co-host, but this is not our usual stream. If you want to catch our usual stream, go to twitch.tv/FabianLiberty. That is where we do almost all of our content. Obviously, we're here on YouTube, but what we mostly do here on YouTube, with the occasional live stream, is upload, some of the peak content from the stream. That on down here. What did I just drag? Let's try that out. This should be fun. Oh, dude, this music is kind of jamming. What is this? I'm writing this down. Shakedown. Bureaucratic. Yo. That was actually kind of a fucking bop, guys. All right, so we're about to get in here in just a couple minutes. 6:56. I guess I should go in a little bit early for like some mic and audio checks and stuff. Let me find the politics. Dude, guys, I have thousands of unanswered Discord notifications. So, just throwing that out there. Right now there's 20 people in there, so that should be fun.
Hey, Scott, welcome.
Howdy ho. Dude, you have such a beautiful voice for radio. No wonder you're doing Discord shit. No camera.
So we're just going to give it a few minutes here to let everybody straggle in, and then we'll get started.
Yeah, of course. Mark, I listened to Bureaucratic. Dude, it was a bop. It was so good. Meanwhile, hopefully you guys can see that. There's no... I didn't really feel like putting it like large on the screen because there's no fucking... Nobody has cameras. So it's like, I don't really know how useful it is, but I wanted at the very least show you where we're at. So again, if you want to ask questions, you can super chat, but, probably better just to hop into discord.gg/politics. You can just hop in and, there's like 20 people in here right now. We'll see how many more people show up. So it should be fun.
All right, let's get it going. Welcome to the AMA, everyone. Our special guest today is anarcho-capitalist, streamer, epic beardist, Scott from Fabian Liberty. Scott, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself, and then we'll move on to some of the submitted questions, and then we'll let some folks ask you questions directly.
I'm sorry, what was that one part? Beard what?
Epic beardist.
Oh, yeah. I mean, and I have an okay beard. All right, I keep it pretty chill. So, yeah, I am Scott from Fabian Liberty. We're kind of a libertarian. You'd call us ANCAP. I don't tend to talk about the ANCAP stuff so much because it just weirds people out and they get all strange. So I usually just say, you know, we're libertarians because it's the exact same thing. But yeah, we've been streaming for almost 2 years now. And in that time, you know, I've done a ton of online debates. I've been known for being the kind of the nerdy theory head person, as well as the libertarian that everyone loves to hate. I've done a ton of interviews and kind of like stuff. A lot of times people in my community or in like the liberty movement, if you will, if they even know me, kind of call me like a social issues ANCAP. I talk a lot about like, you know, Marxism and critical pedagogy and, you know, critical theory and, you know, how that plays and like the whole groomers and trans debates and things like that. And so therefore a lot of people think of me as like a right winger when really I'm just a hardcore libertarian that may have some conservative values. And in other areas I certainly don't. But yeah, we're, you know, I'm happy to be here, answer any questions. I love this because it allows me to talk more theory or less kind of like hardcore entertainment, like infotainment, having to like, you know, be spicy or fight back, but I can kind of just talk about the ideas, which is an awesome thing about these kind of events. And of course, coming up, you know, pimping myself, you know, if you want to check us out, you know, good friends of the show, Amy Ham, will be doing something here soon. She's the one that's getting sued, trying to get her nursing degree taken away in Canada for being a TERF. I think she's doing Megyn Kelly soon, but sometime in February we'll be talking with her. And then again, you know, and then Tuesday I'll be talking to Stefan Kinsella, who is IP lawyer. He is kind of the person that framed argumentation ethics and the non-aggression principle via the estoppel principle, as a means of, you know, better understanding retributive justice, in kind of an anarcho-capitalist legal, descriptive legal framework, etc. So it should be fun. I can't wait for Tuesday. I can't wait for new stuff coming up, and I can't wait to hear your guys' questions.
Fantastic. Looking forward to both of those. We'll start with one of the first submitted questions from one of the users. This is from Sanctus. Sanctus asks, how will an ANCAP society prevent the formation of a state? It says, after all, what would stop a private individual from accumulating enough resources to create their own state? And what would prevent them from expanding that state?
Okay. So maybe I should have done this in the intro, but the first thing that we need to understand is that when people talk about anarcho-capitalism or libertarian philosophy, right, they're kind of one and the same, from the American vein, right? You know, in Europe, libertarian tends to mean something a little different. But when we talk about that, the first thing we have to recognize is that libertarianism and anarcho-capitalism is not prescriptive. It doesn't say this is what we want or this is what one ought to do. What it is it is a legal philosophy about what is descriptively illogical, right? It is a legal philosophy about what cannot be evaluated for morality because it is ethically unjustifiable, right? And so via argumentation ethics and other philosophy and theories, we would say certain things simply cannot be argued for because they're not justified. And that's worse than saying that something is morally wrong. Because if an act is morally wrong, the act is morally wrong. If an individual tries to claim morality about an ethically unjustifiable thing, then what they are claiming is that they are an animal. They are claiming that logic no longer matters and that they are a beast and they justify everything. They justify all evil. So how does an ANCAP society prevent the formulation of the state? So like it begs the question, well, what is an ANCAP society? And the answer is an ANCAP society is any society that isn't in violation of the non-aggression principle. So this could be a commune that is communist, right? This could be a anarcho-syndicalist or anarcho-socialist commune that is, you know, that doesn't kidnap people, that has a contract, right? And where everything is voluntary. Voluntarism, you may have heard that. It's very close to the same thing. But of course, I think people have a meme of like a lot of people that profess anarcho-capitalism and libertarianism, of what it is that they put forward. And because as humans, we still make moral prescriptions. And so I think what most people are talking about is a kind of society that is either Hoppian, which is a covenant community, which would likely have a small system of governance that's voluntary. So how does that stop a state from forming? Well, then the next question is, well, what is a state, and what is the difference between a state and a government, right? And so a government would be something that, and I'm so sorry this is so long-winded, but it's a complicated question. A government is something that is just an association of people that have the justified right to make decisions over other people's lives, right? And so like a company is a government, right? Like it's a group of people, it's hierarchical. It tells employees what they can and can't do, or they're going to be fired, right? An HOA is a government, right? But a covenant community could set up a government that has a democratic system, that has a monopoly on police. I think what most libertarians themselves advocate for, though, instead, is a society, or at least to live within their own community, of people where everything is done via contracts, and there is competition between police, insurance companies. There would not be a monopolistic FDA, for example, but multiple companies competing. And so the question is, well, how do you stop the formulation of the state? Well, the real answer, all the way down, now that we whittled it all down, the real answer is, I don't fucking know, right? The real answer is, just because your house is on fire, when your house is on fire, you don't say put the fire out just because the fire might start later, right? And that is to say, there's no guarantee that human beings, once they live in the libertarian society, will just fall in love with the utopia and never like try and kill people or murder people or anything like that. So I think the question then really is the libertarian society that you seem to prefer better at stopping warlords than our current government? And again, the answer is that I don't know. I will say that our current government creates monopolies. It gives specific contracts to people. It engages in regulatory capture. We all know, more often than not, I think we watch the news and we see companies like Purdue Pharma, commit atrocities with the opioid epidemic, and yet the billionaires walk away freely and live in Italy right now, laughing all the way to the bank after they poisoned the entire country, right? I think we've seen examples like this over and over again where the state protects monopolies. And I don't think that our systems that we advocate for, the myriad that they are, actually help create monopoly. I think what they do is they foster competition, and those things are anti-monopolistic. Throughout history, the best examples of that we usually get is Standard Oil. Without the government, Standard Oil would have run rampant. It's like, well, Standard Oil was an efficiency monopoly. Kerosene was $25 a barrel before Standard Oil came in. It was almost $4 a barrel when they left. At the highest, he had 86% of the market share. Supreme Court never broke them up. They did break them up, but they were already breaking up. Monopolies aren't efficient. And trying to gain power via monopolies, they're not actually efficient. And the reason they're not efficient is if you don't provide something that people want you to be the monopoly because you're the best at it and you're the most trustworthy, but instead you try and buy up the competition or price fix or engage in cartel practices, all of these things eventually hurt you and competitors come in and destroy you. And so I guess after that gargantuan answer for that question, I don't know, can you be more specific?
Great. Thank you for that answer. I think you're speaking a little bit about the disiefficiencies. Our next question is going to be from our very own Spectre. And he says,
Okay.
What are your thoughts on libertarian socialism and libertarian socialist societies, specifically referencing Rojava in northern Syria and the Apatista autonomous municipalities?
So how do I feel about them? I'm all for people going against the state. Like the problem is that, like, especially when you're talking about like Rojava, right? Like, it's difficult to compare or judge something that is so far removed from the life that I've lived, right? You know what I mean? Like, libertarian socialism is, as a philosophy is, creating a micro state and saying it's not a state because it's democratic. It's not anarchist to me, but it is a step in the right direction. I think localization, polycentrism is good. I think the people, especially the Rojava, like they're fucking fighting for that. With issues in Syria and what are they like? It's a split off of Kurds, if I can't remember correctly. I'm not my history on these movements isn't particularly in depth. But ultimately, there is no kind of point A to point B of how we get there, right? I want a society where everyone can I want a world where everyone can voluntarily live within the communities that are set up in the ways that they want to live, and then they can move freely and leave them, if at all possible. And so, I kind of sit back and look at some of especially some of the more violent things where people are trying to defend their right to live the way that they want to live. And I'm supposed to judge them because I have some political differences in the way that I prefer society be organized. And, it just kind of seems hubristic, while I'm eating my McDonald's and drinking my Red Bull, when people are when their own women, right? So especially Rojava, right? When their women are fucking sniping bitches. You know what I mean? It's just a different world. And, I hope that it leads to better places for them. And I hope that those things are at least somewhat successful. Because every successful anarchistic, we could say, community is something that rhetorically helps me. But mostly I just hope those people are fucking safe. I hope they can free themselves and not have to worry about being bombed.
Fantastic. I'm going to move on to the next question submitted, and then we'll probably bring a couple people up here to interact with you directly. This one comes from Betty Swallocks. What is there in place to stop roaming militias from killing and stealing from the poor? Also, how would courts enforce verdicts against such groups?
What is there to stop roving militias from running around and killing people? I don't know that that's a serious question. It could be, because many people's conception of what libertarianism and anarcho-capitalism actually advocates for is really, they just don't know. So I'll treat it like it's a serious question and not assume that you're just trolling. Yeah, well, I mean, it depends on what the society is, right? So if you're living in a commune, well, what do you have to protect yourself in the commune? What did the Council of Elders give you? What, are you arming yourself? If you're living in kind of the kind of stereotypical libertarian society, then what you have is police. The difference is that you have a competition of police, right? So what's to stop roving militias from stealing from poor people? Well, where are the poor people living? Are they renting? Because if they're renting, then the landlord, who's not a poor person, who's probably middle class or possibly wealthy, has a vested interest in his property being good, right? So why would he allow roving? Why wouldn't he hire someone to protect his property? Because his property is his livelihood if he's primarily a landlord. And so he signs up with an insurance company that also signs up with a rights enforcement agency that has police that, voluntarily work to do kind of settle those disputes on his behalf. In terms of the court system, right? If an outsider comes in and doesn't agree to any of the courts, right? Then you're kind of left to no prior voluntary agreement on how to resolve conflict, right? So if I'm living in a society and I have a rights enforcement agency, right? Just like insurance, I agree to allow certain disputes to be held through voluntary court systems. Pretty much everyone else living in the community is going to do the same. Now, an outsider comes in, and the outsider has no protection, right? And so they're accused of stealing something or, damaging somebody's property. And so they go after them, and they call their rights enforcement agency, right? And their rights enforcement agency attempts to do an investigation. Now, if they're lying, right, not the outsider, but the person that, files a police report and it's false, well, what they've done is they've wasted resources. This probably probably creates a bad mark on them, makes their insurance rates go up, etc. But there's also, I mean, there's so many possibilities because you're talking about a free market, right? You're not talking about like, I set up this constitution and this is how it will be done, right? Like the statists have such an easy answer because they go, well, we just arbitrarily decide so, and we deal with the unintended consequences as they may come, right? And what we say is, well, no, there's a free market to handle these ideas. So I'm only positing certain things that may help, right? Let's say there are problems when unrepresented people come into your community, right? Let's say your community's, I don't know, 30,000 people that live, and most people have insurance and rights enforcement agencies. But every time a foreigner comes in, like a problem's caused. Well, all the business people get together and they're like, hey, we should set aside a certain amount of our money towards pro bono situations so that we can have proper courts and authorities for foreigners. Because no one wants to come to our town, because every time they come to our town, people like accuse them of like it's almost like you break it, you buy it. You know what I mean? Like you're not represented. And so you're just kind of like, there's no fair justice system for you. And so like you walk into town, they're like, you stepped on this. And like, you know, they knock it off the counter comically. And so it's like, no one wants to come to your fucking town because they're afraid of being litigated or persecuted by some kind of like oppressive corporate structure. And so they go, well, that's a problem we have to fix. And so the market provides that solution as business owners want more traffic, more business, and insurance companies work together to create pro bono situations there. Now we can get into the free rider problem, but now all of a sudden we're down a deep economic discussion and not really answering the question. So the answer simply is, what stops roving bandits of people from killing the poor is, it depends upon how your society is structured, and in the libertarian framework that most people tend to posit, police and rights enforcement agencies in competition with each other in voluntary associations.
All right, great answer. I'm gonna go ahead and bring up one of the audience members. He's had his hand up since the very beginning. Benji, why don't you go ahead and come up here and ask your question if you're ready? Okay, Benji,
real
put his
quick.
hand down. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, real quick, I just want to say I'm just for funsies. I don't ever really stream on YouTube. I do it maybe once a month. I am on YouTube right now though. So if you could not, if you ask a COVID related question, I'll answer it because I have done a ton of streams about COVID and debates with, you know, PhD candidates and doctors and stuff like that. But understand I'm on YouTube, so like my answer may not be, maybe like hit me up elsewhere.
Understood. Yeah, absolutely. And I hope the audience will respect that as well. Russia Defender, looks like you raised your hand. I'm gonna go ahead and bring you up here if you'd like to ask Scott a question.
Yeah, absolutely. So I've just had the, unfortunate having to listen to you has been very unfortunate. The constant rambling. It's impossible to listen to you. So hopefully you can answer this question and not fucking bore the audience, okay? So let me ask you this. What's wrong with the authoritarianism of China? Go ahead.
What's wrong with the authoritarianism of China?
Yeah. What's wrong with that? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Authoritarianism is ethically unjustifiable.
Says who? Why? Go ahead.
I mean, it's a pretty complicated thing to get into argumentation ethics for this.
Nah, dude, you don't need to go into argument ethics, bro. It's a very simple question. You're a libertarian. You should tell me why authoritarianism is wrong. Don't ramble. Direct answer.
Let him talk. Okay.
Hey, Russia Defender.
Go ahead, my son. Go ahead.
I understand that you don't have the capacity to listen to a sentence for more than a few minutes before your brain breaks, but it's very difficult.
Your meta doesn't care about. I don't care about your meta. Don't ramble. Answer the question.
I am answering the question. You're just being a persnickety little, I don't know, child. So again, it's ethically unjustifiable. And the reason that it's ethically unjustifiable is that one cannot argue for aggression without being engaging in a performative contradiction. This proves that it's illogical and it's a meaningless statement in terms of morality. When one says that when one establishes I'm sorry, somebody is picking me up. When one establishes the moral norm that it is okay to use aggression, then whilst also engaging in argumentation, then what they are doing is at the same moment they're saying, I recognize your right to your self-autonomy because I recognize that you are an individual that I cannot control if I want to engage in true argumentation. And yet I am arguing for aggression against that very thing. So it's really complicated. And I don't know that that's kind of like a a stream in and of itself, right? Like it's something we could spend hours on explaining. But authoritarianism is bad for that very reason, not because it's morally wrong, but because it can't be evaluated for morality, because it's a contradiction. It's just might. Now, so that's why you can't argue for it. You can't say that it's good, therefore you can't justify it. If you want to take like a consequential analysis of like why authoritarianism is bad, I mean, just look at Shanghai. Like when a society establishes the moral norm that the state has all of this power, well, we see what the consequences of that power is in things like zero COVID policy, where you have robots running around the streets telling people to stay in their homes and suppress their heart's will for freedom and to stay locked inside while, people are boarded in and dying and starving. And that's just one example. I mean, we could go through so many of terrible things China has done because they have state power.
Thank you for taking that question, Scott. I'm going to go ahead and bring our very own Knives up. He's got one for you.
Knives?
Yes,
With an F?
Yes, with an F. Thank you for bringing me up. Yeah, so I wanted to ask you a question about something you've probably already heard about before as someone who's anarcho-capitalist. It's called the tragedy of the commons. Do you know what that is?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right. So how do you plan on solving that?
How do I plan on solving the tragedy of the commons?
In an anarcho-capitalist society.
Well, so I mean, like, again, like, oh, fuck. Can you give me a rundown of tragedy of the commons again? Because I feel like I'm just going to say something stupid again.
Oh, the tragedy of the commons.
Re-jog my memory.
Yes. Okay. So there's let's say we have a strip of land that's publicly available for everybody to use, and people bring in, like, let's say, yeah. Do you remember what it is now?
Yeah. Okay, so there's a wonderful piece of a wonderful article, and it's actually really small that you could read, and that is it's Hoppe's, right? I'm sure you've heard of Hans Hermann Hoppe. He has an article called I think it's Public, Common, Private, and Private Property, and the Rationale for the Total Privatization of Labor, or of Property. And so he goes in pretty good detail about how we deal with kind of like public property and common property in that situation. So I guess I could summarize how he deals with property in situations like that. Basically, common property establishes a right of egress because it has been partially homesteaded by a collective, right? So like the whole town has a well, right? And so everyone in the town uses the well. And I, as the greedy capitalist with my monocle, I want to turn that well into a more efficient well and charge money for the water, right? Well, what I have to recognize is, in the rationale for privatization of property, it comes from homesteading. And so the other individuals have had a common property right to this, right? They've been utilizing these resources. Even if they haven't fully homesteaded the property, they've been utilizing these resources. So if I want to create a well and charge money, I totally can do that to any newcomer. But for anybody that was there previously, the only way that I can do that is I have to maintain the same level of water access that they had before, which is to say, however much water they were capable of getting before, I have to give away for free, and then I can charge the rest of the water. Or I have to like buy out their rights, give them a one-time fee that they voluntarily agree to, et cetera, right? And so common property is then privatized in that way, but there are limitations on what you can do with kind of like privatization of property that appears to be non-homesteaded when other people have egress rights. Does that make sense?
I mean, yeah, it makes sense, but isn't that sort of against the whole anarchic nature of that society? I mean, if everybody's supposed to have a right to that well, what's exactly stopping from somebody else establishing the same exact business practice you have? What's stopping them?
What do you mean? What is anti-anarchic?
Well, you said you said about the whole egress rights thing. If you set up so that the people who previously lived there still have free access to the well, but then just charge everybody else,
Mm-hmm.
Well, why are the
Because
people who come?
Because
Why are
I'm
the
being
people who come in are new?
compensated. Because I'm being compensated for what I did, right? Like, this created the incentive structure. Like, the other people have no claim to that water, right? The idea that people have claim to everything in the world, right, is not anarchism, right? Like, I mean, like, Proudhon wouldn't agree with that. Josiah Warden wouldn't agree with that. Lysander Spooner wouldn't agree with that. The only contemporary of like the original anarchist philosophers that would agree with that might be Bakunin, right? Every other anarchist in the beginning that like created, obviously there's proto-anarchistic communities, obviously, right? But of the philosophers that established anarchism as a school of philosophy, almost all of them affirmed the right of private property to some degree. Proudhon was a mutualist, obviously. But what we're talking about is a market incentive. These other people that have never used this water, never lived in this town, they don't have a magical right to someone else's water or some other property, right? They can pay for the water.
They can pay for the water, but what about the people who can't afford that water? Like you say, you charge all the new people who come in to be able to access the well. Let's say a whole like wave of immigration comes in to that place around that well, and suddenly there's this massive wealth disparity between the people who lived there previously and the people who had lived there before, who didn't live there before. Or what do you do then? And plus, the tragedy of the commons, that's more related to consumption of the common. Let's say, like I said, what if the well runs out? Because so many people are trying to.
Right. So, I mean, like, the well runs out, quicker, right? When it's not privatized, right? Of course, well water can run out and things like that. But I mean, like, I don't care that someone moves to a new area and doesn't have resources. Like, I don't care that someone has a wealth disparity inherently. Like, now I might personally, let me say not say I don't care. Like, that sucks. Right. And I would love to see some mutual aid done, but all of that needs to be voluntary. They have no right to anything. Right. Like what you're talking about is establishing positive rights. Right. And positive rights is by definition slavery. Right. If I say I have a right to health care. Right. What you're saying is you have a right to someone else's labor. Someone must be forced or compelled in some regard against their will to help you and give you something that you want. I'm against that lack of freedom. And so, like, how do we deal with a ton of things? You know what I mean? Like how does the market make things more efficient? How does charity work? How does mutual aid work? Like, there are a lot of solutions that one can do voluntarily. But anarcho-capitalism and libertarianism is, describing what is descriptively like against the non-aggression principle, right? And so forcing people to give up their wealth and their property is a violation.
Right. Hold up. My issue is if you're trying to build a society of this, you are inadvertently gonna have to provide these positive rights to people who don't have access. I'll go back to the well.
No.
Yeah, I do think so, because then what? If the people who can't access water in your society because they can't afford to pay the well fee, what are they just gonna die as dehydration and that's okay?
So first of all, if someone chooses voluntarily to move to an area of which they don't have the skills or resources to gain property that is necessary for survival from other people, right? That is not those other people's fault if that person suffers because of that, right? Now, that doesn't mean individuals can't believe in charity, right? That doesn't mean that my society that I would posit. It also doesn't mean that, again, that like a covenant community might not have those systems, right? Like I would imagine a Christian covenant community would likely, be set up contractually in such a way that is possible, right? But like you said, what if there's a wave of immigration? Eventually enough immigrants of presumably low skill individuals, right? Will collapse the society. And that's true of any society, right? Like a certain critical mass will get to a point where like you can't just take care of everybody. But that doesn't mean that you can't have charity systems, right? That doesn't even mean that the market can't create systems. So I have a video on my YouTube. It's a little bit older now. It's like the Richmond Trade Association. I kind of run through a thought experiment of like how a company could create itself into a very large charity without it being purely charity, like where it behooves the business and it behooves individuals that want marketing and relationships and associations and better products, etc., and goes through a way that the market can handle that in such a way that it's actually beneficial to the employer to engage in certain things like that. But you don't get to just say, oh, well, people are hungry, therefore you have to give up your property. That's aggression. That's a lack of freedom.
I don't really think. I think it's a bit ridiculous to claim that homeless people somehow put themselves into the situations
I never
they
said
are
that.
in. I know, but that's what it seems like you're implying, because you says if they can't contribute to the society in order to pay for the wealthy, that's more or less like, oh, tough luck. Like,
No. You're saying I'm saying something that I didn't say, right? I make no claim that homeless people are always putting themselves in that situation. Sure, some of them do, right? But I mean, like, mental health is not necessarily a choice. There are tons of environmental circumstances that can drastically harm people. And so I think there's a great argument to be made why it would be beneficial to the society to have, mutual aid and charity and programs that attempt to help these people so that they can be productive members of society, so that we can increase GDP of our society and have a better, more thriving society. What I'm simply saying is you don't have the right to steal from other people because other people presumably need it. That's not freedom. That's not liberty. That's slavery.
All right, fantastic answer, Scott. Thank you. Thanks for the questions, Knives. I'm going to go ahead and bring Magma up to the stage. He's got a question for you. Magma, go ahead.
So, hi.
I'm not high right now, sir. All right? Clean and sober. How's it going?
Yeah, anyway, I've forgotten my question. Yeah, if I leave and then come back, maybe.
Yeah, Magma, go ahead and I'll pull you off stage. We can have you come
Good
back.
luck. Good luck.
Fantastic. Okay, Grav has had his hand up for a significant amount of time. I'll go ahead and bring him up here if he's ready.
Howdy. My name is Grav. Well, I heard about anarcho-capitalism a while back. And I got first introduced to it when some guy on the internet mentioned Bakunin, and it turns out, from your voice, it was probably you. And I thought it was ridiculous, but when I went to this farmstead in Austria, like, when you go to these farms in Austria, where it's very physiocratic, if you know what that means. So basically, the agriculture being the fundamental, producing, most important part of the economy. And something happened there that really changed my mind about the whole thing, that convinced me of anarcho-capitalism and your way of thinking.
And what was that?
I got kicked in the head by a horse. That's a good one.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, man,
yeah,
at least the horse didn't have sex with you, because then you'd be a fan of Vosh.
Oh, yeah, Vosh. That's true.
No, so I'll take the win where I can get one, buddy.
Yeah.
But did you have a serious
good one,
question
mate.
or just a joke?
Oh no, but how much do you know about religious anarchism, like Tolstoy?
So I have a very limited understanding of like William Batchelder Greene and Tolstoy and like their views. It seems though that most of the religious communities that are kind of proto-anarchism or anarchistic, right? Especially like in America, right? Like when you look at like the Mennonites or like the Amish, they tend to be pretty close to anarcho-capitalism, right? They have a
Yeah.
you know, a community that is voluntaristic. You know, they have respect for private property. I don't think that there's any actual fundamental clash between Christian anarchism and libertarianism / anarcho-capitalism. I think that they often think that it is, and that's because most libertarians and ANCAPs and stuff tend to really lack a moral philosophy, right? And so they're like, well, what are the libertarians up to? And then they go to Reason TV, and they're like, this is why OnlyFans girls are morally good people, and we should all celebrate their success. And they're like, oh, okay, fuck those guys, right? But it's like, that's not really what libertarianism is preaching. What libertarianism is preaching, as much as one can preach, you know, logic, is that I don't have the right to use police to kick down the OnlyFans girl's door and arrest her. Instead, I have a right to say, I don't like OnlyFans girls, and I don't want her living in my community. And I don't want, if my community has those rules set up, and if they don't, I'm not going to do business with them, and I'm going to talk shit all goddamn day long, right?
I'll
Like,
be
it's
honest, I
it's
think
very
like
different.
I think like most Christians nowadays should be anarchist if you follow their, if you look at their theology of it, because
Yes,
like there's
thou
some
shalt not
serious.
steal. You know,
Yeah, not
what
just
is
that, not just that. Like no king under heaven. You know what I mean?
well, not only that, but I mean, they'll make the argument, you know, from the New Testament of, you know, the idea that, you know, God, you know, the covenant and David and, you know, and things of that nature. And they have good arguments biblically, right? But I think one of the most things, maybe rhetorical arguments, is it the book of, oh man, I cannot remember. Is it Isaiah? When Israel asks God for a king, right? And the judge, I can't remember which judge it is, because I always get my judges mixed up. Because, you know, lo and behold, I'm not a
I
Christian.
know this story.
but,
Yeah.
Right, but he asks, is like, you know, well, we want a king. We want a king. Why do you want a king? We want to be like everybody else. We want, you know, we want the security. And it's like, well, follow my covenant and I'll protect you. Well, we don't want to follow your covenant. We want to fuck bitches and worship Baal, and we want a king. And so God gives them a king, and he says, I'll tell you what you get when you get a king, right? The king will steal your eldest son to go fight in his wars. He'll take 10% of your crops. He'll steal from you, you know, your best servants, right? Which is kind of, you know,
Yeah. Why?
iffy.
Why?
Right? But he
monopolize
explains
power?
all of the theft and all of the evil that comes with having a king. And it's the same thing with the government. And I think the 10 Commandments, right? Thou shalt not steal. Well, if logically, there's no argument against the idea that taxation is theft. So why are you justifying a system of theft that is in directly against the 10 Commandments? I don't understand it. But again, I'm not a theologian.
So-
and my understanding of Christian anarchism is limited.
All right, great. Thanks for fielding that question, Scott. We're going to go ahead and bring Joe Dalton up from the audience. He's got one for you. Joe, whenever you're ready. Joe, you're muted.
Love the hat.
There we go. Try again.
I believe in you. I believe in you. You can do it. Yeah, we got you.
Yeah. So I'm not sure if this question has been asked yet. I wasn't here from the start. How do you prevent like a big corporation or a group of corporations from forming a government of their own, essentially? Like, how do you prevent that?
It was
How
kind
do
of asked, but I'll go into it. Right. So first of all, a corporation is a government, right? But I think what you're more worried about is the establishment of a state, right? Like handing down edicts non-voluntarily against people and kind of demanding that you act in accordance with their will. You know, a conglomerate of corporations very rarely works. Like, you know, cartels don't tend, when in a free market, don't tend to stick together very well. We can see this with OPEC Plus, right? You know, they're able to come together and kind of price fix oil for a while, and then one of them always fucking breaks, or, you know, it introduces something new into the market. And that's with what is one of the most elastic commodities in existence, right? Oil is extremely elastic, right? So when it comes to monopoly of force or criminal justice or, you know, other goods and services, far less elastic, I might think. But who knows? Well, you know, I don't have a magic kind of like thinking cap that will let me see into the future. The other thing is it's entirely possible, right? It's also entirely possible that, you know, I don't know, Ukraine gets invaded by Russia, right? Like there's no guarantee of perfect safety under any system that a larger force decides to engage aggressively against one that is smaller and doesn't have the same power. I think the problem is that we have this mythology that the government protects us from large corporations when they fucking don't. They're one and the same people. You know, we look at pharmaceutical companies right now, right? And we can see that, you know, pharmaceutical companies pay the FDA tons of money so that they can investigate the pharmaceutical companies, and yet they only investigate like 1 out of 1,000 of their clinical trials. They work together. They engage in regulatory capture. The FDA bans all sorts of things that are absolutely and utterly absurd to protect the corporations and to protect the interests of those that they may be working for in the future. Great example of that is baby formula. We had a baby formula shortage not too long ago. And of course, what did our government do except use your taxpaying dollars to purchase baby formula from Nestle in Sweden, when all they needed to do was simply allow us to buy European baby formula, which is healthier, has less soy, has less high fat content, has less aluminum in it, and is healthier and better. But because they don't follow the appropriate labeling procedures for the FDA, they can't be sold in American markets. We have to make sure that your tax dollars go to Nestle. I mean, there's so many examples of how corporations are actually benefited in monopolistic tendencies under the existence of a state. And so, you know, I would say that the natural tendency is that these corporations would have a harder time doing it if we were free and engaged in a polycentric set of communities that govern themselves as they see fit voluntarily, and, you know, did their best to get rid of criminals and stop violations of the non-aggression principle when they rear their head. But there's no guarantee of safety and security ever in this world. Just because some of us happen to live in America or other big Western countries where they feel relatively safe, you know, that's a temporary situation. I would say, however, that the government steals somewhere between 40 to 52% of all of our money and pisses it into the fucking wind. And I think if we were able to spend that money more efficiently for our self-defense with things like mercenary contracts or having them on retainer and things like that, that we would likely be able to thrive economically at a higher rate while spending less money on defense while still having a more formidable defense than the ones most of us enjoy today.
Can I just ask another question? Yeah, well, you say
sure.
these corporations. Yeah, you say these corporations bribe the state and pay the state to, you know, do the corporation's bidding. So what exactly would stop them from doing that, from forming another state for the exact same purpose if the government was, you know, abolished? What would you know, prevent that from happening? Because it seems kind of inevitable
this
to
is
me,
an
actually.
aggressive.
I mean, you said that it can't really be prevented and you can't predict if it would happen, but it seems kind of inevitable to me, actually. If the government, if the state is so useful to the corporations and they already abuse the state to such an extent,
you're on a soapbox.
It seems kind of like
you're on a soapbox right now, not really asking a question, right? I've kind of already answered the question, but the problem here really is one of, will humans always engage in criminal behavior? And at least for the foreseeable future, the answer is yes. People will do aggressive things. All I'm saying is that we have justified much of this aggressive behavior. We've illogically, morally justified this aggressive behavior through the state, and we live in this semblance that they protect us when they don't, and that the situation, we would have less of that criminality, more freedom, and more capacity to fight back if we were freed from the shackles of the state that have stolen the monopoly to stop these, right? So like a great example would be like the companies that poison basically the entire world with tetrafluorine carbon molecules. All of us have lower birth rates in the whole fucking world and higher cancer rates because of non-stick pans, basically, right? That what is that fucking stuff called? I can't think of it right now. But these large carbon molecule chains that they were just dumping into the environment, into landfills and everywhere. And, the state solution was to give them a slap on the wrist and then give them protection when they shouldn't exist as a business at all. Should be sued out of existence.
I think you fairly well addressed that one. Let's move on to Bread and Circuses. Had his hand up for a while now.
Great name.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah. So do you believe that the state is inherently immoral?
Well, using colloquial language, I would say yes. But if you've been here from the beginning, I would say that the state is ethically unjustified, and that it's a worse thing to say than immoral, because immoral says it's that we can say that it's moral or immoral. But ethically unjustified is kind of a worse claim because it justifies all immoral actions, all evil, all wrongs, and denies logic.
Okay. Do you subscribe to the idea of utilitarianism?
Well, so I have no problem with the utilitarian analysis as a means of getting to our goals, right? I don't think consequentialism, utilitarianism actually can determine the morality of many things, because it seems to subvert those things that are ethically unjustified, right? So this idea that like the ends justify the means, right? So,
but this ethically unjustified, like ethics. I believe that improving people's conditions, is just objectively good, and you're gonna eventually have to step on some people's right to achieve this. It's just not realistically possible.
Right, and that's what I think makes it a bad form of normative ethics. Not bad morally, but just poor, and doesn't really suffice. So, for example, we always do these bite the bullet analogies. The utilitarian will be like, will you steal a penny to save the world? And like, I'm forced to bite that bullet. And then the utilitarian is forced to bite the bullet that they'll murder one person in a hospital in order to save 5 other people to harvest their organs. And they go, well, why not? And then they go, well, we're both forced to bite those bullets in those scenarios. And so, it's certainly not something that's settled, but I will simply say that, utilitarianism is perfectly fine when it's in the domain of things not yet proven to be unjustifiable. And when it supersedes that and it goes above that and says that it's okay to aggress upon people, to steal from people, and that it's a moral good to do that, it becomes evil.
Yeah, sure. Okay, enough with the ethics. I want to ask you an economic question about subsidization of unprofitable companies, such as, police forces and other fire departments and all of this. Like, who is going to subsidize this?
Well, I don't know that there's obviously a market void for these things. I don't think that they're unprofitable.
They're not.
I think our society.
Well, how are you gonna contract with a fire department?
Through your insurance company.
Through the insurance. Yeah, but that's just straight
private.
You may not call it a tax, but it's essentially the same thing as a tax.
It's not a tax if it's voluntary and you choose to pay for a service. It's not a tax. Yeah. There's a recognition. Listen. I'll explain.
Listen. No, you listen to me.
Well, it's not your AMA, is it? Is this the Bread and Circus AMA? It's your third question, and I'm attempting to answer for you. So let me answer it for you. We've had private fire departments before, and they worked great in the UK. There's been a lot of lies and myths told about them, that they let buildings burn, etc. And none of that's actually true if you look into the history of it. They worked great. What we're talking about really fundamentally is who is our struggle against as humans. And our struggle, many people believe that the left, for example, often believes that our struggle is against, those that hoard power over us, right? Other human beings. When the real answer is that our struggle is against nature. Our struggle is against hurricanes, against disease, against the fact that we live in a body that requires sustenance and requires shelter, right? Nature is what we're really struggling against. The idea that fire can exist is a struggle that is common to all mankind and is not caused by any human. I don't get to aggress upon you and steal from you so that I can presume to protect you with a fire department. Instead, I can offer to protect you from it because I have a business that specializes in it, and it's worth your money to do so. But if you want to live out in the mountains with no fucking fire department, right, then you shouldn't be taxed so that somebody living in the cities can have some of your fucking money so that they can fund their fire department. It's theft.
Yeah, sounds like a pretty good answer to the questions that were posed. Thanks. We're going to go ahead and move on. Pseudo-random. Love the username. Let's go.
Bit of a contradiction there, right? Fake random. So when you say pseudo-random, does that mean like in a video game where they're actually mimicking randomness, but machines can't create randomness, so they follow like an isotope of a molecule or something? It's kind of like a fake random because nobody else notices that it's random.
Yeah, I guess sort of deterministic randomness derived from something non-random, something predetermined, I guess.
Okay.
My question is, what do you think about other kinds of anarchism and how anarcho-capitalism could exist with anarchist ideologies, could coexist with anarchist ideologies with different ideas about property?
Yeah, so what I would say is that anarcho-capitalism is the only anarchist framework in which other anarchist societies can exist exactly the way that they want to, and other anarchist philosophies just simply deny it because they're anti-capitalist, right? So under an anarcho-capitalist framework, if someone wants to create an anarcho-communist society, the only requirement that from us, right, is that it's voluntary, and that when children come of age, they're not kidnapped and forced to stay in the commune, that they have the freedom to leave, right? So long as that group of people owns their property, their area, their community, whatever that may be, and they don't encroach upon our territory, or the private property of our owners, they can homestead that land, maintain that land, and if they so choose, right, to voluntarily share resources, share wealth, and engage in that behavior, then they're perfectly free to do so. It's only the anarcho-communists and I'll set the anarcho-mutualists to the side because I think anarcho-mutualists, whilst they might not like us, really wouldn't do a damn thing to us. But the anarcho-syndicalism is really just a framework for anarcho-socialism, anarcho-communism, right? It's a framework of how we destroy capitalism within the system to establish it. Because I don't think anyone, I don't know any Ansons where their idea of a perfect world is like, the farmers get into the farmers guild and then they vote for a representative to send to the syndicate, who then sends a representative to the federation that sends the vote back down to the syndicate that sends it back down to the guild, so that the guild can actually vote upon the proposition to send to the syndicate to send to the federation, right? Like, I don't think the structure of anarcho-syndicalism is a real one. I don't think it's a real fucking anarchist philosophy so much as it is a form of praxis, which is fine. I hate anti-capitalists, but if you want to be an anti-capitalist and go live in your commune, dude, do it. Like, there's no reason that you shouldn't be allowed to do it. And I can't aggress upon your community's right to your private property, and you can live freely and do what you want. I just wish that those other anarchists were anti-state more than they were anti-capitalist, because I hear ANCOMs and things like that, and they'll be like, oh yeah, I'm an anarchist. Also, we need socialized healthcare. And I'm like, hey, my guy, that's not real anarchist of you. Like, you want to give the state more power, but you're like, yeah, but the state's better than the corporation because the corporation and the state is exactly the same thing. Therefore, we need a gargantuan government that will eventually return everything to the people. And I'm like, are you fucking, like, you're just a fucking, a vulgar communist at this point. Like, you're not a fucking anarchist.
So, 2 points on that. First of all, I would agree with you when it comes to universal healthcare, etc. But I would say that the same point applies to some people who call themselves anarcho-capitalism when it comes to issues like immigration, for instance. And second point is your answer presupposes that they accept your property system. So you said on their property, but if it's their property with their property norms and it's your property under your property norms, then you have a conflict. And Is
For
there
sure.
some sort of framework or idea for how to resolve such conflicts?
What I mean to say is the anarcho-communist commune that doesn't believe in private property, right? The logically inconsistency that aside, in my opinion, well, it just is logically inconsistent. But that aside, if they stay in their area, they're free to do so, right? Because our ideology doesn't give us the right to invade, whereas the anarcho-communist philosophy, right, does give them the right to invade. They have the right to liberate us from the evil excesses of capitalism and private property. They have a right to deny my private property and my border existing and simply say, we like these woods or we like this area, we're going to take it now, right? Because it belongs to everyone. And whereas, so that's what I mean, right? Like, you're right in the sense that there's a conflict there inherent, but the conflict doesn't come from our end so long as you stay within your community, right? But on their end, it's intrinsically antagonist to our existence.
I understand what you mean. Can I give you an example or a thought experiment? Say
Sure.
that there are two villages. One is anarcho-capitalist and one is anarcho-communist. One of the villages have the well from the Tragedy of the Commons thought experiment as its only water source. It was a perfectly functional water source before the capitalist arrived. The capitalist approved it, has monopolized it, but provide sufficient water to the people who lived there beforehand. There's another water source for the communist village, but something happens with it. It is contaminated. It doesn't work anymore.
Right.
The communists would like water from the previous natural water source in the capitalist village. They argue that if it were not for this capitalist, they would have access to water. But now, because the capitalists arrived and monopolized the water, because the capitalist actions, they no longer have access to water. They're not asking
right.
for the improvement the capitalists provided. They're asking for what naturally existed, if not for the capitalist. But the capitalist says, this is my private property.
Exactly. Right. So, and you've reframed exactly what I said, which is that there's no inherent conflict until the communist wants something that the capitalist has. Until the capitalist lives in an area, right, and establishes a village, and now the communist demands the resources from the capitalist, that's when the conflict arises. Under our system, if our water's fucked, right, and their water is good and clean to go, we don't go to them and say we demand water, right? We go to them and say, hey, our water is destroyed, could you give us some water? Or we're willing to pay for some water. We're willing to work to help build improvements. We need water. How can we get this water from you voluntarily? And under the communist says, well, we don't have water, therefore we demand yours. We demand a right to this.
My hypothetical communists don't recognize this as your water because they
Exactly.
argue that the water would have existed even without you. The water is there because of nature. If you had not existed, if you were never born, or the capitalist was never born, the water would have been there for everyone to use. But because the capitalist did some improvement to the water, the capitalist mixed their labor with the water, and then monopolized all of the water, except for this grandfathering in of the previous residents. So they're saying that they're not asking for the product of your labor. They're not asking for anything that you created. They're asking for something that existed and would have been available to them, but for your actions.
Right. Well, the problem is that, it's like if I go out into the woods, right, and I chop down trees and I, make firewood and I split it into logs and then I draw the firewood, right? And then your village instead of having lack of access to water for whatever reason, doesn't have firewood to stay warm in the winter, right? I can't give you the tree back, right? Because I made improvements to the tree. I can't separate the product of my labor from the commodity itself. And you're saying, yeah, but the trees would have existed if you didn't cut them down. It's the same thing with the well water, right? Like, well, the water was there. You made improvements at getting the water out. right? And therefore you're able to draw more water out. But that's the very essence, right? Is that you already made the argument that labor was mixed with it to improve the ability to gain access to the resource. Oh, you kicked her out, but that's fair. Didn't want to turn into a debate.
Yeah, I think we're going to go ahead and move on to the next question. This one's got an interesting username. Libtards are retarded. Go ahead and come on up here.
Sure, I want to ask, what's the age of consent in an anarchist society?
Of course you do. So I personally think age of consent should be 24 for full age of consent. I think it's absurd that we allow 18-year-olds.
To enforce that.
Shh, don't interrupt me. I think it's absurd that we allow 18-year-olds and 19-year-olds to sign student loans, sign up to go to war, get married, etc., without, parental permission, or at least parental sign off, or without at least a, some form of contract or something emancipating themselves and proving themselves to be a full adult. So who's going to enforce the age of consent again is, it's up to the community and what the justice system looks like in that community, right? Like, again, the communist can live their communist lifestyle for all intents and purposes, so long as they stay within their borders. They're going to have a very different way of enforcing that. Now, if a child, right, and this is another thing that could be a reason to invade, right? If a child, for example, say a 13-year-old, is able to sneak out a letter from the commune and says, they're taking child brides of 12 and 13, and I'm being held against my will, and I'm being forced to marry men that I don't want to marry into. Is there any way you can save me? And some company decides, I'll do that either because I'm paid to do so, because of some charity work to do so, or because, they're willing to take a loan from several people and kind of, make them, have to pay the money back to go do so. We may end up invading the commune if the commune is taking child brides and, in that nature. The problem with age of consent is that it's arbitrary. Our current age of consent is mostly based off of physical appearance, right? When someone looks like an adult, we say for all intents and purposes they're an adult. But I think anybody that knows an 18 or a 19-year-old knows that they're a fucking idiot and that they're not an adult, right? Like there's something in between a child and an adult. Like they're not very good at making their own decisions. They fail a lot, and we allow them to fail so that they can hopefully fail upward. But the problem is that, any strict age of consent is going to punish some category of people. If age of consent is, for example, 18, some people will be forced as an adult to live as an adult when they're not an adult. And yet there will likely be some 17-year-old out there or 16-year-old that's incredibly mature and intelligent for their age and is, and their parents are complete idiots, and yet they're kind of like confined and constrained by their parents, and they should be emancipated. So I would say the best thing we could do is recognize that 24 to 26 is when the prefrontal cortex is fully developed, and this appears to be when we have a fully fledged adult brain, but that it is really kind of up to this is a gray area that's difficult to determine, and thus I would err on the side of older and having an easy system for people to gain emancipation.
Okay, here also have another question. What's your opinion on our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, who died for our sins?
It seems like a cool dude and not a socialist.
Yeah, I agree. He says in Paul, he says to pay our taxes. I think Paul, it's some book in Paul, not sure.
Yeah, he also says, render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, render unto God what is God's. And it's often misquoted because the entire point of that quote is actually that coins were minted where Caesar was kind of calling himself God, and it's actually an insult to God himself, or sorry, an insult to God for Caesar to call himself. And so he's kind of saying, pay Caesar nothing in that regard when he says that. So there's a little bit of contradiction in our interpretation. But I mean, human interpretation of any text or history is going to be flawed. I'm not a Christian. I'm an atheist, but I also I went to grad school at Liberty. I took communion and things like that, and I do have a respect for Christianity in a lot of ways. But I have some disagreements with it.
Great questions, Libtard. Thanks for coming here to join us. We're going to go ahead and bring Wildman 420 up to the stage if he's ready to ask his.
Please tell me wild is spelled with a Y. I don't know why,
is.
but I want it to be.
Yeah. Wild, are you ready?
Yeah. Oh, wild.
Okay, he doesn't look like he's ready. We're going to go ahead and have Solar come on up if he's ready.
Yo, what's up?
Hard dicks and helicopters.
Yeah, true. Hey, I got 2 questions. My first one is, what is your stance on have you ever heard of MAGA communism?
Yeah, MAGA communism has a much better name that we used to use for a long time. It's called fascism.
Oh, okay, so true. Anyway, so what do you think of one of their branches called Libertarian Stalinism?
Yeah, I mean, I heard that this was, it's a meme created by Infrared, right? Infrahaz?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I mean, the two are logically inconsistent. And for anyone that's wondering, I just finished this on audiobook. You got to get a copy of 1939's The Vampire Economy to recognize. It's a beautiful piece written in 1939 describing the economics under Nazism and explaining why it was incredibly authoritarian and anti-capitalist. And it's written by a communist, nonetheless, which is amazing. There's a quote from it. I can pull it up super quick. I promise I'll be quick. I know I'm long-winded.
Okay.
Here we go. Under Bolshevism, all your cows will be taken away from you because you are a kulak. Under National Socialism, you are allowed to keep the cows, but the state takes all the milk and you have the expense and labor of feeding them. I love that quote. I wrote it down. It's great. Everyone should read that. These kind of new branded fascistic ideas, because they're based and cool, are anything but based or cool.
So true. My last question. This is a serious question. Out of sheer curiosity and not an insult whatsoever, are you in any way legally seen in any way as mentally disabled?
Out of sheer curiosity, I mean, I was diagnosed with ADHD, which is technically an intellectual disability in the DSM-5, but I don't know that it says anything about my intelligence.
Yeah, actually, what's your IQ?
I don't say that publicly. I'll just say that I had it tested as a child. It's just like if I say it, then it becomes this like stupid meme, and it's just like I really don't feel like publicly divulging what my IQ was when I was a child.
Yeah, that's it. That's all I wanted to ask.
Oh, he thinks he's a fucking genius. Blah blah blah. Okay. Fucking
no,
IQ bros.
No, it's fine. It's okay.
All right, thank you for the question, Solar. We appreciate it. I'm going to go ahead and bring Data up to the stage, one of our most active and vocal users.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right. I got a question about anarcho-capitalism's the anarcho-capitalist belief on parental obligations.
Mm-hmm.
So I was reading Murray Rothbard, and I agree with most of what he says when it comes to like economics and stuff. But I was kind of shocked by his opinion on parental obligations. Now you can correct me if I mischaracterize what he says, but he believes that like children can run away from the house from their parents whenever they're capable of doing so in order to seek new guardians. He also believes that there's no legal obligation for the parents to dress your child, feed your child, educate your child, and believes like you can abuse your children legally and he thinks like the way to minimize neglect is through a child market. Do you understand? I think that's what he. Yeah. I agree. I agree with the idea of a child market because it's essentially what we do now, but it's far more. The chat's going crazy. Fuck. Okay. Essentially what we do now, but it's cutting out the middleman, the adoption agency, right?
So what's your question?
Do you believe like there should be no legal obligation for parents to kind of maximize a child's future of being, you know, more educated, less malnourished, et cetera, et cetera?
All right, so the first thing I want to say is that this is the most controversial of opinions that Murray Rothbard has, right? Well, he doesn't have them anymore because he's dead. But Murray Rothbard, you know, was kind of struggling to your mic's open. Was kind of struggling to you know, understand the non-aggression principle and how it applies to children. A much better understanding of libertarian philosophy and what we actually believe, and what the philosophy and how it's been fleshed out, and why Murray Rothbard is simply just wrong on a lot of accounts, is to read The Natural Rights of Children by Dr. Walter Block. It is a much better framework of understanding it. And so what I would say is that, yes, a child to an extent has a right to run away. But I mean, a child also doesn't have the capacity for consent. That's why they have guardians established of them, right? And so, like, you know, a 16-year-old's opinion is going to be far more weighty in a community than, let's say, a 9-year-old's opinion. But parents do not own children, right? There's no ownership of children. What they have done is they've homesteaded kind of like a will and testament, right? So if I die, right, and I write a last will and testament, right, it says, you know, here's what you should do with all of my things, right? And that's kind of what children are, right? They're emergent adults. They're a will and testament that hasn't been fully written yet because they don't have the mental capacity to adequately express their will, right? A 4-year-old, you know, if you ask them if they want Skittles for dinner, they'll tell you that they want Skittles for dinner because they don't have the capacity to understand that that's not healthy for them, that they're probably going to have a terrible tummy ache, etc., right? So what a guardian is doing is recognizing the child's inability to fully consent to anything, right? And attempting to kind of guide them towards that path. So what the parents have actually homesteaded, private property wise, is not the child. What they've homesteaded is the guardianship of the child, right? And the mother is the one that homesteads this first because she carries the child, right? And if the father so chooses, right, via marriage contract or an agreement of some sort, he too is a guardian of that. Though technically speaking, there can only be one sole property owner, and it is the mother. But a contract could, you know, afford, you know, all of those same kind of things to the father as well, such as marriage. And so, you know, you don't have a right to starve your child. Murray Rothbard is wrong there. You have a right to, you know, it's the same thing as like self-defense, right? You have to use minimal necessary force, right? If grandma trips into your front yard, you don't have a right to grab your AK and start blasting because she's on your private property, right? Because you've become the aggressor. You had no threat against you, and yet you decided to be super aggressive. Same way you can't starve and kidnap a child because it is the kidnapping that is the aggression. And, you know, Murray Rothbard incorrectly says, well, so long as the child's not barred from running away, it's not really starving, right? And that the problem with that is one of consent, right? Like when we look at, let's say, Andrew Tate, you know, it's not really sex trafficking because all the girls wanted to be there. And it's like, you mean the guy who got girls to fall in love with them, moved them out to Romania, got them financially dependent upon them, you know, slaps around some of the girls if they misbehave, threatens to kick them out onto the street with no ability to survive if they get too uppity, right? Like, it's a narcissistic abusive relationship that diminishes their ability to consent, and everything that they do is under duress. It's even more so true for a child that is unable to express their will, right? The child, just like the child that eats Skittles and doesn't understand that they'll get a tummy ache, is also the child that can't fathom what life would be like if I simply ran away to an adoption agency, because they're abused and neglected by their parents. And so it is perfectly adequate for a third party, such as a grandparent or an adoption company, to come in and say, we believe that you have forestalled the guardianship. You have abandoned the guardianship. And our evidence is this evidence we saw at the elementary school, or, out in public or whatever. We have some evidence that you've been abusing your child or neglecting them or not feeding them. And then that company can take over, unless, of course, that parent can prove that they're lying or that that's not the case. But definitely read The Natural Rights of Children by Dr. Walter Block. It's a much more comprehensive at correcting some of the mistakes of difficult ideas that Murray Rothbard was attempting to understand whilst formulating American libertarianism, right?
Okay. Yeah, thank you. I've got one more question. It's kind of nothing to do with this. So the next one was, where is it? Is there any truth to the claim that the capitalist system and the society that has been shaped by it has increased rates of social anxiety and social anxiety, or does it just get more reported on as medical knowledge is expanded? Thank you.
Yeah, so I actually went to grad school for counseling, believe it or not, even though I'm a ANCAP streamer. Well, first and foremost, I'd say that capitalism doesn't really exist anywhere in the world right now. You just have capitalistic systems. What we have is fascism, economic fascism. We have a mixed market economy of social control and a capitalistic economy, which is, better than, gulags, but, it's not capitalism. So did capitalism cause additional anxiety? It's kind of the problem with social sciences is that, unlike hard sciences, you can't isolate variables, right? Many experiments are, can't be done in a lab, and many of them are unethical to do in a laboratory environment, right? Like, studying someone for 18 years under certain circumstances that we think are bad and forcing it upon them, right? Instead, we rely upon self-report surveys. We rely upon, ANOVAs, and attempting to use statistics to isolate for variables that we think are important. But then there are cofactors that we often don't discover until, much later. One recent discovery was adverse childhood events being so highly correlated with things like substance abuse disorder. We now know that not having a father in the home, seeing a dead body, being abused, living in a poor neighborhood and poor diet, right? That person's thousands of times more likely to grow up to be a heroin addict than someone that didn't have any of those things occur to them. But causation is not correlation, and human beings are really difficult to study. I would hypothesize that, anxiety, the increase in anxiety is because of less stigma on mental health. It's also watering down of the criterion for diagnosing those things. It seems to me that many, 20, 30 years ago, many psychologists and especially psychiatrists were recalcitrant to diagnose someone with anxiety disorder, generalized anxiety disorder, or social anxiety disorder. You name, any of the phobias are all anxiety disorders, right? Because for a number of reasons, I think pharmaceutical companies have kind of snuck their way into the medical system in many ways, in many bad ways. What's known in psychology as the medicalization of psychotherapy or medicalization of psychology, where we know the dangers of benzodiazepines, and yet, a couple days ago, I'm seeing a commercial for Rexulti, so that, people on, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, depression medication, SSRIs, their SSRIs aren't working. So now we're going to give you something that's very close to a benzo that has a 4% rate of akathisia on top of your SSRI because your medication's not working. Oh, and by the way, it causes all these other problems and might lead to suicide. And it's like, so we're going to compound medication on top of medication. So there's definitely corporate interests involved. And I think, the state helps protect them from litigation and overprescription in many ways. So I think there's so many variables it's impossible to tell. Social media has certainly changed anxiety. We see, for example, Instagram and girls, and a massive spike and increase in suicide attempts by teenage girls because of, body issues and comparing themselves to, filtered photos and things like that. So the answer is anyone that claims to have the answer is full of shit, and it's actually a really complicated question, and one we should continue to study, and hopefully, as we gain knowledge and wisdom, we can help combat these things.
Yeah, thanks. That was a great answer. What I like about you a lot, I won't go into detail, but you don't have a firm opinion on everything. You're very open. You don't have a committed opinion in comparison to a lot of people who just have partisan ones.
Yeah, man. I'm open, just like your mom's legs. You have a good one.
Fuck you, man. All right, I've got one more question. My friend just sent me a question, and it's a really dumb one. I don't believe in it, but
if Corona allows it, I'll take your friend's question. I'll take your friend's question.
One more question. That's fine.
I'll be quick though.
This is so dumb. Okay.
Just like the mom.
Is taxation a government? Sorry, if taxation is a government granted privilege, then how is taxation theft? There you go. So fucking dumb.
Yeah, that. Tax subsidies don't somehow make taxation not theft. If I go into your house, right, and I steal something from your house, and everyone in the neighborhood's house once a month, and then I go, you know what, Jim, I really like you, Jim. I'm going to steal from everyone else's house this month, but not you, because I like what you're doing with your yard. I really like your Christmas decorations. It's somehow, it doesn't become not theft because I didn't steal from Jim's house because I liked his Christmas decorations. There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Thank you. You too.
Appreciate the questions, Data. Yeah, Scott, I've always wondered what other word people want to use for armed men coming to your door trying to take your property, other than theft.
Well, I think a great problem is we've become detached from violence. As much as this guy is an insane psycho homosexual that it believes in toxic masculinity and may or may not be a Nazi, you should read Jack Donovan's Violence is Golden. It's a great article, beautifully written, very short, on understanding how the separation from violence has made us so passively accepting of it.
I absolutely agree with what you said there, and yeah, may or may not be a Nazi is quite accurate. Okay,
yeah,
Micro, you've had your hand up for a while. If you'd like to, go ahead and come up to the stage.
Yeah, hi. So I have two questions. First of all, this one's maybe a little bit faster. You said a little bit ago that it's fine if I take a well or something and sell the money to people because I'm taking the money out of the well. That's the work I do. So how is taxation theft then? Because aren't you paying the government for the privilege of living in the country you're paying taxes to and getting things like roads and schools and all that stuff built?
Involuntarily.
You could move countries and then stop paying taxes to that country.
Well, first of all, I mean, presuming there was even a country to move to that didn't have taxation, you would be talking about some Aborigine village, maybe somewhere deep in Australia or the Amazon, or maybe the 7 square kilometers of Liberland. But nevertheless, the idea that, well, you can move, therefore all of the previous crimes of the state are forgiven, doesn't make the state justified. Right, so...
I'm not talking about all the crimes. I'm just talking about taxation and the word theft related to it. Because, you can make the same argument for the well, can't you? I need water to survive if everyone...
So the problem is that the state is stopped from being able to voluntarily ask for anything because the state has already committed so many crimes. The state is... Those that work in the state have already committed crimes, right? For example, the just to throw a random example out there, a great one would be Northern Georgia belongs to the individuals under the Cherokee Nation. There's no argument that Northern Georgia doesn't belong to them because unlike many Native Americans, they homesteaded their property, they westernized, they had a post office, they built homes, and they attempted to They attempted to have treaties with the government and eventually wanted to be a part of the United States. And Andrew Jackson was like, yeah, but cotton, so fuck off. The Supreme Court stopped them. And then Andrew Jackson said, yeah, we'll send in your marshals, and then made them walk the Trail of Tears, right? So this is, there's so many crimes that have been committed by the state that they're criminals, right? They owe restitution. Now, if the state were to dissolve and Elon Musk was to voluntarily buy property from the original property owners, passed on down, of like a large place of land, and you were born into that land, right? And you come of age, and then they say, hey, you're of age now. You either have to sign this contract or leave. And let's say that contract included taxes. Yeah, bite that bullet. Those taxes are indeed justified because you could move. And it doesn't matter if the rest of the world is war torn. It's unfortunate. It sucks, right? But it's not necessarily a violation of the non-aggression principle. It's not how I would set up my system. It's very unlikely that Elon Musk would be able to buy all of the usable land and then impose taxation, right? But it logically he could, right? But it, you know what I mean? Like when we're talking about 7 billion people.
Your reason for why you don't want to pay taxes is because you don't feel comfortable paying taxes to a country which is has committed horrible crimes, and every single country on earth has done that before, and so by that logic, you just can't pay taxes to anyone.
I mean, it's an oversimplification, but you know, I don't feel like I need to like go through my argumentation again.
Yeah, that's the first question. The second one was the thing with humans is that we see that throughout history. Dangerous saying the thing with humans. Yeah, but the thing is, right, that everyone can agree on this. There are a lot of people that can be very violent and dangerous, and at least what I think is that the reason that a lot of people aren't as violent now, and at least in modern countries as they used to be, or still are in less developed countries, is the lack of motivation. For example, right now, if you killed me and took all of my shit, then it's pretty unlikely that you actually get to keep my stuff, right? Yeah. And so in a society that doesn't have the police and the government with strict laws, wouldn't the crime rate, or well, crime wouldn't be a thing without laws, but wouldn't the violence rate just spike and go way up because there's no one to punish you for killing me and robbing my house?
So two things. Number one, I don't advocate for a society without police. That's just number one. So saying like, well, you're going to live in a place without police, I advocate for police. I advocate for a competitive market of policing private security. I advocate like, right, like I advocate that. No. That's if I'm poor, right, and I rent property, right, it's in the interest of the landlord to protect his property. And so it's in the interest of him to protect his own property, and therefore to do so, he establishes a contract that says, hey, you're going to follow certain rules while you live, while and I'm going to sign this property over to you, right? If you violate these rules, then the title reverts back to me and it becomes my property, right? And you can put in all the stipulations that we have today, like, you have 30 days or 90 days to evict, and, all these different things, right? Or, security deposits, et cetera. You can put all that in a contract, right? But it's in the best interest of the wealthy landlord to protect his property. Now, as of right now, what we do is we steal money from everyone, and then we create a police force, right? That does a pretty shitty job at protecting property. But they do a passable job, I guess. It depends on what it is that you're comparing it to, relatively, right? But the landlord has that vested interest in doing so. So he hires a rights enforcement agency that has on retainer, for example, a police force. And so even the poor would have policing by very nature of like them renting, right? Unless they lived in shanty towns. And if they live in shanty towns, right, like there's a lot of other problems with the society we got to talk about. But I mean, there's still the argument of, charity, mutual aid, and things like that. Plenty of lawyers do things today pro bono, but we have so much of our wealth stolen that many of these competitive markets aren't able to exist. And what we have instead is really inefficient policing systems, because by definition, they have to be inefficient, right? I mean, Pearson v. Ray, 1967, right, which grants qualified immunity to police, right, has made policing so much more inefficient in a way that it already was inefficient, because we recognize that monopolies are inefficient because they have no competition. And it's a true monopoly because the state will enforce its monopoly violently, right? Like if you try and create a private security force that acts and says, no, police have no jurisdiction here, good fucking luck, you're going to get killed. And so these police with qualified immunity, who, when you sue them, you can't sue the individual police, you can't sue the police departments. The only thing you can do is sue the state, which, oh, by the way, taxes you, right? So all of the money that they own is money that they took from you in the first place, right? There's no incentive structure to reform policing other than the rage of people that feel oppressed by bad policing. And so what we get, and I'm going to finish, I'll wrap it up here. What we get is violence. What we get is the George Floyd BLM protests and riots, because in many ways policing is not living up to the promises that it has because it is so inefficient and it sucks so bad. And the people that died and the property damage that occurred during the BLM riots, I would say in many ways is a causal, a downstream, we'll say downstream second, third order consequence of the monopolistic tendencies of the police state.
That no comment really. I agree. The police system in the United States fucking sucks. But the thing is, with the United States government, they have just so much. You know what I mean? They have so much money, so many officers, so many people in the army. What I'm worried about with decentralizing this, as you said, private security. This is going to be way more isolated, right? Because you have all these different people that sell you their security services, and it's not going to be as connected. And so what I'm worried about is getting a kind of Somalia-like situations where you just have a bunch of people that sort of band together and they just go and rob convoys or freight ships or towns, because it's America.
Actually, I'm going to take your concern, and I'm actually going to answer this question instead of being like, all right, let's move on, right? So let's assume we have 10,000 communities in what is now, of different rules and different kind of like, covenant communities, and some are different ways that they govern themselves, right, in America. And what ends up happening is these roving bands of like militia come around, right? Well, all of a sudden, what you've actually created is what's known as a market void, because I'm a mercenary company and I'm like, we got to stop these, but I'm not going to do it for free, right? And so what ends up happening is I go through an insurance company, and the insurance company goes to these towns and says, hey, we will protect you on retainer. We have a mercenary company that specializes in this, right? Because it behooves everyone that these mercenaries don't grow, that these warlords don't grow, and they don't start taking out your trading partners, right? Because I want as much as I hate all you California commie dumbasses, I want your almonds and I want your avocados, right? I don't want to have to get them from South America. I want my California almond. I love almond oil, right? It's better than seed oil, and sometimes it's better than butter, right? So like, I want to trade for that shit. And so it behooves me and everyone else, right, to pay this mercenary company a retainer under insurance. Because I live in an area that might be more at risk, I might have a more expensive insurance rate, because let's say I'm on a border with this warlord, right? Or one of these warlord people that are banded together. But because I have that more expensive insurance rate, my almond prices go up. And everybody else is like, damn, dude, fucking almonds are getting expensive. It's like, yeah, it's those fucking warlords, right? And so the market balances out in that regard. And many of these companies, even though they might be isolated communities, you very easily could have a company like Blackwater or something. I know it has such a tarnished reputation, but we use mercenary companies in war all the time now anyways. Yeah, they're held on retainer just like a lawyer. And all the people are like, you'll get boycotting of whatever the warlords have. You have people not wanting to do trade and business. What I'm simply saying is we have enough of a critical mass of communities that follow the non-aggression principle. It becomes economically disadvantageous to engage in behavior like that. And there are market solutions to this that I believe, and I think economically the data suggests, is far more efficient at dealing with these problems than a state that has no competitive market to make it work efficiently at the things that is the rights that it is stolen from people and monopolized.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's some other problems with that, like what about the towns that can't afford mercenaries? But aside from that, there's more to police than just, defending people from aggressive, violent people. For example, what about if I get scammed and someone just fucks off with my money and fucks me over because he lied about some investment? Is it then just like, oh, tough luck?
That's aggression. That's aggression. That's a violation of the non-aggression principle. It doesn't matter.
Right,
that's a violation of the non-aggression principle.
I can't just buy a couple security guards to keep me from getting scammed, So what would be the solution for that?
Rights enforcement agencies, right? Like police are not just like patrol cars going in neighborhoods to like stop guys from shooting, right? It would also include detectives and white collar crime, and you would have an insurance company that protects your rights from things like that. And you feel like you got scammed, you call your company up like Geico and be like, hey, I think this guy scammed me out of a bunch of money, and then they work to investigate it, to find it, and to eventually find the person that stole your money and prosecute them for fraud.
Right, but
you keep this isn't hey hold on micro, this isn't a comedy stand-up routine where we're and-yesing. I gave you tons of answers and then you're like, yeah, but I found another hole and I have an answer for each of these, but let's let some other people get in. We're almost 2 hours in.
Yeah, Micro, appreciate the questions. Thank you.
I do appreciate the questions.
Yeah, next we're going to have one of our most notorious users, Gio, also known as Bears, come up to the stage. Go ahead, Gio.
Hello. So,
Bears, are you telling me you're like a big leather daddy?
That's fucking disgusting. Don't ever say that again.
Okay. Big leather daddy or,
yes,
or the insinuation that you are one?
So shitty police is only derivative from capitalism. I hope you know that. And what is your issue with me saying that?
So what is my issue, assuming I have an issue, with you bloviating about the idea that shitty police only exist because of capitalism?
Yes.
I think it's just silly. I don't think you have arguments made without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. You're silly.
I will provide evidence actually.
There you go.
Okay, so police. Okay, let's point to recently, a very recent event in China. Chinese rioters in the streets. They took to the streets to protest and riot and destroy and be uncivil in public because they felt as if their rights were being infringed, which is not even guaranteed in their country, for useless and retarded reasons. But as we saw with the efficiency of their highly socialized police, they crushed it immediately with the tanks. There's many people who were killed as in the crossfires, but there's also some that were there's many that were locked up, and immediately within a week, peace was restored.
Well, okay, so your argument is totalitarian regimes are able to oppress a population effectively if they steal enough money. Therefore, capitalism police bad. Like I'm not drawing the connection. I don't understand what you're saying.
Okay, so I understand. So BLM riots, the Summer of Love, were not crushed. They were actually they had the police protecting the rioters, and for example, counter protesters weren't allowed. That's because of the constraints laid on by the capitalist liberal agenda.
The capitalist liberal agenda was protecting the BLM people.
Yes.
This is a weird. Are you tanky? I'm trying to understand where this.
No, I'm very fascist. I'm very fascist.
Okay. Fascist. So what you're saying is you value order above all else, because
no, we're speaking specifically above the function of the police. The function of the police is to enforce the law. If the police is protecting rioters, is it even serving as a good police force?
Right. So what you're saying is like when I measure the efficiency, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Gio. What you're saying is you say inefficient, but what I would say, what you would say is that inefficiency should be measured by their ability to establish order. Right. And so it's the liberal democracies that, you know, are bought off by rainbow capitalist corporations that are not constrained harshly enough by the state, that creates inefficient police systems, because those systems are kind of handcuffed from being able to reestablish order so that society may function again.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an interesting take, right? I mean, if it depends on the goals that we have are different, and therefore it kind of changes the way that we measure efficiency, right? So the way that I measure efficiency, right, is by rights violations, right? And it would appear that rights violations is very low on like your hierarchical kind of like system of values.
Rights? Wait, where are your rights? Where's your rights?
I mean, I have a right to my body.
No, you don't. If I kill you, you no longer have a right to your body.
Might does not make right. That doesn't.
Wait, no. In society, in the real world, yes, it does. Yes, it does.
It literally doesn't.
Yes, it does. So the only way
it literally doesn't. Like, that's a stupid thing to say.
Before you interrupt me, I can speak, okay? So the way it works in society is that the only way that your rights are actually protected are through the means of a government who has the might and the will and the power to protect and enforce those rights. As soon as the government goes bunk, you have no rights. Your rights don't exist.
Okay, that's not true, right? Like, do you believe that? Do you believe that abstract concepts are real?
No, they're abstract. No.
Okay, so do you believe that logic exists?
Yeah.
Okay, so you believe A equals A, right? A cannot equal B.
A can equal B through means of other things.
Okay, I don't know what the hell that means. Do you believe in the law of identity?
Yeah. Why?
Right. So you believe that there are certain arguments that can be made that are unjustified because they're illogical.
It's like after something in chat. Repeat that.
So like you believe in, like, if you make an illogical argument, right, then it's not a justified argument. It doesn't make any sense. Like, I can dismiss it because it's illogical.
How is my argument illogical?
Because you're engaged in a performative contradiction.
I don't know what that means. Can you tell me what that means?
Yeah, so a performative contradiction via action, right, would be like, so like P and not P, right? It would be like if someone said, I hate food, right? Food is disgusting. I hate it, and I never eat food, and they're eating food while they're doing it, right? Well, obviously they're engaged in a performative contradiction because they're saying they don't like food, they hate it, and they do not eat food, and yet they're currently eating food, right? So it's an illogical statement. Can
you apply it? Can you just apply it to my will?
Yeah. I'm getting you there. Right? So what you're saying is that rights don't exist, and that individuals, right, that it's a made up idea, right? That an individual has a right to their own bodily autonomy, and that they have exclusive control over themselves. The problem with that is that you're engaging in a performative contradiction, because you're recognizing that I myself have exclusive control over my body, and you're establishing a moral preference or moral norm that instead of just walking over to wherever I am and clobbering me on the head, you're recognizing that you can't actually convince me of the truth unless you engage in argumentation. You're engaging in in establishing my exclusive control over my own body. And then what you're saying is one ought to not have that, and instead one ought to be a slave to the state.
I'm not making an ought.
Okay,
I never made an ought. I said an is claim. I said the rights don't exist. I'm not saying people shouldn't have rights. I said people do not have rights that are independent from.
Okay. So you're saying something doesn't exist while establishing its existence. Nevertheless, it's the same thing.
No, it's an existence in one form. Rights don't exist inherently. No, there's no such thing as an inherent rights. Inherent rights are only granted to you through the means of a state.
Okay. I don't know how to continue this with you without like going really deep down the rabbit hole, because you.
How let's go deep down the rabbit hole.
Well, this is an AMA. It doesn't seem like. It doesn't seem like. Right. It doesn't seem like you say that you don't believe in abstract ideas, but you do believe in logic, right? But you don't believe that
Oh,
logic
when I
applies
say-
to argumentation.
Okay, so abstract ideas, like
Well, you
do
said they
mean
don't
by
exist.
Yeah, so they don't exist in like reality. Yeah.
Right, it's materialism. It's very interesting.
I'm
It's
not a
interesting the way
materialist.
Okay, well, if you're not a materialist, then why are you against the idea of the existence of abstract ideas?
What do you mean against? I'm not against the existence of them. I'm against the physical existence of it. You said, do they exist in like reality? I said no.
Okay, so reality is only physical reality. How is that not materialism?
Things outside of reality are literally metaphysics.
Okay. Right, but they still exist in reality just because they don't exist in material reality, right? The abstract idea still exists.
Reality is the things in reality are material, but the things outside of it are not material. So therefore, I do believe that they are real. I just don't believe they exist.
Okay, so you do believe they're real. You just don't believe that they exist materially.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so you recognize logic, and you recognize that a performative contradiction is bad, but you're saying it's not a performative contradiction for you to say that rights don't exist while establishing rights, because you're not making an ought claim that rights ought to exist or ought not to exist. But you are making
why
a
do you
moral
keep saying my
preference.
argument? Excuse me. Why do you keep just saying my stuff back towards me? Like, can you just like make an actual argument against it?
Oh, I did, because I just showed the logical, the performative contradiction. You're establishing, right, that I as an individual have exclusive control over my body, and that you're establishing that as a moral preference, and you're arguing against that moral preference as a fascist.
What moral preference? I'm not saying anything about morality. I'm just saying how people, your things, only exist in reality through your means to have them what's it called, enforced. I'm not saying anything about like moral preferences. I have the preference to have rights, of course. I want to have these certain privileges.
Oh, I'm sorry. So you're saying one ought not be fascist. You're just simply saying that
fascism doesn't apply.
Fascism
no rights.
works.
Are you retarded?
Are you retarded is not a serious enough question for me to justify with an answer.
Wait, okay, fine. Answer the first part of it then. The half of it, the first half. I said, why does fascism imply having no rights?
I didn't say fascism implies having no rights. It's just a violation of rights.
Of rights that don't exist?
Right. So rights don't exist, but then you established rights as you need the state in order to protect rights. Like you don't get your cake, you don't get to have your cake and eat it too, right? Like you don't get to say that rights don't exist so they don't matter, but also rights do matter, and fascism is the way to protect those rights.
No, I said, dude, you are literally like how did you derive any of that, dude? I just said how so rights are gotten through the means of being enforced, right? That's my first part. My second part has nothing to do with fascism at all. I don't even have a second part. I'm just saying, I'm just speaking specifically about how your rights exist, and then we can move on to how we should enforce them. And then I'm willing to dive into that. I'm actually willing to, if you want to talk about my fascist beliefs, I'm fine with assuming that, or what's it called? I'm fine with saying that let's
just let him answer the
you know what?
portion.
After this, so the problem is the problem is we were talking about the efficiency of policing, and the fundamental difference between the two of us is how we measure efficiency, because we have different goals in mind, right? Gio's goal is to establish order so that people can live free of disorder, right, or free from the chaos of rioters or people that disobey the will of the nation or the will of the people as a majority or as whatever system that he prefers.
It sounds
right?
like you have different.
And
metrics
right, and I would measure efficiency by lack of rights violations, and then we got into the establishment of rights. I would say at a certain point we're just gonna maybe table this conversation for another time, and you can join my Discord maybe, and sometime that I have to get to you, I'll get to you.
Invite me.
Well, I mean, it's in my name. If you can find my name and just click it. I'll pimp it out.
I'm very important, so I don't such things up.
Yeah, we'll post.
Okay,
it
cool.
To the Maybe Liberty Discord in the AMA.
Right. I think it's a much longer conversation to get into, right?
Yeah. Discussing the origin of rights and what rights exist is much more detailed than we can do right now. Mike, are you still there? I think I'm going to go ahead and... Oh, Mike left. Okay. Bread and Circuses has another question for you. Let's go ahead and bring him back up.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, what's up? So efficiency, like I'm a statist here, and I just like to say that I believe that states are very efficient at providing people with their material demands, such as education, housing, and all these, non-profitable services. Like
What? All of those are profitable services.
Profitable services? How?
Yeah, education is profitable. Well, I mean, private schools exist. Private schools exist despite the fact that in America, somewhere between a little over $4,000 is taxed from every American on average in order to pay for public schooling, and yet private schools still maintain a profit selling education, despite having a deficit of everyone already being taxed for a presumably quote unquote air quote free service, right? So it's a market where there's literally something free, but it's not free because you're taxed $4,000. Everyone has their money stolen to support these systems, and yet it's still a profitable service. So how can you say something? How could it be profitable when it literally is, despite serious constraints?
Yeah, but you can only, if you want to remain profitable, you can only hire so many teachers to educate so many students. It's just going to be inefficient, and you're just going to have a population that's dumb as fuck.
No, I completely disagree.
People can't afford it. Most people can't afford.
That's bullshit.
Education.
That's bullshit. Most people can't afford a high-end private school. Almost everyone can afford to homeschool, especially if you use homeschooling co-ops, right? Where you could very easily work a 9-to-5 job, 40 hours a week, right? And you take one day off a week, and you work a Saturday or a Sunday, and you have like a Monday, one day out of the week off, right? And you establish a co-op with other involved parents that want to separate from public education because they feel that it's a horrendous education system, and the American public education system, for example, is horrendous. And more efficiently be able to, educate a small group in the co-op, right? 5 kids, and you educate them on 5, and then some other parent does it another day. Like there's perfectly reasonable ways to do this.
Okay.
And that's a way to do it for free.
Yeah, but the only argument you can make against tax-funded schools is that you believe it's immoral. That's
really not the only argument I can make against them.
I mean, you can look at the nations such as Japan and all the Nordic countries. All of these countries have really smart people and really educated people.
What are you comparing it to?
What am I to all
See,
of
the problem
other education systems?
The problem is that you don't have an alternative timeline, right? So
alternative timeline? I don't need an alternative timeline.
Yeah, you do. I'll explain.
No, I don't.
Right? Yeah, I'll explain. Bread and circus, right? The problem is that when you look at economics from this kind of like newfangled economic theory where we can, where we can compare like things and isolate variables, which is even more of a soft science than psychology or sociology, is that you don't have anything really to compare it to. So people can be like, hey, look, we raised the minimum wage in Germany in 1994, and actually GDP went up, and labor participation went up, and wages went up. So isn't this wonderful? Well, the problem is that they go, well, you can't compare it to an alternative timeline that's exactly the same, where all figures are exactly the same, with the exception of that one change. And the problem is that you're saying, well, over time we've implemented these systems, and these systems have gotten better, therefore it is efficient, but you're not comparing it to the exact same culture, the exact same people, the exact same historical outcomes, the exact same things, but with a fully privatized education model.
Fully private? You don't need an alternative. That is such a ridiculous claim. You do realize that people.
Well, dismissing the claim is not an argument.
Dismissing the claim? How can it's like an unfalsifiable claim? I can't just pull up a fucking alternative universe here. You
It's
make
not.
an
It's.
unfalsifiable
I'm not
claim.
making it. I did not make an unfalsifiable claim. I'm saying that's
You
what
said,
one would
"I
need to do.
You said I need an alternative timeline. Are
You're
you
lying.
fucking kidding me?
You're lying. That's not an unfalsifiable claim, right? If you could prove, right, that you could adequately measure and prove the systems of a public education model compared and control and isolate all variables, all known and unknown variables, to be able to prove that it's better than a private education model, a fully privatized education model, right? Then you could falsify it. The reason it's unfalsifiable is because I'm right, not because I said God exists, right? And I can't prove it because I have no evidence for it.
Well, do you have any evidence that private schooling would create at a scale of you're talking about, where instead of funding through taxes, you have a, whatever anarchist place where they fund their schools through private funding? Do they create really educated and smart students?
Do I have a society of a fully privatized education in the modern Western world? No, I don't.
Yeah. I mean, the problem I have with anarchism, it's all your claims are idealistic by nature. They have no way of achieving praxis.
That's not true, right? You hold on. I'm plugging in my headphones because the battery's dying. It's not true to say that all of the claims are idealistic in nature, right? No more than. So we'll separate this into two parts, right? So number one, you sound very much like the monarchist that says that America can't establish a constitution because they don't have enough evidence of a representative democracy existing, and therefore we can't try new things. The idea the idea is it's
the monarchy
an obsession with traditionalism.
The councils that monarchies have were essentially, republics. It was democracy, just with very few participants. It didn't work.
Okay, right. Right, there's a substantive difference, obviously, right? So the second part is you say you have no evidence, right? And there's plenty of evidence from Austrian economic theory that is actually sound evidence, right? That we can look via praxeological analysis and understand that certain things must have certain outcomes, right? So we can look at, let's say, minimum wage, for example, right? We know for a fact that increases to minimum wage must exert pressure towards unemployment, towards less jobs and lower overall wages. We know this because we recognize that it's a price floor, and that when it's a price floor, there are certain jobs that are underneath the price floor that get priced out of the market, which decreases the labor participation rate, right? Like that's a proof, and no one can disprove it. And yet Paul Krugman attempts to use newfangled science, in order to try and establish something that he simply cannot prove, using as much data and other things to try and justify something that is just patently absurd. We can do the same thing with education. Sorry, I see that you kicked Bread and Circus out. I'm sorry. But we can do the same thing with education. And we can recognize that when the state takes money and that it doesn't have the competitive nature of the market, that it's going to be less efficient than something that is forced to compete in the market.
Yeah, thanks for the answer, Scott. I think that was devolving a little bit into argumentation ethics. Want to go ahead and...
It wasn't. That one wasn't. I promise.
A little bit. I want to ask a question that was posed by one of our longtime users and guest room hosts, Damnation. Do you support the Mises Caucus? And,
tacitly. Okay. So, I mean, I was all for the Reno reset. I'm all for the Libertarian Party, gaining favor. There are a lot of clowns in the LP and in the Liberty movement. There's a lot of grifters. I personally called out and did a giant hit piece video on Carolyn Borisenko, who's a Mises Caucus representative from LP&H. And Jeremy Kauffman did not want to talk to me for a while. Like, I was left on red for a while. Now he's finally retweeting me and shit. It's fine. I think there are a lot of clowns, and I think the party has a lot of people in it that are paleo-libertarian leaning and don't have any understanding of libertarian philosophy, and so they say a lot of wrong and bad things. And so I tacitly kind of, throw my support behind the Mises Caucus because it's a move in the correct direction, away from the pragmatists that were basically, lefty socialists that kind of like the idea of less government in social situations.
Yeah, I think his question was specifically revolving around Dave Smith and his somewhat suspect comments.
I mean, what suspect comments are we worried about? Are we talking about Legion of Skanks? Because he said on the most offensive podcast in existence, at least that's what they claim. Yeah, he said a lot of crazy shit. He's a comedian. The question becomes, what is the tactic of the Libertarian Party as the largest third party, but also a very small party? And what do I believe personally those tactics should be? I don't think we have any chance of winning the presidency anytime soon, barring like teetering on the edge of civil war, something crazy happening like the Know Nothing Party or the Republican Party being formed, right? Because of just insanity where like a party collapses. And I don't see that right now because, when you have, young global leaders from the World Economic Forum in them and, corporations backing them and all this money backing them, I don't see that collapsing anytime soon. So the question is tactics. What I believe tactics should be is to garner attention, to attempt to win local races, and to play kingmaker status, demanding concessions in close purple races. So, for example, in Arizona, right, if assuming no funny business and somehow the Democrats just did really well in Arizona, right, but with the Mark Victors and the Blake Masters situation, Mark Victors dropped out and endorsed Blake Masters. And I think that was great. I think, however, we should engage in behavior like that, but we should demand a concession. We should say, look, we will endorse you, whoever the most liberty-based candidate is, which right now is probably going to be Republicans. But we should also say, I want a statement on the record that you will do this or you won't do that, whatever that may be, and get them to commit to it so that we can flame them and call them liars if they don't do it, or so that we can change the culture of politicians to whatever extent we have the power to exert. So I'm okay with Dave Smith because he'll get a lot of attention. I also don't mind the idea of somebody like Thomas Massey, but I think Thomas Massey, and people that are more tame are better utilized when we have an actual shot at the presidency. And it's less about getting attention and more about actually trying to win.
All right, thank you for fielding that question. Mike has one for you. Let's go ahead and bring him up to the stage. Mike, are you there?
Hey,
Yeah, hi, can you guys hear me?
dude, you've been here since the beginning.
Oh yeah, I've been just hanging out. All right, if you guys can hear me clearly, I'll go ahead and proceed with my question.
Mm-hmm.
So my question is based off of a recent Timcast episode. I think it was with the guest Michael Knowles. Tim Pool is a civil libertarian. His co-host Luke Burkowski is an anarchist, I believe an anarcho-capitalist. So they were debating what kind of role child protective services, or whatever their private equivalents, how they would operate in a hypothetical anarcho-capitalist society. Luke had his response. I have my own ideas. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I haven't seen the episode in question. It'd be interesting to hear Luke's response because Luke is a good messenger, but he doesn't really understand the philosophy deeply. But so how would CPS work in an anarcho-capitalist society? Again, it's such a loaded question because what is an anarcho-capitalist society? And an anarcho-capitalist society is a society in which, does its best to punish criminals of natural law and does not violate the non-aggression principle. So this could look like a covenant community. This could look like, a city with rights enforcement agencies. This could be an anarcho-socialist commune. So there is no right answer to this question. The type of system that we typically hear libertarians advocate for, it's kind of Ancapistan, right? The idea of, multiple rights enforcement agencies and private property owners and everything being done via like layers of contracts that are held by those lawyers, etc., and voluntary courts and justice systems within a community. The way that I feel that CPS would work in that regard, it's a total guess because you're asking me to come up with the best marketable solution, which my ideas could be wrong and the market could have a better solution. But if I had to guess, I would say that it would probably look something like everyone in the community has a rights enforcement agency. People that don't are looked upon with serious like contempt or malcontent, I should say. No one wants to do business with them because they're an inherent threat, because they don't have any representation or agreement to the voluntary court system. And so the overwhelming majority of people exist within that space. So in that space, you would probably have contractual agreements with your insurance company that you'll take care of your children. And that if you don't take care of your children, and someone else accuses you of not taking care of your children, that there's a certain process by which you may be investigated. And so that investigation, likely triggered by some form of evidence, such as you were at a private school, daycare, you were on the playground, someone saw evidence of abuse. And then depending upon your contract, depends upon the level of intrusion that you've signed for people to be able to investigate that. And so in many ways, they would work very similar to the way that they do today. The difference is that because it's voluntary, you as a parent can kind of choose the level of restrictions that represent you, right? So let's say I'm a very traditional Christian. I may choose a company that really deeply values those Christian values and values privacy really hardcore. And so they may require that there be more evidence before an investigation can be triggered, and may, hire lawyers and representatives to protect your privacy to a higher rate. And then there may be other people that are like, if you got nothing to hide, I don't care. And so because they're simpler and easier to deal with, they may have cheaper insurance rates, and CPS just rolls right up in the house and does their inspection and says like, yep, everything's good to go. Or they say, there's some fucking problems here, right? So the difference is instead of having society come together and vote via majority solution what's right for everyone, what occurs instead is multiple different companies represent your rights, and how you choose to deal with what rights you want to manage and how you want them protected is a voluntary choice. But ultimately, enough evidence of neglect and abuse of a child is a forestallment of guardianship. And if the damage is permanent, right, such as psychological trauma or especially like permanent scarring, then you will likely be sued after they take away your kids, and restitution will be demanded. And that's just one framework of kind of like Ancapistan, but a covenant community might set up something totally different. Yeah.
Okay, thanks for the question, Mike. We really appreciate it.
It was a good question.
Yeah, it was a great question. I'm going to bring up one of our most established users here, Silent, who's going to definitely hit you hard. Let's go.
Every time you say like most established, like they're usually mean. The people that have been here the longest are so goddamn mean.
The server is full of meanie heads.
It's so meanies.
Yeah, very very mean, very meanie people. So your last answer to Mike's question involved you talking about insurance companies, and how their system. You remember that?
Do I remember my answer to the last question about insurance companies and how they're what?
Yeah, and how they have like contracts and all that type of stuff. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What happens if like I get car insurance? I like write a contract in Ancapistan with State Farm Auto Insurance Company, and I get into a wreck that was the other person's fault, and State Farm just says, "Yeah, we're not going to pay you. Fuck you." What happens in Ancapistan?
So State Farm is the representative of you, or the representative of the person that hit you?
The state. I paid for insurance with State Farm, right?
Okay.
So they're my insurance company. The other person hits me, and I have damage to my car. The contract says they're supposed to pay me to get my car fixed.
Mm-hmm.
They tell me to go fuck myself. What happens in Ancapistan?
Well, I mean, again, I don't, no one knows, right? Because it depends on what the market provides as a solution to that, right? you know what I mean? Like I don't have an all-seeing eye, right? But presuming that they violated your contract, right? That you have with them, and they refuse to pay you. It really depends upon where you live, what your recourses are, and how your contract was set up.
What's the recourse in your ideal world?
Right. In the ideal world, which again, I don't even know what my ideal world is, because my ideas might be shittier than other people's ideas, and they may present ideas that are better than mine. But presumably my ideal world would be that you go to Geico and you bring your copy of your contract and you bring your evidence and you go to Geico and say, I want representation against your competitor, because here's all the ways that they violated my contracts and my rights, and we handle it out that way. A company that regularly does this is a company that is likely going to be sued out of existence, right? So,
well, okay, can I ask a follow up to that? You mentioned a lawsuit as a potential solution, right?
Mhm.
Right. Who enforces that lawsuit? Let's say I have a lawsuit. It's in my own community. The jury awards me $1 million. Who enforces that lawsuit?
well, again, it depends on how you set up the voluntary court system, right? Like it's likely that again, like we're kind of trying to guess at the future here, but presumably there is some enforcement mechanism, because might doesn't make right, but it does make reality, right? Like if nobody is there to enforce it, then it's kind of a meaningless statement. It's just a piece of paper, right? And so presumably that arbitration services contracts out police departments and things of that nature to enforce it, and they have the documentation to legitimize that use of force.
But you said like a voluntary system. Why would State Farm ever voluntarily submit themselves to a jury?
Oh, well, why would you voluntarily pay State Farm money if they don't have an arbitration clause? That's stupid.
Well, if it's not a matter of the arbitration clause. They can still have an arbitration clause. They can just ignore the contract because there's nothing enforcing the contract.
There is. It's the arbitration clause. When the arbiter, right, it goes in favor of Geico, versus when the arbiter goes in favor of Geico over Nationwide, it says you owe this person money, right? Like now you owe them money, and they're stopped from arguing against theft until they pay restitution. And so therefore you have a justified right to go ahead.
Isn't the arbitration clause in the contract?
Yes.
Right, but if I'm State Farm and I'm already middle fingering the contract, why do I care why it has an arbitration
Because you're
clause?
a criminal. You're no different than a thief at that point.
Well,
You'll be
what
dealt
does it
with
mean
like
to
a
be
thief.
There's no criminal system. Why do I care?
No, what are you talking about? Like, it seems like you're not actually asking questions because you're interested in the philosophy. It seems like you're just trying to take words, subvert them, and then via that subversion, cast dispersion and doubt. Like,
I don't
understand your questions.
I'm not trying to subvert like what the words mean, right? I'm talking about like legal enforcement. If you're in an Ancapistan society, your ideal society, I'm not asking you about the future. I'm asking you about like your ideal world. And there is no way, there's no state that enforces contracts, that forces companies that are massive and have lots of power to do things. Then what power does the little individual guy have? The answer is none. And we would all just get railroaded. That's why we have a state. That's why we have a court system.
The problem is that you're assuming the answer without actually listening to the explanation. You're assuming that I'm advocating for things that I'm not advocating for, because it's the only way that it logically makes sense with you attempting to justify the position that we must have a state. That's a presumption to the question itself. And so you're trying to find ways in which the enforcement doesn't exist.
Society, right? You're advocating for a stateless society.
Yes.
Right. I think that's not feasible. So I'm having a conversation about the feasibility of a stateless society.
Right, but you're interjecting things that I'm not arguing, right? Like there is enforcement mechanisms. You're saying how, but where is the enforcement? We must have a state for the enforcement. I'm saying that the arbitration has enforcement. Like that's the whole point. Like it's not arbitration that says, and you better be a good boy or else nothing happens, right? Like when you go to arbitration, and mind you, also let us know that 97% plus of cases between car accidents today are handled without litigation, right? So the overwhelming majority of time, these businesses will operate in such a way that you won't need arbitration or a court system. You simply, the businesses contact each other, they handle it out, and you pay for them to do that ahead of time so that the issues can be resolved as quickly and quietly as possible, right? But in the event that you need to go to arbitration, the arbitration is also another separate company that is large and has money. And part of what they use that money for is enforcement. So when they say you're guilty, right, pay up, they also use money that they gain from those insurance companies, right, that allow for that they pay to have as arbiters. They also use that money as part of the enforcement mechanism, because now nationwide has been found by a voluntary arbitration system, contracts, papers, we got all the proof we need, right, that they previously agreed to this judgment. This is what the judgment is. They are stopped from arguing against theft until they pay restitution, and the enforcement mechanism will force them to pay restitution.
Okay, so let's assume that I go to State Farm. We actually go to arbitration. Arbitration awards me $1 million, and State Farm says, I don't want to pay you. I refuse to pay you. What forces them to pay me?
The arbitration company pays a police agency or a mercenary force to forcibly seize their property until you are paid $1 million.
What if State Farm has a larger military force than the arbitration can pay?
Well, State Farm just became a warlord, right, and a criminal to everyone. A ton of people lose their business. They likely lose many of their funds. Well, this is such an asinine question. It's like, what stops America from being an empire? What stops any powerful group of people from invading, right? Like, it's like you're saying that like Ukraine's existence is unjustifiable because Russia has the ability to invade Ukraine.
I'm not saying any of those things. Now you're twisting words on me. That's ironic. I think I proved my point, Corona. You can put me back down.
Is it made a point?
All right, thanks, Silent. We appreciate it. Militarized has one, and then I think we're going to bring Russia Defender back up here because he wants to hit you hard again.
Okay.
Just bring Russia Defender back on. Just do that.
Okay.
Oh, Militarized, go ahead and ask your question, man.
But real quick, Russia Defender, I am on YouTube. Don't go too wild.
Okay, so since you're anarchist, you said, right? Or like a libertarian, super libertarian anarchist.
Yeah,
what do you think about the age of consent?
I've already answered this question. Age of consent should be 20.
Age
of consent, full age of consent should be 24, in my opinion, because that's when the prefrontal cortex is fully developed. I think you need parental permission in order to sign contracts up until that age. Ultimately, age of consent is arbitrary, and I think we need a better system of emancipation, and we should err on the side of older.
Who enforces that?
Yeah, dude, these are all repeat questions. Like, the video will be up on YouTube.
Yeah, but like last time, he asked you what enforces that, and you couldn't answer. So it doesn't seem like you're trying to enforce the age of consent. I'm not making any accusation. I think you're probably like believe the age of consent is over 18, but it's just kind of weird. Like, I obviously in your ideal society.
No, I mean, like, I've literally fully answered this question about rights enforcement agencies, how that works, what different communities. Like, I gave like a 5-minute answer to this already. Just go check out the VOD on my YouTube channel afterwards if you missed it.
Just repeat it. It sounds like 5 minutes isn't much time. There doesn't seem like there's that many people raising their hands.
Oh my god. So who enforces? Well, I just had a whole conversation about enforcement via rights enforcement agencies, right? The cops do.
The cops?
Yeah. Or in a covenant community, whatever enforcement mechanism they have. In an anarcho-communist community, maybe the rapist gets thrown in the gulag. I don't know.
Well, I don't know why I use the term gulag in terms of state-owned, but same thing with most same thing.
It's just a joke.
But yes, you think gulags are a joke?
Yeah, I think I can joke about anything I damn well please.
So you think like thousands of people dying is a joke?
Do I think thousands of people dying is a joke? No, because there's no subversion of expectation.
You can joke about anything.
There's no. Well, I mean. You can. Do I think I can joke about it? Yes. Do I think the statement of a fact is a joke?
It's a joke?
It's a very deadpan joke.
So you think it's a joke? Just like thousands of people die. So what do you think about the Holocaust then? Huh? You fucking racist.
Do you have an argument, or are you hoping to be funny? Because I'm a Twitch streamer, I'm a lot better at this than you are.
Streaming? You're streaming?
Currently, I'm actually streaming on YouTube, but that's not in my. I very rarely do I do that.
Okay. So what? Oh, is that because you're banned off Twitch or something?
No, my schedule is Monday through Thursday, 7 p.m. Eastern to somewhere between 10 and
Okay,
1
I'm not
o'clock.
really interested. Never mind. But no, so you just said like, what do you mean you're better at me than this? Better at me at what?
You're trying to be snarky and funny, and it's embarrassing right now. It's pretty sad.
You're better at being snarky and funny.
Yeah, I am. Just a little bit.
Right. Thanks for the questions. We're gonna go ahead. I'm actually gonna bring Russia Defender up here. Russia, please be civil.
Yo, I just wanted to apologize to Fabian for being uncivil. I'm not apologizing for nothing. I'm so tired of your fucking rambling. I'm so tired of your fucking boring bullshit, dude. So now I'm gonna confront you on everything that you said today. So first of all, let's get some Z's in the chat. Let's get some Z's in the chat now, Fabian. So, can you explain how we build roads? Can you explain how we build roads? How are we gonna do that? Go ahead. How are we gonna build roads?
Fuck them hoe-ass roads.
Is that an answer? Is that an answer?
That's my answer. Fuck them hoe-ass roads.
How are we gonna build a road, bro?
Fuck them hoe-ass roads.
Because here's the reality, bro. The Communist Party of China right now, which is slandered, has actually built a society. See, here's what you don't understand. Here's what you anarchists and libertarians don't understand about society. The Roman Empire was built by strong authoritarianism. The United States was built by
the Roman Empire.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Listen to me.
You don't know what
Listen
you're
to me.
talking about, dude.
Listen to me.
You don't have no
Listen to me,
sense.
sir.
Go ahead.
Listen to me, sir.
Go ahead.
Listen to me, sir. The Roman Empire was built by strong ass roads, motherfucker. That's what built the Roman Empire.
Who built the
It was
roads?
them
Who built the
beautiful
roads?
ass
Who built
fucking
the
roads.
Who built them? Who?
The people. The people came
government.
together.
The
for Caesar.
government, you dumb retard. Where do you think society comes from? Let me ask you that, Fabian. Where do you think all of society has come from? Governments. There's not a single anarchist society you can point to. It doesn't exist. It's a LARP. It is for losers on the internet like you. 15 viewers on YouTube to fucking LARP about, dude. Can we be honest about that?
Hey, Russia, do you think you can be civil with this conversation a little bit? Like,
he can. I'm just fucking.
I am civil. I am civil. I am civil, dude. I'm civil to his 15 viewers. I am civil. So let me ask you this question. What's wrong with Putin? What's wrong with Putin? Go ahead. What's wrong with Putin?
Do you have a serious question?
Yeah. Why are you stuttering? Why are you stuttering? Don't calm down. Don't stutter. What's wrong with Putin?
Calm. What's wrong with Putin?
Yeah.
Well, he's not a very nice guy. I'll give you that. He's an authoritarian. Not a big fan of people that worked in the KGB.
Okay.
You know, is that enough? What do you want?
Well, obviously, I'm asking you specifically on Ukraine, right? You're against the. So as Putin's liberating Ukraine right now within the past few months, right, in Bakhmut, right? Would you agree with me that? Hold on. Would you agree with me that Russia is justified in killing the Nazis of Ukraine? Would you agree with that statement?
Russia is not justified of invading Ukraine. No.
Why not?
Do I need to explain why nations shouldn't invade other nations that aren't aggressing upon them?
You don't. Do you have a? Can you answer a question without just saying? Well, do I have to answer the question? It's a question. Do you know how to answer questions? You just repeated the question, dude. Answer the. No, Corona, dude. Corona, you're gonna have to give me the AMA and kick him out of here if he doesn't answer a question. Just give me the fucking AMA, bro, because he's not answering questions. Fabian, why is Russia not justified? You are literally an NPC, dude. You're a fucking robot. Go ahead.
Yes. Yeah, I'm an NPC, because I don't think Russia should invade countries that have not aggressed upon them.
Okay, let's debate that. Let's actually have a conversation. So, Russia, right, didn't just go into Ukraine because it was fun, right? Ukraine spent 8 years killing Nazis and terrorists. 8 years, Fabian. Did you rough that part out?
You said Ukraine spent 8 years killing Nazis and terrorists?
No, Nazis and terrorists of Ukraine were killing its civilians. Do you support that?
No, of course I don't support.
So you support Russia then? You support
No,
Russia
I
then,
do
right?
not support Russia. I do not support Russia invading Ukraine.
Okay, thanks, Russia Defender. We appreciate your contributions.
So
to
as
AMA.
the resident NPC here, I would like to state that I don't support military aid to Ukraine without a stated goal, of which there is none. It's stolen money. I would also like to say that the idea that Russia wasn't provoked in some capacity is insane, from America constantly inching towards bringing them into the EU to, contracts that, Hunter Biden laptop, look into it, to, research biolabs and certain things that we've done. That doesn't somehow justify invading a country. UN reports on numbers of individuals that were killed in the Donbass region and why they were killed are shaky at best, and there's propaganda on both sides. Nevertheless, the idea that Ukraine was this aggressor towards Russia because some Russian citizens in eastern Ukraine may have been aggressed upon is not really liberating, especially when you're trying to bomb Kiev.
I think that was a great answer, Scott. We're going to bring local centrist, one of our own, up here for a legitimate question.
The only type of person I hate more than the spurg that is Russia Defender is the presumed enlightened centrist. Ugh.
Happy to hear that. Okay, but let me just ask you about this. Okay, so scientists all over the world have a unanimous consensus saying that
no, whatever your next statement is
climate
not true.
change is real, right? So human activity is hurting the earth, right? And they're saying maybe in 50 or 100 years the earth might be uninhabitable for a large amount of humans, right? So how would an ANCAP society, which is unable to enforce rules over large areas, which is what we need to do to solve, this issue, deal with this large externality like that?
Okay, so a few things.
That's my
First, we have
question.
to talk about your claims about climate change. Number one, the idea of a scientific consensus is not really how science works. Number two, there is no unanimous consensus. That's an absurd statement. But if we assume if we assume that climate change is real, is the claim, right?
Yeah.
Which is a very reasonable assumption, considering that climate change has been occurring long before humans and long after. The question is how much climate change is being exacerbated by, the Industrial Revolution and, carbon and things of that nature. I would also like to point out, philosophically, from the beginning, that man's inherent struggle is the struggle against nature. I don't give a fuck about Mother Earth. I don't care about some mystical mom that lords over me with some energetic powers, right? What I want to do is I want to dominate nature to fit the will so that mankind can thrive. If we fuck that process up, and because Mother Nature holds a gun to our head because we depend upon, her for food, such as she is a her, right? And we depend upon her climate so that we may survive. If we fuck that up, that is the wrong action to take, right? So we shouldn't burn down the Amazon rainforest because, obviously that would be more detrimental than it would be beneficial. But I don't give a fuck what happens to Mother Earth. She's of no value to me. She's not a moral actor. She just is. So moving forward,
how do you enforce that, right?
Yeah. So to the question of, now that we've gotten past that, right? The question is, how would the ANCAP society do better at it than what we currently have? Well, number one, I think the most efficient and effective forms of energy are hydroelectric, geothermal, and nuclear. The only reason that nuclear is expensive is because of government regulation. The only reason geothermal is not widely used is because we're not polycentric, we're not small communities, but instead we're, we kind of share a much larger energy grid, and it's difficult because geothermal only really works in places like you can't put geothermal anywhere, right? You need sources of water and you need sources of underground heat. And that's not just going to be everywhere. But I mean, for the places that it would be effective, they would use geothermal. Wind and solar are millions and millions of dollars are stolen and or not taken, and thus kind of stolen because we get our funds elsewhere so that we can subsidize wind and solar. Wind and solar are the worst forms of energy imaginable, except for maybe just straight up gas. Natural gas is much better because it reduces prices, which reduces, and also gets us off of coal. Wind and solar are horrible forms of energy. Governments that engage in carbon cap and trade and things like that are just offshoring manufacturing to places like China and Bangladesh and India, and other places that have horrible environmental standards. The UK in 1997 instituted all of these laws on capping their carbon emissions, and what actually happened was an increase in carbon emissions. They just lie and say that they reduce them because they don't count the carbon emissions from the manufactured goods that they import, and so those policies are actually worsening the environment, not helping the environment. Lastly, I would say that states protect via their regulation. They act like they're protecting us with regulation, but what they're really doing is protecting large corporations from the damage that they do. The EPA, for example, in America, it sues on the public's behalf, right? But via fines and things like that are paltry compared to the environmental damage that sometimes occurs. Teflon being a good example, right? The companies that produce Teflon should not exist, and all of those people should be broken penniless forever. Every fucking dollar they ever make should immediately go to the victims across the entire world that have been poisoned by them. So the state protects pollution, offshores pollution to places where it's worse, subsidizes energy systems like wind and solar that are horribly inefficient, that lead to brownouts and blackouts when you have wind droughts, and when you have battery technology that's not up to snuff, right? And does not put the appropriate research into things that may be more beneficial in the future, such as algae biofuels, carbon capture technology. And that under an anarchist system, we would see far more nuclear plants, which are the true green energy. And we would see far more geothermal and hydroelectric systems, and we would sue the living, ever-loving shit and or kill people if they refuse to fucking pay up the goods for the people that actually damage the water and the air that we breathe. And so that, I guess that's my answer, is that it would be far, far better than the current system of states.
Okay. Thanks for that. Thank you.
Of course. Didn't expect to talk about environmentalism, but probably should have.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have a couple of questions about climate change. Let's go ahead and bring Green Mountain up here and see what he has to say.
Yo, can you ship me some coffee, Green Mountain? I would love some.
Green Mountain, you.
Next.
Let's go with Aubrey.
Aubrey, what a wonderful name. Love that name. Oh, and they've got Cope in brackets in front of it. Interesting. I believe in you, Aubrey. All right. Well, they couldn't figure it out.
Yeah, okay. Achilles, what you got?
Hey,
We're about to go 3-0. There we go. There we go.
Hey, man. I just wanted to bring up the idea of mercenary companies again, which you talked
go
about
ahead.
a bit before. So, as is that during the transition from peasant levy standing army, European army extensive use of mercenaries during the 100-Year War and the 30 years. And what happened is that when these mercenary armies, their liege lords couldn't pay them, or when the wars would end and they would stop being short, they would just pillage and they would rape and they would destroy. And the development of the standing army, after the complete devastation of the 30 Years' War, mainly in Russia and the Netherlands, helped to eliminate. So what stops mercenary armies from mercenaries if there is no standing army, which is what ended it historically?
So I would say that, there's a lot here, right? Number one, I wouldn't necessarily advocate that everybody use mercenaries, right? I think cities that are, sufficient size, scale, right, would likely have some form of a standing army. Now, would they institute a tax? That depends upon whether or not the people there voluntarily signed on for that. Would a mercenary army kind of have a home base, right? So it also very easily could be said that, like, when you talk about mercenaries, do they live in that city? Because that's a different kind of mercenary, right? If like a city has a population of 80,000 and a mercenary company is established in that city, right? Then it's not. What is the distinctive difference between a standing army and a mercenary? Well, there's definitely going to be differences, but there's also going to be some similarities, right? Because they would be essentially defending their homeland. Yeah, I mean, the question of what stops mercenaries from pillaging is kind of like, well, what stops, me from hiring another mercenary company? Like the mercenary company is dependent upon contracts, most likely. It's dependent upon them being on retainer, is kind of the system I'm advocating for, because we're not talking about a nation state that taxes everybody and then pays mercenaries a flat rate for them to do a job. And then if they don't pay, they pillage, right? Like what we're talking about is, a lot of polycentric communities that pay like a small, Netflix subscription, except it's Hessian fucking subscription, right? And so if I start pillaging people without cause, right, I lose that retainer from like everybody. Like I lose what feeds my mercenary company, and now I'm forced to become a warlord and take over things. And we don't really have we have a much more modern economy now, where the idea of like, oh, I can just take over a town and like and take its resources and we're good, it doesn't really fit so well, in this kind of 2000s era, because the economy isn't just like food and guns. It's advanced manufacturing, information, servers, technology, digital banking, things like that. So like, I just don't think that is a likely outcome. Is it possible? Yeah, I mean, anything's possible. And in that event, war starts. But I don't think that I think we're not in a post-war world, unfortunately.
So just to understand what you're saying that if a mercenary company decides that it's going to pillage and loot, then no one would pay them, and then they would turn into warlords and be exterminated because of that.
I mean, I don't have a crystal ball. You know what I mean? Like, it's maybe not.
That is similar to what kind of happened historically. Like there was the Tardvenus, which were led by a Frenchman, and after they were employed in the 100 Years' War, and they just raped, they pillaged, and they eventually ended up defeating the army Kingdom of France. So these things did happen. So yeah, that would happen. What prevents that? Because you need systems to prevent mercenary.
Right. So my argument is that the economy is different, right? The ability to pillage assets, we live in a global economy, right? We live in where a large portion of the economy is online, and where like we're not in an agrarian kind of economy. So like pillaging and looting just simply doesn't go as far as it used to. Right, so there's probably a thing of the past, right?
Yes, but pillaging does still take place in wars. It happened in
sure.
It would happen in Iraq.
Right? Yeah. No, I mean American soldiers have pillaged, right? You know what I mean? Like fucking, but that's a dirty little secret. But I mean, so I just don't think it has the same effect. And the other thing is that we're not talking about we're most likely not talking about an economic model of paying mercenaries where you are paying one-time large fees from a large nation state for an army. What you're likely talking about is smaller groups that are, more specialized and are, funded via retainer. You know what I mean? Like, so when companies, for example, they'll have a lawyer or 2 or 10 on retainer, right? But the lawyer is not an employee of theirs. They just pay the lawyer like kind of like a certain amount of money for a contract, right? And then when they need the lawyer, they call upon the lawyer's services. And the way that lawyer is able to make, a lot of money, and the way that those companies are able to save money because they don't need a lawyer all the time, is that that lawyer is on retainer to a bunch of different people, or a firm is on retainer, right? And they'll send an available lawyer to represent the company. And so that's kind of what I'm saying with mercenaries, right? Is that if the mercenaries turn into warlords, then no one's gonna fucking hire these people because they're warlords, right? Like, you can't trust them. And so they lose a massive amount of their funding that I don't think they're economically able to recoup by pillaging like TVs and a farm, right? Because of the nature of our economic system. It doesn't seem like a very likely scenario. In the event that it does happen, we kind of deal with that with other mercenaries, or maybe some place, Covenant community has a standing army. Like, it all depends, but like, you'll never be able to rid the world of fraud and violence and aggressors and criminals. I'm not the communist that says once we reach critical consciousness, everybody will just happily live in the communist utopia. Like, I recognize that criminals exist and probably always will, at least for the foreseeable future. How we deal with them in those situations is, is kind of just depends upon the situation. I'm simply saying it doesn't sound like a likely outcome because of the process that I set forward.
Thanks, Scott. Really appreciate your answer to that question. We're going to move on to Jordan. Jordan, are you ready to ask your question?
Hello.
Hi.
How's it going, Fabian? I'm actually a voluntarist as well. I've actually watched your video with Disenthrall over at is it Nature Philosophy, when you guys were having that debate. But I had some questions for you.
Yeah.
So, we'll probably just disagree on some foundational things, but I guess, what are your thoughts on things like voting?
On voting? Is that what you said?
Yeah, in regards to like strategy, I know a lot of voluntarists, like, I'm personally against the idea of voting, but I was curious to what you thought about the idea of voting.
So what I would say is that, first and foremost, I think the many people will claim voting is immoral, right? Because you're not coerced into voting, you're only coerced into the consequences of the voting. And what I would say is that I disagree, because I don't think you're morally responsible for second and third order consequences, right? So like, if I build a dam and then that stops up the water, I'm responsible for that because it's a first order consequence, right? But like, I'm not responsible for the person that doesn't have water and then decides to go rob a store somewhere because they need money for water, and therefore I'm responsible for the murder that occurred during the robbery, right? Like, it's a second, third order consequence, right? Like, I'm responsible for the direct consequences of the actions I do and whether or not they aggress upon people. And so in voting, I don't think it's immoral to vote, so long as all of the information that you have presumes that my vote leads to a reduction in the size and scope of the state. Now, the reason I would say that is not immoral is because I am being held at gunpoint. I am under the confines of the state. The state taxes me, the state forces laws on me, etc. And I'm fighting back against this as a form of defensive violence, just like I would if a home intruder invades, and I have the right of self-defense, or they put themselves in a state of war from like the Lockean perspective, right? I don't know what it is that they're going to do, but they're in a state of war with me, so I have a right to defend my home and my property. I feel the same way about voting. So I don't think it's immoral or wrong to vote for a politician that is going to reduce the size and scope of the state. Now, if you vote for a politician that you know is going to increase the size and scope of the state, but presumably less than the other person, I think we get into grayer, murkier waters there. And I don't know that I can justify that, but because it's like we're really in like a consequential framework, I think that it's still presumably okay, but I don't know that you're doing anything positive. It seems like you're just engaging in an exercise in futility at that point. And I don't, you know what I mean? Like I don't know that I have the fully fleshed out philosophical theory for that.
Do you think that it can be? I know you talked a lot about the morality of it, but do you think that it can actually change anything? I know a lot of libertarians think that if we just vote in localities in order to basically block and obstruct laws from being passed, that would ultimately be the better option. But I don't really think that really works. Just changing people's hearts and minds, I think, is probably more convincing than actually going out and voting. But I'd like your thoughts on that.
I think you should do both, and I think you should do more than that, right? Like, I think mutual aid praxis works. I think localization works. I think moving to places where people value your opinions and being so large that like another Waco can't happen is another part of it. I think obviously not the infiltration of the bureaucracy portion, which is the last stage of Lenin's dual power theory. But I think Lenin's dual power theory is something we should learn from, even though he's a fucking Bolshevik or not. You know what I mean? Like, I think that we should learn from our enemies when they discover things that work. And I think countercultural. Even Anthony Gramsci's, cultural hegemony, right? And recognizing the institutions that hold up statism and creating countercultural narratives. I think there are a lot of different avenues you can attack from. But I think it's cope to be like, well, there's better places to spend your time. It's like, you mean the 3 hours it takes once a year to vote, right? Like, I think that's a cope that people have because they don't want to make the moral argument, because they don't know that they're on necessarily strong ground there.
But
great question, Jordan. Did you have another one?
Yeah, I guess
Quick
I'll just
follow-up. Go ahead.
Yeah, so this is actually going to be a separate question because I'm actually curious as well on this, because I talk a lot about this in other servers. What's your thoughts on Walter Block's idea of voluntary servitude?
Oh, the block. I love it.
So I think Walter Block is close to correct. The only thing is that I think that you can pull out of any contract at any time so long as you pay the stipulations and the restitution of the contract. Yeah, one of the disagreements I have with Block and other people on contract law is there seems to be an obsession with, like, so long as it's voluntary, it's good, with very little discussion amongst voluntarists and anarcho-capitalists and libertarians about, like, well, what does consent really mean, right? And I think it's because they're terrified of giving something to the communists that says that, like, wage slavery, and then you say, well, it's consensual, and they go, yeah, but they're exploiting you because you're poor, right? And so I think they're terrified of ever admitting that some contracts are invalid because they're under duress, and some contracts are invalid because of illegality from a natural law perspective, and some contracts are invalid due to undue influence. And I think we have a long system of common law established, dating back to the 1400s on contract law theory, and they're terrified of going into that because they're worried about the counter argument from the communists. And I think I don't want to say it's cowardly so much as like a force of habit. I think like they recoil from it, but I do think I think Andrew Tate's a great example, right? Where people go, well, all these women consented to it. And it's like, okay, yeah, he picks up young, dumb women. One of them may have been 15, right? So, but we'll put that aside. Right? He gets them to fall in love with him. He gets them to move in with them. Right? Then he uses narcissistic manipulation against them. And then he abuses certain women, but they're okay with it. And then he uses threats and he controls their behavior and what they can and can't do. And they're like, yeah, but they agreed to it. It's consensual. And it's like, at a certain point, there's a certain psychological trauma that's being indicated where this isn't free consent. This is a person that's unable to give consent because of the manipulation and fraud that has occurred. And I think the same thing applies to selling yourself to slavery.
Scott, thanks for the answers. Really appreciate it. Thanks, Jordan, for the great questions.
Yep.
We're going to bring up one of our own, Master Keemstar, also known as Yahweh.
There you go. That was a very libertarian question.
Guess what?
Yo, what up?
What's up, Tetragrammaton?
Yep. Don't know what that means, but okay, thank you.
That's
Oh,
YHWH. It's the Tetragrammaton because we don't know if we
Oh,
have an
I see.
accurate translation of it.
I see. I'm not very religious. So very quickly before I ask my question, I just want to let everyone know. Subscribe to Politics Discord YouTube channel, please. Thank you. Link in the AMA discussion. Just a quick plug-in. So I just wanted to know what your view on systemic homophobia is in relation to America, and if you recognize it as an issue, how prevalent do you think it is?
Well, can you? What do you mean by systemic homophobia? Be more specific
Sure.
for me.
So laws, ordinances, anything in relation to that.
Yeah. Okay.
To
So I mean,
specifically target. Sorry.
homophobia is obviously deeply embedded in our culture, right? 1973, we burned alive and refused to save people that were in a gay club in New Orleans. Like, it's not that long ago that like serious levels of oppression were being enacted on the LGBT community. Now, I am known most probably in like the Twitch space for going up against trans rights activists and groomers and critical pedagogy and things like that. So just because I recognize that doesn't mean I'm with this current iteration of queer theory, which I think is evil. But I do think that there are certain laws that are very clearly examples of what one might define as systemic homophobia. I don't know that I like the terminology because it's seated in Marxian Gnostic philosophy that I think is antithetical to liberty and antithetical to truth. But nevertheless, when Republicans are talking about, this case of two, gay men that were also pedophiles and were pimping out their children and being like, see, this is what happens when we let gays adopt, despite all of the evidence showing that gay men, lesbian couples, etc., have the same rates of abuse and sexual abuse as do straight couples that adopt. Not to include a mother and a father, right? Because there is the Cinderella effect, and nothing is as least abusive, statistically speaking, as a biological mother and father. But compared to any others, right? This idea that like, we should push back. I do live in a bit of a fear, and this was something I brought up to Blair White when we were talking, and I think this is why Blair White's mad at me. She told me, she basically fucked off and ignored me ever since I hosted a panel with her. I do think that there is a serious danger of a pendulum shift because of queer theory and critical pedagogy in schools, and grooming, ideological grooming of our children, that conservatives are like, oh, well then fuck all of you LGBT people. And so that is something that concerns me moving forward. I think we should get rid of all laws that all laws that discriminate against people based off of their sexual orientation. That doesn't mean that we should be forced to like them, or that we should be forced to do business with them if we so choose not to do so. But I certainly am afraid to a certain degree of what that pendulum shift could mean in the future.
So do you think that just by mentioning that gay people exist, and if you are gay, that you are not abnormally different, and nor should you should you feel like you're different from everybody else in terms of being lesser? Do you think that's grooming? I'm trying to understand like what you're.
I mean, I in terms of being lesser is the key word here, right? Because I have no problem with people saying homosexuality is abnormal, because it is, right? That doesn't make it evil. It just makes it abnormal, right? Like, I live in America. If I go to the Deep South, being Asian is abnormal, right? Because they're going to be like less than 1% of the population in like country towns, right? That doesn't make it wrong to be Asian. And if I was in China, it would be fucking normal. But it is something that is not like, we wouldn't exist as a species if it was a really high prevalence rate. But
very prevalent.
I doubt those claims. But to say that they're lesser is wrong. Yeah.
Well, yeah. So my question, and we can go to the prevalency a little later. I don't want to keep you up here too long, but my question again was more so you mentioned the fact that you fear that gay people or sorry kids are being groomed into like either the ideology or becoming gay by teachers in schools, right? And my rebut or
No, I did not. I did not say they were being groomed into being gay. I want to make that very clear.
So grooming. You said there was grooming afoot, right? So I'm trying to figure out how is there grooming.
If you want a longer answer to that, I would check out my modern day debates with Jangle's Science Lab debate. Short answer: when you have critical pedagogy being snuck into social emotional learning, and you have groups like Second Step that not only support transformative social emotional learning, which is critical pedagogy, you not only have Paulo Freire being the number one cited social scientist in all of sociology with over 480,000 citations, which for the record is only 100,000 less than Sigmund Freud, and the pedagogy of the oppressed being over 100,000 citations, which is an insanely amount of citations. And you recognize that Second Step claims to be in 33% of all elementary schools in America, while simultaneously hosting events with Ibram X. Kendi, Sumi Cho, and Kimberly Crenshaw, where they admit critical race theory is in schools, it's good, and we need more of it. I don't think there's any argument to the idea that there isn't ideological grooming. You can take liberty or issue with the term grooming, but we do have ideological indoctrination of children towards queer theory and critical pedagogy, which I think is both harmful to society, but also psychologically harmful to children, as it's not developmentally appropriate and doesn't match reality.
So, okay, so when I asked you the question about systemic homophobia, right, you mentioned the fact that it is an issue in quotations in terms of people being oppressed, or like you implied such, correct? That's an issue with people oppressing and targeting these groups, right? So, do you think that potentially, because the reason why we have these homophobic people, or the reason why we have these homophobic laws, is because there's generally a misconception or fear mongering saying that, you know, these people are pedophiles, like as you recognize as false, which I agree with you, but it's a fear monger based on unsubstantiated facts, right? Do you think,
I disagree, actually. I think it's more fundamental than that, right? I think it is religious philosophy has been kind of like over time, I would say, has moved from a deontological perspective of what is right or wrong because of traditional values and the kind of the interplay with republics and liberal democracies and because it has been pulled so much into the sphere of politics. A lot of conservatives are what I like to call family values consequentialists. And so there's a lot of, like, I think the philosophy has been poisoned further than already some of its issues that Christianity specifically had. And so I don't know that it's necessarily like it's because of the fear mongering so much as it is I think it is individuals, like the fear mongering is the consequence of political actions and the kind of, to borrow a Marxist term, right? Reactionaries to those changes in politics that feel like those family values that are core to Christian conservatives' lives are under attack, and so that feels more like a response, not necessarily the underlying problem.
All right, thanks, Scott. Appreciate it. Yahweh, you have any more questions for Scott?
Apparently not.
Sorry, my apologies. I was just gonna say, like, whether or not it's fear mongering, like, that could be consensus. But my question is, like, again, the prevalence in which it is in society and how we can combat this, right? Do you not think that discussing this in general will reduce the prevalence and help in combating this issue?
I mean, yeah. I mean, like, I'm all for human rights. I don't believe in gay rights. I don't believe in trans rights. I believe in human right of self-autonomy. and to not be aggressed upon. And so that includes, the right not to aggress upon homosexuals. So that's something I advocate for, and hopefully we can change people's opinions on.
I think what you're saying is that all humans have the same rights.
Yeah, all humans by nature have the same rights. There are no such thing as women's rights. There are no such thing as gay rights. There are no such thing as et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, just human rights.
Yeah.
All right, fantastic. Yahweh, you done? I was going to assume he's done, and we're going to move up the Eternal FAL, which is a great battle rifle that the U.S. Didn't adopt. Let's go.
I don't know anything about guns. I'm sorry. I have to talk to my co-hosts about that one.
Yeah, we'll get Mark in here someday.
I gave vaccines in the Army, all right? That's what I did. I gave vaccines and insurance briefings and, coded audiology records. That's what I did. I don't know shit
We'll
about
have to
guns.
do an AMA about your military history.
Oh, God, no. Limited as it is. What's up, Eternal FL?
What are your thoughts on agorism and counter-economics?
I think sometimes agorism is based, but it feels like an incomplete philosophy, right? Like it reminds me, and sometimes libertarianism is an incomplete philosophy, right? Which is why I think we do so poorly, because libertarianism is a legal descriptive system, right? But it offers no concrete moral prescriptions, which is something the Christians do, and also something the Marxists do. It makes it very difficult to really promulgate. Agorism, I think, is even worse in that regard, in that, be gay, do crimes is cool, but, it lacks meat and substance unless it's also tied to something else. But I think it can be based many times. It's not my particular strategy because I'm an incrementalist. But I often support agorism, especially gray markets, right? Like if you can find loopholes to circumvent the system, but also not put yourself in threat of criminal prosecution and things like that. I really, really, they have a special place in my heart, engaging in gray markets.
Okay, what are your thoughts on mutualism?
I like the mutualists, and the reason I like the mutualists is because the mutualists are the only anarchists beside ourselves that seem to actually study their own philosophy. Like when I talk to ancoms, like when I talk to an anarcho-mutualist, it becomes a very long debate about what Proudhon meant in, by property is theft and, property is liberty. And you know what I mean? I enjoy the mutualists because they really are that way. I think ultimately they're wrong. I think their conception of property is wrong, which, makes me, I guess you could say, our enemies, but we're far closer than most other political ideologies. And so I can get along with mutualists fine, but eventually, if there are two political ideologies that have a very large rate of autism, it's going to be mutualists and anarcho-capitalists. And so eventually you just get to a point where you're like, all right, dude, I'm fucking done. Like stop. And it just, and it is what it is.
Hey, what are your thoughts on individualist anarchists like Tucker and Spooner?
I believe, and this may piss off some people that are anarchists, I believe that anarcho-capitalism is the natural extension of anarcho-individualism. I think that they didn't have the proper economic models back then, with the lack of Austrian economics, with not having discovered the economic calculation problem, with not having discovered the marginal utility and marginal revolution. They were stumbling in the dark, attempting to understand. And, and I especially like Josiah Warren, who started off as as basically an ANCOM before it was a thing, and then an anarcho-mutualist, but they were trying to understand things from a false premise of labor theory of value, right? And then they kind of slowly moved away with that, especially Tucker. You know, but I think they were based in many ways. Lysander Spooner is amazing. Constitution of No Authority is awesome. There's some things I disagree with them on, obviously, like, you know, IP. But I mean, Tucker and Spooner had massive debates about IP. So I mean, I don't fault them for, you know, being our founding fathers.
Oh, got it. Final question: have you listened to the band Crass?
No, DM it to me. My DMs are open.
Got it. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
If you guys send me wild shit, like I'll just not answer. But I mean, they're open.
Thank you.
All right,
Of
thanks,
course.
Eternal.
Thank you.
FAL. Appreciate the questions. Alu will be next.
It's an interesting profile pic.
Thank you. That's actually. Hi.
Hi.
Yeah, I was just. You sounded kind of cute, so I wanted to ask what you're wearing today. Hope that's not too weird.
I mean, I'm on YouTube on camera, but I'm wearing a
Like
sweatshirt. I'm wearing a sweatshirt.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
It's
Wait,
my
wait,
day
wait,
off.
so
Like,
are-
this is not when
you
I
don't-
stream.
So you said you don't. You like a common traveler with agorism. Are you like? Do you have a house? I just joined, but do you have a house of thought that you actually like adhere to? You're like a common core axiom. Minarchist, what have you?
Oh, sorry, I'm an ANCAP. I usually just call myself a libertarian, but I'm I believe in the non-aggression principle, undergirded by Hans Hermann Hoppe's argumentation ethics, and legally, in terms of justice, redistribution, and the principle of a stop.
You said you're a reformist or an incrementalist, not a reformist.
Oh yeah, so the name Fabian Liberty, right? Like, I stole it from Fabian Socialism. Like, in terms of the ways that I engage tactically, I tend to be an incrementalist.
Praxis, yeah. So like, do you see a incremental way to Ancapistan?
Well, I don't think, much like the communists, right? I don't think your society is possible unless you reach a certain critical mass of individuals that accept the underlying principles of your philosophy. And so the question is how do we do that?
A Bolshevik would say that you need to have the violence of the state, but you don't want a state at all, right? Like a Bolshevik would say, I want to do hearts and minds, but I accept that in the end of the day, all of this is backed by the violence of legitimate violence, right?
Yeah.
Whereas you're saying,
but what I
we're going
mean
to
is,
transition to a lack of legitimate violence.
yeah, but obviously there's radically different philosophies. I just mean, like, I agree with the idea that you need a certain critical mass, or like a critical consciousness, if you will, but obviously I don't agree to that, of individuals that believe in the philosophy. And so the question is, well, how do we get there? There's a lot of different ways to get there. There's the accelerationists, right, that think that, like, it'll work out, when everything blows up. I don't necessarily tend to agree. But of course there's other things like, like I mentioned Lenin's dual power theory before, but also localization,
And
people
dual
like,
power is a big, yeah. So like you'd probably be almost common travelers with weirdly like ANCOMs, things like that. You would probably like the idea of like, well, like you wouldn't like the idea of I mean, if you like dual power, why would you not be in favor of like some sort of kind of horizontally economic dual power system? Like,
so here's what I would say.
food,
If I
industry.
met an ANCOM that actually fucking wanted to dissolve the state and didn't just hate corporations so much that they were okay with making the state more powerful because for whatever reason the corporation is part of the state and it's the
Been
worst
spending
problem.
Too much time in Portland, I see.
And, I'm just saying, like it's very rare that I meet an ANCOM that is actually like based. Like when you grill them down, eventually they almost always are like, well, we got to get rid of capitalism and we got to destroy capitalism, and then they're okay
more
with giving power to
utopian.
the state.
They're utopian. But I've even found like ANCOMs. If you get an ANCOM and a Marxist-Leninist in the same, like a real ones, right? The ones who actually like believe what they're talking about. They're not just liberals. Those two generally, like, they might disagree on theory, but like if you put them in practical motion, they kind of just are in line for the most part ideologically.
Yeah, and what I want to do is
Like
I
an
want to get
actual
rid of
practical-
state regulation on corporations, right? Like our process is not going to be the same. Like, we're not fellow travelers when I say that corporations need less regulations. You know what I mean? Like, we're just not.
So then, I mean, I get what you're saying. I just don't understand why you would be into dual power then. What does that give you?
Well, no, what I said is I mentioned it earlier in terms of like strategy, not necessarily like understanding why it's effective. I also denied the infiltration of the bureaucracy. Right?
So that's not a part of your praxis, dual power.
Well, I mean, like, not in a one-to-one way. I'm just saying there are multiple different avenues one could take. The avenue that I choose to focus on the most, right, is incrementalism via the state, right? Doing everything I can to limit and reduce the power and scope of the state, reduce taxation. Like, I would love for the idea of, like, getting rid of the laws, for example, where if just because it isn't FDA approved doesn't mean I can't buy it, right? Like, things like this that allow companies, businesses, private individuals to engage in more of a more capitalistic economy and less and less socialism.
I unironically believe that we're heading to a point where corporations are starting to actually, have been for a while now, engaging in dual power, right? Amazon is a good example. They're doing worker camps,
absolutely,
that type of thing, education. But like, my thing is, without the violence of the state, how do you enforce something like an NEP? How do you stop this from just becoming fiefdoms and feudalism? Is always my question for ANCAPs, because like I get.
Did you just come in
the
here?
idea of
like
power?
We've talked.
I did. In fairness, so maybe you.
If you should go
really quickly.
Either to me or to the Politics Discord YouTube channel. You should subscribe and then you should watch it back, because I've answered this question like 6 times. But in terms of like enforcement, I believe that anarcho-capitalism is a descriptive legal philosophy. It's not prescriptive, right? Now, some people have an idea.
Wait, what do you mean by that?
What I mean is that anarcho-capitalism doesn't present what society should be. What anarcho-capitalism says is certain things are unjustifiable. Aggression is unjustifiable. So you're an anarcho-capitalist if you want a religious covenant community with a system of governance. You're an anarcho-capitalist if you want a anarcho-communist area where you have your own bounds of property, right? Like, it's not perfect one-to-one, right? Because you guys don't believe, those guys wouldn't believe in property. But what I mean to say is how you govern yourself is of no consequence. What's important is that you don't steal from people. You don't aggress upon people. You don't commit fraud against people. So how does enforcement look like?
There would be an entity that deliberates on this. Yes, there would be some sort of, like, usually you guys like sort of concept surrounding an NEP.
Yeah. So I mean, like, under certain circumstances, like in the quote unquote ANCAPistan, we'd be talking about rights enforcement agencies, arbitration done through a voluntary system of courts, right? But a Christian covenant community might have a council of elders, and then it might be the community itself that stops people from coming in and also defends. Like, there are a lot of different ways in which this can be done. Libertarianism and anarcho-capitalism doesn't tell you this is what we will do. What it says is you cannot do these things because these things are ethically unjustifiable, such as taxation, theft, fraud, murder.
This just sounds like a state to me.
It sounds what?
Like, it just sounds like a state to me. Like, you've created a corpus of moral.
I mean, okay. I think the same thing when I think
mic just died.
I think the same thing when left-wing anarchists say, like, oh, we're not going to have a state. What are you going to do? Well, what we're going to do is we're going to have a council of people that come together and vote on how we're going to enforce the rules based off of the will of the community. And I'm like, so a fucking state, like, none of it's voluntary and the minority loses and they just have to deal with the consequences?
I agree. I also don't like utopian anarchist leftists, like, for the same reason that I think it's like you're essentially just refactoring a state. Like,
no,
it's encoded morality.
No, I think what we're talking about is a government, like systems of governance. I have no issue with systems of governance. I differentiate that between the state because the state is coercive, right? And the state forces you to be a part of it. The state steals from you, right? The state has land that is that it unjustifiable and resources it can't justify owning because it stole it or it conquered it, right? And what I'm talking about is mutual association and voluntary association. And if people choose to create systems of governance that make their society run better voluntarily, there's nothing wrong with that. But if you call that a state, sure, call it a state, but I think there's substantive differences between the two examples.
I mean, would there be a substantive difference between that and a city-state? Without like a overbearing federal system, as you would describe it, if it's just a city with a
if it's conquested
central
land
governing
and
body
steals,
that is unique in itself. Go ahead.
If it's fully voluntary, then like yeah, there would be a difference between that and a state. But if someone buys a bunch of land, right, voluntarily and hasn't stolen any land, right, and then says I'll sell all you guys houses in my land, but as part of the contract you have to agree to these certain rules, right? And those rules include a representative democracy and taxes, right? That's not theft. That's not taxation as theft because you agreed to it. And you're like, well, what's the substantive difference between that and a state? Well, I explained it, is that they didn't steal the land and they didn't steal from the people. And you had a choice when you went there as to whether or not you agreed to those rules and those transfer of title of property. But in many ways, some communities would not look very different than what we have today in some regards. But I think they would be more efficient because of the competitive nature. And we would be polycentric in many ways, right? And so it would be a lot more efficient, a lot more free, but there wouldn't be rights violations in that regard.
All right, Scott, thanks. I appreciate your answer to the questions. Alu, are you good?
I mean, sure. It's
All right,
not
man.
a debate, it's an AMA, so.
Yeah, thank you. Christian has now raised his hand, and I think he has a question for you, Scott.
Go ahead.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, I don't want to take up too much time, but I kind of wanted to move the conversation into something I think has kind of been in a lot of people's minds in the libertarian space. As someone who's like just purely in the philosophy camp, that's what I do, that's what I went to school for, etc.
Nice.
It's what I love.
I'm a talking head, you know what I mean? Like my conception of philosophy is not that high. It just happens to be that all the other talking heads have no conception of fucking philosophy, it seems.
Well, I think you'd be a great person for this question then. Basically, it's can we, and if we can, how do we get people more engaged with the actual philosophy of libertarianism and anarcho-capitalism, aside from just knowing the slogans or the catchphrases, like the actual first principles of ethical philosophical discourse and how the conclusions were reached. I'm interested in what your perspective would be on that.
I don't know that we can get most people. Most people are not going to be philosophers. They don't have the desire or the mind for it. What we need is for them to accept the axioms and to accept, certain principles, right? I don't need them to have a deep understanding of estoppel, in limit cases, right? What I need for them to understand is aggression is wrong, and taxation is theft. Now, I would love for everybody to be, deeply philosophically engaged in this. I just don't think it's possible. What I think is if you get enough people to accept those axioms, you can live in a good society. The problem is with so many people philosophically weak, you open yourself up to ideological subversion, right? If everyone was a super grounded voluntarist or ANCAP or something, right? Like the Marxist comes in and everyone would laugh at them and, kind of just be like, cool, fuck off, nobody likes you, right? But like with only a few basic concepts shared by the masses, the perniciousness of the evil that is, that kind of Gnostic philosophy of the dialectic and Marxist materialism and critical theory is something that is a constant threat to a society that hasn't fully engaged in the philosophy. I think what we're really looking for is we're looking for those few that are philosophers who are also individuals that can succeed, right? Because at the end of the day, all people are not created equal. And some people have massive influence and power, right? I mean, I think nothing is a greater example of this than, let's say, Elon Musk, right? Elon Musk is not on our camp, obviously. right? But he's not a lefty like every other CEO of every other fucking social media platform that is engaged in massive censorship towards anybody that doesn't fit the fucking combination of the commie and the World Economic Forum narrative. And so he's made huge changes to the world because of that. And these are small changes, and yet they're huge because their impact is huge because of that. And so I think really what you're looking for, and I hate to borrow from the objectivists here, but you're looking for those few philosopher kings that, you know, and even more so, who creates artificial general intelligence if it's true? Because whatever that philosophy is wins, period. If AGI is real and it's going to be as effective as we think it's going to be, whatever philosophy is from the coders and the individuals that make that is going to be the world's dominant philosophy, point blank, period, done. So I don't know. I think the key is to play with it, entertain with it, get those principles out there, and find those relatively few people that are susceptible to really being true philosophers, and then excitedly spend our time on those people and hope that they succeed in all of their in everything that they try and do.
All right, thanks for the great question, Christian. Appreciate it. We're gonna go ahead and move String up here. Sorry, String, I didn't see your hand raised because your icon is.
Is there like a coalition of people that have Cope in their name? What is going on?
I'm not sure. Here we go. String, go ahead.
Yeah. Hi. So I was listening intently when you talked just a little bit about land deeds. You said that if, you know, a guy sold you land and put in the deed a rule that said that, you know, this is the government, that could bind you, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, it doesn't bind you to slavery. It's just so if I sign a contract, if I'm stupid enough to sign a contract, right, where there's no restitution, you know, that sucks. But what's more likely is you sign a contract that says, you know, if you don't want to participate in this, you can pull out of this, you can sell your property, or but eventually if you don't follow by these standards, you know, title of transfer can be put into a contract, right? So the same would be true of renting.
Let's not talk about the is, because there's some is problems. Let's talk about the ought, which is what you proposed, which is that you could write a perpetuity into a deed that bound you into a community, right?
I mean, I don't know that I necessarily made an ought claim. I think I was just saying that this is something that could be done.
Are you making an is claim or an ought claim then?
I'm making an is claim in terms of what is not proven to be ethically unjustifiable. Therefore, it's in the domain of justifiable.
That's an ought claim, not an is claim. Sorry,
it's not
do you know what an is claim and an ought claim are?
It's not an ought claim, because I am saying that there is a category that has been deemed unjustifiable. Of everything else that is in the category that is yet to be deemed unjustifiable is potentially justifiable. I don't know. Those things can be evaluated for morality. I make no moral claims about them. I make no ought claims.
So you're not saying that society should do these deeds. You're saying that
Exactly.
society could do these deeds.
I'm saying that society, that I can't prove that society can't do these things. And because of that, I can't justify using aggression to stop them from doing said thing.
Do you make any ought claims at all, other than counter ought claims? Society ought not do these things?
Well, I mean, as a person, do I have like my own moral system? Yeah, of course.
I mean,
like,
I
don't
literally
think...
just asked you, do you have a moral system? So for you
Yeah.
to answer, do I have a moral? What
Relax.
ought claims do you make?
It's okay. I'm answering questions, right? For myself, like, yeah, I personally make ought claims about moral preferences or what I think people ought do. But as a libertarian, right, that's a separate thing, right? Like,
So
I think
what
people ought not
society
do OnlyFans. I think girls
Sure.
ought
What
not do
ought
OnlyFans.
society- Sure. What
There's an
ought
ought claim.
society do with respect to organizing itself?
I mean, I have a personal preference, but I make no ought claims about that.
It's hard to argue with a person that presents no morals, presents no ethics. This whole discussion has been you making ought claim after ought claim after ought claim, and then denying that you've made those claims. You made an ought claim about the deeds, which was incredibly distressing to someone who is just looking for an honest libertarian, and then backed off of it, like you guys do. every single time.
What?
So
you're calling me a liar? Where am I a liar?
Yes.
Where did I lie?
You made an ought claim about the deeds.
What ought claim did I make about the deeds?
Said that society should organize itself in this way.
Jesus Christ, if you're just going to be an autistic person and sit in the fucking audience and wait for me to misspeak after I've clarified, and be like, no, you did make an ought claim. I've clarified my position. Like, I'm not a dishonest libertarian. I gave an example of what one could do. If I use the word should, my bad. I've obviously clarified this position. You're being weird right now.
Okay, I look forward to one of you libertarians at any point telling us how society should organize as opposed to how society shouldn't.
Okay, but that's not what libertarianism is. So
Yes,
if
it
you
is.
meet that person, right, then that person is actually a dishonest libertarian or or doesn't understand the philosophy. Ought claims are separate from libertarianism. They're personal.
Should society allow people to transfer property with indefinite restrictions on deeds, like you recently said that people might be allowed to do?
Again, I don't know if they should or shouldn't. I don't think they should. Like I think some of those would be too extreme, right? And might lead to outcomes that I wouldn't want. And yeah, so I don't think they should personally, but that has nothing to do with libertarianism. That has to do with my personal preference.
How should society govern itself?
I think society should govern itself. What do you mean by society? Do you mean global society? Like, I think Christians should make a Christian covenant community that matches their values. I think some people that want to live on a commune should live on a commune if it benefits them and that's what they want.
Let's talk about the Christian Covenant Society then. Should that Christian Covenant Society enforce itself via restrictive deed, like you proposed earlier?
Well, I don't know what would work best for them. I mean, I'm assuming probably to some extent that would be the best way to do it, but there may be other ways to do it, such as, excommunication from the church, right? Because I mean, if you have a Christian society, you may not need to use contracts. You may simply, everyone there is presumably very Christian and a member of the church, right? And so you may just excommunicate them and you may not need the contract at all. So I don't know why I don't understand why you're demanding that a libertarian make ought claims when I've explained that's not what the philosophy does. And then you're saying, well, you're a liar if you don't make ought claims. And you're just getting progressively more down the same circular thinking you've got going on. Like, that's not what libertarianism is.
You're saying that each of these various city-states should organize how they want to, but they shouldn't organize how you don't want them to. Is that a good summary?
Well, I'm saying there are certain things that we believe, right, as libertarians, and what our philosophy believes is ethically unjustifiable and can't be evaluated for morality, can't be evaluated for for ought, right? We're not bridging the ought gap because
you absolutely are. Ought people not do things that are ethically unjustifiable?
Okay, when you say ought not, right? This is a big debate within argumentation ethics about whether or not we make ought not claims about the things that are ethically unjustifiable, right? And so some would argue one ought not do things that are ethically unjustifiable because you cannot argue for them logically and coherently. I would say that they cannot be evaluated on ought or ought not, because if one makes a positive ought claim that you should do this thing, then what you are doing is you are justifying all evil and all wrongs, all aggression, and that this is actually like a meta evil, because it is more evil than justifying a single evil. Instead, it's justifying, it's attempting to justify a denial of logic, and thus you are a base animal deserving of no rights.
So let's go back to the Christian Covenant community, because that's so interesting to me. I find it impossible to understand how a libertarian could ever think that community was acceptable in any way, shape, or form. Do you believe people should be allowed to pass their property on to their children if they so choose on their death?
Yes.
Do you believe that the Christian Covenant community would allow non-Christians to own property in their community?
I don't know. Probably not. Depends
How
on
do
the
those
covenant
two
community.
views interact with each other?
What do you mean? How do they interact? It depends on the system of
Is it
contracts.
possible for Christians to have non-Christian children?
What? Children are
Is
not
it
born
possible for-
Christian. Christian is a
Yes,
ideology.
I agree. Yes, I agree. So it is in fact possible for Christians to have non-Christian children.
I don't know what Socratic method you think you're walking me down, but it's
Isn't a Socratic
this is
method.
just annoying.
If it were
Like,
Socratic,
yes.
sorry, this is a pretty basic question. You said that people should be allowed to pass their property on to their children on their death if they so choose. You said that a Christian community should be allowed to bar non-Christians from owning property in their community. And you acknowledge that Christians can have non-Christian children. Aren't those three statements directly in conflict with each other?
No. There's no conflict there.
If you were born in a Christian community and were a non-Christian, could your parents pass your house to you?
It depends on the contract they signed. Depends on what the rules of that community are. Like, what are you talking about?
Did you not just say that that community would likely have rules that would prevent an individual from owning property there if they were a non-Christian?
Yes, likely. I don't know what that fucking Christian covenant community system is. I only know what is unjustifiable. The rest is my opinion.
How is it not unjustifiable to have a law that says that one may not pass their property on to their children on their death?
Because that would be literally in the contract that they voluntarily signed. If I move into a Christian covenant community, hold on. I move into a Christian covenant community, and I'm a Christian, right? I sign a contract that says, in the event that the owner of this property is not Christian or not a member of the church, right? We purchase back your property at a determined market rate, and the title of transfer goes back to, you know, whoever the original owner is, et cetera, right? If I try and give it to my child, right, and my child is not a member of the church or whatever, then they're given the market rate of as per the contract, they're given the market rate, and they're no longer a part of the community because they're not a Christian, and that's what the contract entails on the property.
And so I guess what I was getting at is that your libertarian society is like government with extra steps. You pretend that there are these magic deeds in Christian covenant communities, but all it is just a society of laws that you think are better than the laws we've got now, that you think somehow magically imbues them with authority and power. You literally just described the libertarian hell of the government taking your property and paying you the, quote, market rate decided by something. The fact that you can in good conscience say that the government should do that, I'm sorry, the Christian covenant community should do that, and still pretend to be some kind of libertarian ANCAP, puts the lie to the entire thesis that your philosophy exists beyond just being an outlet for disaffected young Republicans.
Are you done with your soapbox of bullshit and ad homs?
Absolutely.
All right. Well, I hope you meet your true libertarian one day that believes in all the logical contradictions that you believe in. Goodbye.
All right, thanks, String. We appreciate your time here.
I would like to state for the record that I don't appreciate their time. Just that specific person. Have at it.
Okay. All right, I'm going to bring Patty up here onto the stage. She's one of our executive moderators, and I think she might... Oh, she left.
Do you guys have so many tiered structure of moderators that I don't even know what those words mean? This is one of our executive moderators. I'm like, all right, I don't even know what that means. This is a mod. Cool. What's up? What's up, Black Farmer? I believe in you.
Patty, you want to go?
Psst.
Oh, okay.
Technical difficulties. Yeah, that guy was a trip. That was pretty hilarious.
Patty.
We believe in you, Patty.
She must be having some difficulty with her mic, so let's go with Stevie.
Hello?
Okay.
There you are.
First of all, you a whole bitch for bringing me up here, Kona.
Yeah, I know. Let's go.
He desperately wants me to talk to you. I'm a libertarian, but I refer to myself as, I guess, an actual libertarian. I don't think that anarcho-capitalism should be a part of this sphere of libertarianism. I think it should be on its own, just like
Are you
I think
a libsoc?
anarcho-communism.
You're like a libertarian socialist?
No.
Like European libertarian?
No.
Oh, well,
Do I sound European?
No, I'm just curious when you say like ANCAP shouldn't be a part of libertarianism, except the people that made libertarianism created anarcho-capitalism. Like, I don't understand.
I don't care who created it. People do retarded things
Okay.
all the time. So
Right.
what I'm what I'm referring to is, but to be fair, I don't like totally know your position about like what anarcho-capitalism means, but usually when I hear something like anarcho-capitalism, I'm hearing that someone holds the position that the centralized state should be completely dismantled. And as far as I understand, when we talk about libertarianism does not hold that position. The position of a libertarian is to let me finish. The position of a libertarian is usually something like the state should have limited power as opposed to being completely dismantled.
Right. So that's a position that's very common within the Libertarian Party, right? I would say most people that call themselves libertarians would certainly believe that, right? But the ideology of, like Rothbard took back libertarianism from de Jacques, right? And used it as a name that was synonymous with anarcho-capitalism. To be consistent, right? To call yourself a libertarian is to be an anarcho-capitalist, to be for the dissolution of the state.
So
and
you're doing
it
the
is to
complete
fall.
opposite of what I'm doing. You're pulling in order for you to be a true libertarian, you have to believe in the complete dismantling of the state, which I think is nonsense.
Well, why is it? So you're saying you're not a libertarian because you're an ANCAP, right? Which is the philosophy created by
I said that
Murray
I
Rothbard.
think that they should be. I said that I think that they should be separated. I can accept, right, that a lot of people may hold or believe that like libertarianism is very. I accept that libertarianism is very broad. I do
Big
accept
Tent
that, and I.
Theory, It's called they call it like Big Tent. Is like what most people call it. Yeah.
Well, I'm not referring to that libertarianism is popular. I'm referring to that libertarianism is a broad concept. So there's a lot of different types of libertarians who like a lot of different things, but they want an emphasis typically on like social or economic liberties. So like the issue is here, right, is that I think I'm being a lot more charitable as opposed to you, who says that in order for you to be a true libertarian, you must believe in the dissolution of the state. And I think that's nonsense.
Why do you think that's nonsense? Like, where is the claim? Is it a claim to popularity?
Because it's it's not even popular. It's a different fallacy. It's a no true Scotsman fallacy. There's nothing within libertarianism explicitly that states that in order for you to be identified as libertarian, as to whether you identify with the party or you identify with the ideology, that you must believe in the dissolution of the state. But it's merely that you must believe in the state having limited power.
But that's not true, right? Like you're
Where's
saying,
your evidence for that?
Murray Rothbard created libertarianism, right?
Right. So
all other forms of
no.
This is an AMA, and you're just using this as an opportunity to talk over me.
What are you talking about? I don't care about who you are. I just care about the content of the conversation. I think that, hold on, I understand that there's a lot of people who have talked to you and they've been very rude, but I'm not one of them.
Okay, but there's a real big problem here, right? You're saying the colloquial term libertarian, as we refer to it, mostly encapsulates minarchists. Therefore, you're some other type of libertarian. You deserve a moniker attached to you, much like a paleo libertarian, right?
Nope, I just said libertarian.
Okay,
so
I said much like a paleo. You're looking for a reason to be offended at this point. You're not even listening.
But I'm not, hold on, don't even do that. I'm not offended by you. I'm having a conversation by you. And I think that maybe you're a little bit hypersensitive. And when I say hypersensitive, I don't mean that you're a snowflake or anything like that. But you've been talking to people who have been way ruder to you than I ever will be.
Okay.
So if you stop me, right, and you complain about you complain that it sounds like someone's potentially being mean to you, that sounds more like you having an issue than me.
Okay, go ahead.
I really want.
What is your
question? I really want you to address this no Scotsman's fallacy. This is what you're essentially saying. That, for example, if a Scotsman creates porridge, but someone decides to put honey in their porridge, they're truly not a Scotsman because they've put honey in their porridge. It's still porridge, but it has honey in it.
If the definition of porridge specifically states something, and then you, as an ingredient, and then you get rid of that ingredient and say, I'm the true porridge, you're something else, you're not, you deserve a moniker, even though the definition that I'm using requires a certain ingredient, right? You're the one engaging in no true Scotsman.
No, I've already said
You're
that
separating me out of libertarianism.
No, hold on. I've very clearly said, just to be clear, I have very clearly said that I do think the anarcho-capitalist should be wholly separated from the identification of libertarianism. And I can recognize that for now, the way that the definition is used is often applied to people who believe that the centralized state should have limited powers over people's ability to essentially choose their destiny. But again, I want to be really clear about something. You've gone farther than that. I'm being pretty darn reasonable about this. You're essentially saying that in order for anyone to be the libertarian in the room, they have to believe that the state should be completely and utterly dissolved and disillusioned. And again, this seems to be a nonsense claim because there is nothing about the definition of libertarianism in which justify this. You just keep repeating Rothbard, Rothbard, Rothbard.
Right. What I'm saying is libertarianism is a philosophy. It's not minarchism, right? If you're a minarchist, that's fine, right? If you want to, but if we're talking about libertarianism and libertarian philosophy and what undergirds libertarianism, right? All of that is anarcho-capitalist philosophy.
No, sorry. Let me. Libertarians seek to maximize autonomy and political freedom and minimize the state's encroachment on and violations of individual liberties, emphasizing the rule of law, pluralism, cosmopolitanism, cooperation, etc., etc. Wherein this says that one must completely dissolve the state in order for them to be libertarian.
I don't know where this is, and I don't know where you're pulling your definition from. What I'm talking about is that when libertarianism was created, right, by Murray Rothbard, utilizing Mises's economic models, right? And as it was built upon by Hans Hermann Hoppe, Friedman, Bloch, Kinsella, all of the philosophy that undergirds.
Is Friedman a libertarian? Is Friedman a libertarian?
I would say he's
libertine. I would say yes.
I would say that
he's no. The only reason why you're saying that is because Friedman did not believe in the dissolution of the government, of the centralized state.
I'm sorry. Friedman teeters.
Fabian.
Why are you?
Fabian Scott.
Friedman teeters on whether or not he's a market anarchist or whether or not he's a minarchist.
No. I'm sorry. Now you're just turning this into black and white. Someone can be pretty darn anarchist about the economy. They can be pretty darn anarchist about the market and still believe that a centralized system must exist in order for there to be some sort of social cohesion and which keeps us from fucking trying to kill each other. But this is the problem. You just cited Friedman as an example of a group of libertarians that I would assume you probably like Friedman. I really like Friedman. I think that he is a genius.
A lot of good ideas.
But just
this is Chicago school.
I think that he's straight up a genius. But hold on. You again, right? In the examples in which you give, you cite someone who has helped build up what libertarianism is, and then assert, well, no, actually, he's not really a libertarian. That seems kind of weird.
Okay. And I mean, it's important that we gatekeep people from calling themselves strictly libertarianism and saying this is what libertarianism is when they're false, right? Like if you want to be a part of the liberty movement, fine. If you're libertine, fine. If you're a minarchist, fine. If you believe that that you don't believe that the state can be dissolved. No, I don't think. I think technically speaking, you're not.
Okay, then you're doing a no true Scotsman fallacy. You still have not addressed the no true Scotsman. You're just saying
I've already
No, you're not.
soundedly defeated you here.
You are just saying that's nonsense. You are just saying, by the way, I don't believe in trying to win debates with people. That's something that people who are like, I don't know, 30-year-olds in their basements do. I believe in having good conversations that are genuine conversations.
You're not here for a good conversation. You came here to tell me I'm wrong on an AMA and steamroll about your beliefs that you want to put forward, right?
Fabian,
and that's fine.
At no point in this At no point in this conversation have I gone out of my way to accuse you of just being wrong or dishonest or anything like that. I merely disagree with you. I care more about the content of the conversation and not trying to embarrass you. That is not my endeavor. So please stop taking it personally.
I am very adamant in claiming that your question is not a question and you're dead ass wrong. It's not a no true Scotsman. It's not a no true Scotsman. Because when you No.
You're welcome to say that.
Black
You're
Farmer,
welcome to believe that. But
stop talking.
Okay, guys, I'm going to interrupt here. Scott, why do you think her claim is wrong?
Her claim
he needs to address the no true Scotsman, and he just hasn't. He's refused to outright.
And I will again. Stop.
Yeah, let's go back to why you.
So I have, and I will do so again. Right. I'm not a libertarian because I'm an anarcho-capitalist, despite libertarianism being synonymous with anarcho-capitalism. Why is it synonymous with anarcho-capitalism? And why is it not a no true Scotsman? The reason is because the philosophy of the non-aggression principle precludes the dissolution of the state. There's no argumentation that there's no argument. Yes, it does. There's no like if you believe that is incorrect, you are simply not well read enough on your philosophy, or you have something wrong here.
Again, Fabian, I'm not interested in being insulted, and I'm not interested in insulting you. I am merely.
I'm not trying to insult you. I'm just saying, like, it's just wrong.
No. You are.
Okay, can we devolve this to like individual conversations back and forth? I don't want any over talking.
Yeah. So
go ahead.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So you believe that let me ask you a question. So you believe that the state is not the existence of a state is not a violation of the non-aggression principle. And you believe that you're still holding true to the non-aggression principle whilst getting rid of the other parts of libertarianism that Murray Rothbard and Hoppe and et cetera describe, which is fine because there's going to be conflict in theory.
Okay,
but
wait. Wait. You can't just strawman my position and think you're just going to keep going. What you did was a straight strawman. What you explicitly said.
Will you relax?
Stop.
Will you relax?
I'm not interested.
You did not let me finish my sentence.
In being strawman. You just
I'm not strawmanning you. I'm asking you a question, right? Do you believe? For real,
you're getting
relax.
Ready to go on a whole rant about it.
You can't tell the future, all right? Relax. Do you believe that the existence of the state do you believe that the existence of the state doesn't necessarily violate the non-aggression principle?
Yeah, I'm going to answer this question right after I tell you how you strawman me. The way that you strawman me was that
you interrupted me. What the fuck are you talking about?
Just like you're doing now, right? So the way that you had strawman me, way that you had strawman me was that you had almost immediately said, oh, so you don't believe that the state would do this and this, and you believing this means that like you must have this and this wrong with you. This is legit.
I literally said none of those things.
It is.
Listen
this is
more.
Legit what you just stop. This is legit what you started that This is legit what you started that quote unquote question with. And I'm glad that you re-clarified the question. I do believe that the state is absolutely an entity of violence. This, like with what comes with state or any person, is a thing in which comes with violence. It imposes things upon you. It forces you to pay taxes at the butt of a gun. It forces you sometimes to engage in military, depending on what country you come from, under the butt of the gun. So like, yes, it seems abundantly clear that the state is an entity in which automatically upon its inception can enforce violence upon others. However, if your position is that the state can enforce violence upon others, therefore the state must go, why not we argue that people can enforce violence upon others? Let's get rid of our hands. Let's get rid of any weapons in which we have.
That's not the question. The question is, does the state...
I answered the question.
Does the state...
Did you not hear my answer?
Does the state, by its nature, violate the non-aggression principle? Yes or no?
I'm going to appeal to the chat. Chat, did I or did I not answer this question the first time?
Does the state violate the non-aggression principle? The existence of the state? Any state?
Fabian, did you hear my answer to the question the first time you said it?
I would like you to answer the question that you've yet to answer. Does the state, by its existence, violate the non-aggression principle?
Corona Beard, did you hear my answer to this question the first time?
We can turn this AMA into a you and me debate as you want it to be. But will you answer the question?
It seems like that right now. But
Okay,
Fabian, I
do an
have in
argument
fact
and then
answered this
populum here.
question.
Okay, I just want you guys to go back and forth. Like let
Sure.
Scott respond.
Hold on, my friend is telling me to just repeat because I certainly can be petty and like very much not willing to like essentially play dumb with people is what I feel like you're kind of doing.
Patty, I would say that,
no, I'm trying to get you to answer the question.
Yeah, you should.
No, not you,
address
Corona.
his question. Like, does the state
I'll do it again.
have a monopoly on violence?
I will do it again. The state absolutely is an entity in which imparts violence upon its populace. It has a specific monopoly on violence. It is an entity in which forces us to pay taxes, sometimes go into military service, maybe even to some degree forced speech or religious ideas under the butt of the gun. This seems abundantly obvious, and it would be crazy for anyone to assert that it is not the case.
So if that's the case, why are you justifying violating the non-aggression principle and calling yourself a libertarian?
Great. I am not justifying the violation of the non-aggression principle. But what I have merely said is that if one is going to argue that in order for us to absolutely not break the non-aggression principle, therefore we must get rid of the government, well, it so too stands that if we are to not violate the non-aggression principle, we must get rid of our speech, we must get rid of our guns, we must get rid of our hands, we must get rid of our feet. Anything in which could ever potentially break the non-aggression principle must be gotten rid of.
Except the problem is that the state violates the non-aggression principle by its existence, and people do not.
So do people.
No.
People violate the non-aggression principle by their existence.
That is not true.
It is.
That is not true. So you don't believe in the non-aggression principle, but you call yourself a libertarian and then say, I'm not one.
This is
right.
sorry.
But I belong in some other category.
Sorry. Hold on. That didn't follow. What I said very clearly was that the non-aggression principle, first of all, by saying that in order for us to absolutely not break the non-aggression principle, which I do think the non-aggression principle will be broken sometimes, and sometimes it being broken is more preferable as opposed to it not being broken. But in no way did I deny that the non-aggression principle was a thing. That just seems weird for you to just suddenly say when what I said never followed with that.
All right, let's give Scott a chance to respond.
Well, I don't feel like I need any more time. She's proven that she's not a libertarian, right? She's engaging in presupposing moral claims based off of consequential analysis of what she believes will have less outcomes of violations of the NAP. And so she's just using the NAP not as it is, but as a frame of reference for which she wants to institute her consequential framework. And that's fine. You're in the libertine, you're in the liberty movement, but that's not libertarianism.
Sorry, Corona, just real quick. Just real quick, I promise. Okay, it needs to really be said.
Yeah, I just want to say that, like, Scott's making the claim that you are not prescribing to the NAP because of your particular beliefs.
Well, no, that's not what he's saying.
Yeah, well, I mean, he says that you're not like following the NAP. So why don't you go ahead and elucidate on why you think you are?
Can I ask something really quick? Because you said I could interject. I want to know, right? So maybe we can like move forward, right? Because I feel like we're just stuck in a fucking circle here.
But what I have to say really needs to be said.
I know. I just want to say, like, really quickly. Scott? What is your definition of the NAP?
The non-aggression principle. And so, do you want me to like define aggression for you? Is that what you're saying? Like,
well, yeah. I have like my own definition, but I want to know what yours is, and then we can like agree and move on.
Yeah, let's go ahead.
Right.
And give
So when
Scott
one human
time
actor,
he says.
so aggression would be one human actor violating the autonomy of another individual or their private property, which by extension is a violation of that individual.
So for one, you've gone ahead and asserted that I don't believe in the NAP because I have a consequential analysis, which I think is kind of hilarious for you to assert, considering that when people engage in thinking about like rights to be violated or whether someone is going to aggress upon someone, they do in fact engage in a consequential analysis. It's something that human brains just do. And I would far prefer, and I'm pretty sure you would prefer, less people's rights, less aggression to happen as opposed to more aggression. If I have to choose which one may lead to less aggression, I will certainly choose the one in which leads to that less aggression. So just asserting,
let me explain why this is wrong.
I won't be interrupted. So just saying something like, oh, you follow a consequentialist analysis or maybe even a utilitarian analysis about the NAP suddenly means that you don't follow the NAP, which seems very weird as the NAP literally obligates that analysis.
Okay, so again, this is why you're wrong. This is why you're not a libertarian. This is why you don't follow the NAP, right?
Yeah. Okay.
When you say you're doing a consequential analysis to determine the morality of something, that's not what the NAP entails. What you're saying is some harm is worse than some measurable less harm. What you're doing is you're reframing the non-aggression principle into harm reduction and consequentialism, and you like the idea of the limited state from a consequentialist framework. But that's not libertarianism, right? Libertarianism would say that any violation of the non-aggression principle is ethically unjustifiable and can't be evaluated in that way, right? And so what you're saying is, yeah, I would prefer, right, that two thefts occur instead of one murder. And I think most people would prefer that, but you're no longer engaging in libertarian philosophy at all. That's not what it is. You're just, and that's okay, right? You're probably very similar to me in the things that you want the state and how you want the state reduced. We can be fellow travelers in that. And I'm sure you probably prefer the Libertarian Party as a means to voting for, and as do I, even though I think there are plenty of pragmatists in there that aren't libertarian, right? But that's not libertarianism. When you reframe the NAP into harm reduction.
You are abundantly confused. You are, and let me explain again why you're abundantly confused. The non-aggression principle is, in fact, a harm analysis. It is analysis in which engages in like what things are actually harming an individual, how can we stop it, or what are some things in which we can do to mitigate it. The fact that people are harmed is a thing that's going to happen through life, like period, very period. But the main thing about this is that, how can I say this? The main thing about this position that you have here is that I agree with you that violations of the NAP and violations of people's rights does in fact elicit a wrong. Nobody has denied this, but you continuously try to put some sort of like new addition onto the person that you're having a conversation with, me explicitly, where things in which have not actually been argued, you insist are being argued. But all I'm telling you is that the NAP is a harm reduction analysis. It's analysis in which you can, sorry, at no point, I just want to be clear about something. At no point in which I talked to you, I have not laughed at you. I have not called you any names. I have said that you are abundantly confused about my position. I am not saying that you're abundantly confused about your position. I understand that to some degree, you have been talking to people who have been very rude towards you, but I've been pretty darn good faith towards you, and I wish that you were that way to me. I'll continue what I was saying. The NAP is a harm reduction analysis. And the reason why it's a harm reduction analysis is because in order for you to reach the position of the NAP, you must actually go through an analysis of what rights are being violated, if that right exists in the first place, and if it is, how can we reduce it or make it not happen at all?
Okay, really good question, Patty. Let's give Scott a chance to answer, and then we'll move on to Zeus.
Yeah, no, it's just, that's wrong. I mean, like, that's just not what it is. It's
what an argument. A+.
I mean, it's a conclusion from first principles. It's not a harm reduction strategy. It's not prescriptive. And when you state that the state is inherently aggressive, but you choose to maintain the state, wherever your libertarian card is, I take it. You're not a libertarian, and that's just a fact.
Again, Scott, I don't care too much about whether you wish to take my libertarian card. I'm not a registered libertarian. Identify as libertarian as within the definitions of libertarianism. If you wish to be a purist about it, look, you are welcome to do so. Go ahead. But once again, one of the things in which you have not done in this conversation is you have not actually combated as to why this is not a harm reduction, at least a violations reduction analysis. You have not done that. You have not actually identified if, for example, how someone could be a no true Scotsman in the context of libertarianism. All you have argued is essentially, I don't like that, and you're wrong, which I think are A+ arguments, like in a preschool toddler room.
Okay, Patty, let's give them a chance
yeah, that's
to
just
address the argument.
This is gonna be my last thing, and then I'm 4 hours and 12 minutes into this, so this is gonna turn into a debate.
I understand. It's been
if this is gonna turn.
I understand.
Yeah,
if this is gonna turn into a debate between this person and not like an AMA, I gotta get water. I gotta take a piss. I gotta take a break. I'm just trying to answer questions.
I totally understand.
So what I would say is that saying that I've not made any arguments about the no true Scotsman is not true. I absolutely have, and it's kind of funny because I don't know if it was on accident or not, but you said if you want to be a purist about it, you now acknowledge that the philosophy that undergirds libertarianism is anarcho-capitalism. I thank you for that. And then the second thing about whether or not it's a harm reduction analysis, it's not. The non-aggression principle
so you're going to take my words out of context too? Dude, okay. Sorry,
so
when I said that you're being a purist about something, I'm sorry, just real quick. When I say that you're being a purist about something, I don't mean that you're being a purist in line with what you think with what you think was said about libertarianism. I think that you are being a purist, essentially gatekeeper, about what you believe libertarianism is. So I just want to be clear about something so you don't take my words out of context and be bad faith. Because I believe you want to be a good faith interlocutor. I just think you need to be guided towards that position.
I don't know what it is, but every time someone says interlocutor or interlocutor, it's usually a big red flag of something.
You're going to complain about
not
words.
really. It means that
Are you really
they're engaging. You're the main person they're engaging with.
No, I know what it means technically. It's just whenever I hear that all the time,
Scott,
it's funny.
Scott, I actually consume some Fabian liberty materials, but what I'm finding really frustrating with you right now is that instead of actually dealing with the conversation, the arguments, which I think that usually in the conversations that you do have with people, you have exceptionally decent conversations with them, but now you're complaining about the use of words. What in the fuck I'm sorry, did I violate your NAP with the word interlocutor?
Can I just say something, because I was gonna go next, but obviously you're leaving soon. So what we're seeing right here is basically how American libertarians are, both Patty and Liberty Scott, right? What's happening is they both have a different definition of what libertarian means, which is a definition we're common with the right wing, as always. And then they're doing you're not a libertarian because X, which is basically what all libertarians do. It seems like libertarian is just a very vast ideology, and there's different ideologies within it, right, that people believe in, right? There's more than just anti-capitalism and libertarianism.
There is a large movement within the liberty movement, right, which includes minarchists like Patty, right? It includes paleo-libertarians, I would say, right? People like Blake Masters, for example, probably a paleo-libertarian. Rand Paul is likely a paleo-libertarian, right? There are, anarcho-capitalists, there are voluntarists, right? And there are a lot of different things. But when someone says, well, I'm a minarchist and that's the real libertarian, and, I understand you could be a part of us, but you got to be your own thing. Stop saying libertarianism is the thing that it is. I have no issue with these people being part of the liberty movement. I have no issue with us forming a big tent under the Libertarian Party. It's just, it's important to recognize that the philosophy that undergirds libertarianism as a philosophy, estoppel, non-aggression principle, argumentation ethics, all of these things are distinctly anarchist. And so I have to deal with libertarians like Patty, right, telling me, well, no, I'm a libertarian as a minarchist too. And then I also have to deal with like the anarchists on the left.
I'm sorry.
So yeah, maybe I'm a little.
When did I at all use the word minarchist? Just to be clear, this entire conversation, you've used that word, and now you're trying to impart that word onto me as if I've actually said the word. Now I'm starting to think that you might be bad faith.
No, minarchist. That's literally the word that you use for people that want an extremely like a night watchman state, right? Like Sticks, Hex, and Hammer 666, right?
Sorry,
he calls himself a minarchist.
Did I say night watchman? Sorry, I want to be really clear about something once again. So at no point did I actually depart to you like what I think the state should actually look like. I have merely said to you, again, that I identify as libertarian. I don't hold that libertarianism just means that you want to completely get rid of the state. But I have not in any way told you my full-on position about what the state should look like. So there's no way that you could sit here and say you want a watchman state, but I've not even told you about the kind of state I would like.
If you think that I'm bad faith, if relax. If you think that I'm bad faith for saying minarchist in the Big Tent discussion here, then I just don't know how to be good faith, because that is the nicest way I can put a libertarian that someone that claims to be a libertarian and wants a minimized state
Fabian,
is a minarchist.
Once again,
I think you guys are just like
I didn't
fucking
label
past
you.
each other, really.
Maybe we are, but like I didn't label you bad faith for usage of the word minarchist. I labeled you bad faith because you asserted that I have said the word minarchist, that I have brought up this issue. Stop.
I called you a minarchist because that's what you're claiming.
It's one of the things that you like have problems with is that you can't remember the thing you said prior. Do you have a problem with like memory?
Do you have like?
Yeah,
do you treat your family like this at? Do you treat your family like this at Thanksgiving? Because it must.
Why
be
would
awful.
why would I treat family like this? I met you today.
You know what I mean? Like Jesus, man.
Why would I?
Like I'm here for an AMA. I'm here for an AMA, and you've come in to like dunk on me the entire time, and like and take liberty and issue with me, and dominated a new conversation. Like you've created this new debate. If you would like to schedule a debate with me with a moderator, then fucking reach out to a moderator, right?
Fabian,
like this is
Fabian. Your self-importance has reached an all-time high apparently because I didn't come in
I would
here.
say that. I would say that to anybody.
I was
no. Don't tell me to be quiet.
I just
like
did. I was pulled in here.
For the love of God, act like an adult.
Be quiet. Violate your NAP. Sorry. So
I get that you're trying to get your little dunks and things like that. If you want a debate, schedule a debate.
Scott, I came in here because I was pulled in here by Corona Beard, who wanted me to talk to him. It had nothing to do with me coming in here. Sorry, it had nothing to do. No, it had nothing to do with
I
me
watched
coming
it.
in here.
She had your hand
not
up.
true.
Like, what are you talking about?
Okay, guys. Hey,
he
everyone.
pulled me in here.
Well, let's calm down a little bit.
That's why I said to him, Corona, you a whole bitch for pulling me in here.
I know.
Like, are you like, what's wrong with your memory?
I knew that you guys would have some contention, so let's just move on, right? And, I think. Everybody's made some valid points.
No, I'm just saying, I consume this dude's content.
He has a couple things he would like to address.
I'm sorry. This last thing I promise. I consume your content, Fabian Liberty. I, for the most part, think that you have a really cool like set of content that you've delivered on like anarcho-capitalism. But my problem with you right now is that in these conversations that you've had with people, to me, you've been blatantly dishonest. You pretend like you didn't hear something. You essentially like, and you've been doing it to me in this conversation where you impart ideas and arguments onto me as opposed to actually responding to the things that I have said, that others have said to you. It seems like to me, you are more interested in preserving your image on like YouTube or whatever that you're doing, and less so concerned with actually imparting or having a decent conversation about these issues without being a total fucking asshole. And so now I'm like really reconsidering if I should even consume your content.
Well, it seems
It's
to
so
be like
fucking weird.
seems to be a discussion on the individual points, which I don't
Well-
think have been honed in on, right?
If
And
you
so
would like,
I'd to let
again,
Zeus go. Like Zeus, do you have
real quick, may I?
yeah.
If you would like to schedule a debate, schedule a debate.
I'm not
But
interested in scheduling a debate with you, dude.
Patty,
What the
Patty,
fuck?
for the love of God, bring that 10 down to a 5. Fucking relax.
Bro, I am not interested in debating you. What is
You-
wrong with you?
If you would like to schedule a debate, that's fine.
Wow.
If you want,
just wow.
Patty.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and move on here. Like Olang, I think you may have had a point to make, and or if not, then Zeus can go ahead.
Let me grab some water real quick. I'll be right back. Sorry,
That's
I just
good,
got
that's good.
I just went
Yeah,
through
grab
the
some
fucking
liquor, grab some
crucible.
liquor, actually. Liquor.
Yeah, I just
Not
went through
water.
a fucking crucible about like why I'm a liar and all these other things from someone mad about, you know, the way that I present libertarianism, who can't ask a single fucking question. So I don't know, probably not a great moderator. I'll be right back.
Well, let's just move on from that. Yeah, go ahead and grab some water. We'll take a 5-second. Olang, I think you had a question to ask Scott, so.
I'll wait till he gets back.
Yeah,
All right.
no worries.
All right, I'm back.
So this shouldn't devolve into he said, she said, like a debate argument. Like this is an AMA. If we want to do a debate, if we want to do a setup of something at another time, we can do that. But go ahead.
Yeah, I love doing debates if someone wants to do it. Just don't derail. Let's finish up with the last couple people that have been waiting for a long time. I don't know how much more time I have in me, but like
All
if
right.
people have been sitting here for like, you know, 30 minutes throughout this whole
Yeah, we
thing
got,
waiting
we
to
got-
ask a
we got
question.
A few people in the audience who've
Let's
raised
get
their
to
hands,
them.
so we'll go ahead and get
Yeah.
to them after Olang and
Yeah, I'm a bit more drunk than I was when I wanted to ask this, but all right. So I basically have a script because I can't think straight right now. You know, like
That's
the
fine.
NPC liberal I am. So
Don't interrupt
so
you because you're reading off
if
the
I
script.
if I stumble like Joe Biden, that's why. But anyway, all right, here goes. Hey Fabian, so I want to ask you something about environmental policy. You said you supported nuclear energy. Great, I'm one of the lefties that shockingly supports nuclear energy, hailing from the beautiful state of Illinois, in which we have 50%. Our energy is 50% from nuclear power plants. I believe as the cleanest form of energy. I think we need to build way more nuclear power plants across the country. There's nothing dangerous about nuclear energy as long as we have standards that prevent us from enacting another Chernobyl disaster, a fear that my fellow loony leftists have that is unfounded in our current system. Speaking of which, in Ancapistan, who enforces these standards which prevents us from enacting another Chernobyl?
Yeah, so I don't think a Chernobyl is really likely in Ancapistan, because one of the cool things about Chernobyl that happened was multiple shifts didn't want to report it because they were so terrified of getting in trouble. So if communism wouldn't have existed, Chernobyl wouldn't have happened, right? Now, obviously, there are other places like Fukushima where, you know, people build it on a fucking island near a fault line, right? Like that was obviously just stupid. The technology is getting better to where I don't think we need to worry about it as much. But you're saying like, hey, without sensible regulations, right? I think is what you're asking. Correct me if I'm wrong. But without sensible regulations, like how do we keep people from cutting corners and building a nuclear power plant that might like wipe out a town or something? Is that kind of what you're asking?
I guess so. Like, who is like the owner of the power plant? Is it just like a capitalist corporation? Is it like some sort of agency, which is basically government, or like what is it? Right? How does this work?
Right. So if I'm building a power plant, right, I clearly am investing a lot of capital, because even if we reduce the regulations on nuclear power plants, right, that's still a lot of money given our current technology. And so what I would say is it is, you know, you're going to want to insure that product, because you're going to be worried if something happens and you kill a bunch of people, right? You'll be financially responsible for all of that. And potentially, you know, depending on where you are, you might even like be executed for something like that if you intentionally did it in such a way that, like, you know, led to massive loss of life, right? So what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to insure this, and insurance, just like any other industry, is going to have insurance is going to have underwriters, right? It's one of the biggest things in private insurance, right? Like, is they make most of their money from underwriting, which is, you know, we go out and we determine the value of a policy based off of the potential risks, et cetera, et cetera. And so I think it is far more likely that these would be safer in a market of insurance where it is competitive and where insurance companies kind of underwrite a policy and say like, hey, if you want cheaper insurance, you're going to have to do, more safety precautions. And of course, there's always the threat of being sued.
When it comes to like, when it comes to like a fucking nuclear power plant, right? I don't know if that's, I'm guessing that's fine on YouTube, right? But like, when it comes to that, right?
Yeah,
I don't want to hear the words competition. Like that just like scares me, dude. I don't want there to be like competition with like a nuclear reactor. That just seems bad. That just seems like, all right, so
right, but why?
I mean, I don't know what you're going to say. You're like, you tell the customers like, okay, this power plant does like X kind of cool thing or whatever. It's just like, bro, it just produces energy. I don't care about competition. It just like runs like the electricity. That's it. I don't like, you don't need to inject competition into like everything, right? And like, I'm like a lefty, right? Okay, but I'm like not like one of the crazy like socialist lefties, right? And I like competition is great in things that like don't affect people's lives in like a very like important way, right? Like I guess leisure things, right? Entertainment or whatever. But like when it comes to like electricity or maybe like healthcare, that's a different conversation entirely, right? It's just like I don't see the need for competition. I don't like. Are we gonna have just like multiple power lines coming from like competing nuclear power plants or whatever that we have to step over or something to get to our home? Like I don't get it. It just seems like nonsensical to me. And like there are like
can you answer why though? Right? Like you're going all over the place. I'm just curious. Like why do you not want competition?
Let's keep it on.
I never said I didn't want competition just in these sectors. It just doesn't make sense.
Okay, well maybe I can make it make sense. I think competition is most important in those places. Far more important than it is in entertainment, right? Because the consequences of a lack of competition in entertainment means shitty entertainment. The consequences of a lack of competition in things like healthcare or energy or things that like are meet like kind of like lower on Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right, is shitty energy and shitty healthcare, right? I feel like those things are even more important to be competitive because they create better outcomes.
Well, if it's shitty healthcare, it's not healthcare. That's my view on it.
I mean,
like,
okay,
when people
but I'm
make
saying
healthcare, right? Like they want to get treated, right? That's like the main thing. They're not really like in the moment, right? I get it. It's like a dumb like lefty meme or whatever, right? But like when I go to the emergency room, I'm not looking at like my options. I'm just going to the emergency room, right?
I mean, presumably you made the choice, like it's a lot more complicated than that. Yes,
I made the choice
the moment
to live by the hospital that I live by. What?
No.
How does this work?
No. Listen, right? So like the problem is that when you talk about like the need for emergency care, right? There's this idea that like choice is taken out of the equation because you need emergency care in that moment. You don't really have a choice if you're like, you can't shop around for the better doctor when you have a gunshot wound, right? And so the idea is like, right, like I need this now. But the problem is that you actually already did shop around before you got the gunshot wound, which is you shopped around on whether or not you decided to purchase insurance, whether or not you decided to purchase health insurance, like what plans you liked, et cetera, et cetera.
I just went to the nearest hospital without insurance because guess what? Because of Reagan, right? Like if you go to the emergency room without insurance, you're still treated, which wouldn't happen in Ancapistan.
Based.
I don't know that that's true. I think most hospitals would
how do you not know this?
What do you mean, how do I not know this? Because I'm not, I don't have the entire future in my brain?
No, it's because like healthcare is like one of the Achilles heel of like your entire political ideology, and you don't know like your own talking points for it. It's bad.
It's not a matter of not knowing the talking points for it. It's a matter of being intellectually honest instead of saying this is what
it doesn't have to do with being intelligent. Honest. Like, people are. I mean, yes, I am drunk, right? But this is
no, your name is drunk. I was just.
Oh yeah, but like the problem is, right? Like every ideology has its like shortfalls, right? Like even mine does, the social democrat. Right? There are some really stupid things, right, that people that I associate with believe, like in terms of politics, right? but like you have to have like your sort of like counter for it, right? And the fact that you don't have one for like EMTALA is just bad. It doesn't make you look good.
Okay, relax.
Okay,
Please
hold
stop
on.
interrupting. I'm attempting to answer questions and answer those questions honestly, right?
Yeah, Elaine,
the
let him
problem,
answer the
the problem is it's libertarianism is not prescriptive, right? So, you know, let me give you an example, right? Christian Covenant community. There are a lot of insurance companies that exist right now. Well, not a lot, but a few that exist as Christian co-ops. And they actually combat health insurance companies as a socialist model based off of the Christian need for, you know, helping their fellow keeper, right? Or their brothers. Sorry, it's been a long night. And so in these models, what they'll do is they actually take a progressive system where people that have less money pay less and people that have more money pay more. And unlike insurance companies where they take a whole bunch of extra money that they don't need and kind of roll that over and save it or put it into investments, they take less money. And then in the event of really expensive procedures, what they'll do is they'll kind of do like a GoFundMe, an internal GoFundMe amongst the co-op for those that are like, hey, you know, such and such just had a heart attack and they need this procedure and it's really expensive. We can't cover the whole procedure because it's, you know, it's over the cap of like 500,000. You know, we need 700,000 more dollars, and they pool together and do that, right? Like that's something that's allowed just as much as an insurance company. So when you're like, how do you not have the answer? The problem is that people that just give you the answer are trying to look good instead of honestly talk about what libertarianism actually is, which is telling you what you can't. You can do both. That's what I mean. Is that
I don't
both?
have an answer for it. That's fine.
That's all right. I think you're past the point of listening to me, and that's okay.
No, I'm listening to you.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that there are multiple solutions to the problem that you've put forward, right? And what I'm advocating for is that we get rid of the aggression that is inherent to many of the systems we have as presumed solutions to them. And I'm willing to discuss all the different ways in which we could potentially solve these problems as a society, right? But the problem is that the market, the people are far more than me. There are a lot of answers to these questions that I might present, but the market might come up with a better solution than what I have. I'm simply advocating that we get rid of the aggression that stops us from being free to come up with all of these brilliant solutions.
All right, Scott.
I mean,
that's a great answer. We're going to go ahead and move on to.
I'll move on.
All right, thanks, Phil Lang. Zeus, did you have a question? Do you want to go ahead?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Before I ask, thank you, Fabian, for coming on.
Of course.
Really appreciate it. But there's like a small question before the actual question. What role do you think corporations have in, I guess I would say in like your society?
That's actually a really interesting question because like, I don't know, the corporation will look very different in a free market economy because a current corporation is backed by the state, right? Bankruptcy laws protect corporations, publicly traded companies and all these regulations and how that's done. Companies that, for example, that take, public union that are publicly traded, right? So like a teachers union or police union or government employee unions, they have like a fiduciary responsibility that limits their actions in the market. So to be honest, it's really interesting. I'm not exactly sure how much those changes will change the behavior of corporations, especially once we realize that will likely be a far more low time preference instead of high time preference economic activity.
Okay. And maybe you have an answer for this. Let's see. Let's say I'm like a CEO and I absolutely hate corporations. I find them disgusting, and I try my best to like union bust them, and I'm successful. Like, what do you think about that specifically? Because I've heard of your position on unions, and you're fine with unions existing. Like, what do you think should happen if I'm union busting?
If you're union, but like you hate unions, is that what you're saying? You're the CEO and you're trying to stop unions from forming?
I'm like union busting, yeah.
Yeah. No, there's perfectly justifiable position as far as I can tell. So what happens when you union bust in a free market economy, right? Well, the question is the workforce worthy of unionizing? everybody likes to think that every workforce is worthy of unionizing, but that's not true. Walmart employees can be replaced by anybody instantaneously, right? Now, if all of the Walmart employees walk out of a Walmart, it is going to hurt their production, right? It's going to hurt their job. It takes time to hire new people and train them, but it's not a high skill position, right? But that's very different from, let's say, welders, right? Welders are not easy to replace, right? There's a reason that welders make a decent amount of money. But if welders feel like they're not being supported and they engage in a union, and then all of your welders say, fuck you, I'm leaving, that can devastate a company. So what we're really talking about is you, the union buster, right? Are you competitive in your union busting compared to other workers? If the labor force really presents no value to your company and they're just using unions as a means to try and, exert some control over the conversation, but they don't have any skill, then they don't really have anything to exert control over, because you would just fire them and hire new people and it wouldn't hurt your production at all. And the thing is like, let's say that costs money though. Trying to bust unions costs money, as does unions walking out on strike, right? And so if you're in an antagonistic relationship with your workforce where you're engaged in union busting and they're engaged in walkouts, right? And other companies are paying slightly more than you, right? They're likely to gain from your loss, right? Because you're in a market. And so it doesn't behoove you to offer like kind of below market rates and engage in union busing and deal with like walkouts from unions and things if you're paying a fair market rate and benefits, etc. But if you're undercutting, right, then that's just the market balancing as other companies, do well and also probably have better employees because they're paying more. So like there's nothing inherently wrong with union busing, and there's nothing inherently wrong with joining unions.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Of course.
Awesome. Thanks, Zeus. Appreciate your questions. We're going to move on to existential. I have no idea what he's going to ask.
He's going to talk to me about Kierkegaard the entire time, and I'm going to be lost.
No, it's actually relatively simple. I know we have a non-aggression principle and all of that, but how do we migrate a system that we have called government into some sort of system that is private and localized?
So I think private and localized is interesting, but like let's take the FDA for example, right? And in my incrementalist philosophy, you can think this is a bad strategy. This is how I see the landscape, right? Obviously we need to keep spreading the philosophy. We need to keep doing all spreading the memes, doing all the things, localization, etc. But let's say we look at the FDA. I look at the FDA as a corrupt genocidal organization. You can say that's crazy if you want, but when the FDA, along with a lot of other government employees, were restricting medicine to AIDS patients and forcing people on high dose AZT, that to me looked like fucking genocide. And there's plenty of examples of the FDA doing crazy shit. So what I would say is, what if we had a law that said you can take any medicine you want, period. It doesn't need to be on a clinical trial. It doesn't need to be approved anywhere, but buyer beware, right? You take some shit that poisons you, that's your own fucking fault, right? But we'll still have the FDA. We'll still have the FDA approval process, right? And doctors can prescribe non-FDA approved medication. And maybe the FDA requires that they tell you that, right? Like, hey, for the record, this is not FDA approved. This is what I think works for you, but maybe you don't want to do that, et cetera, et cetera. So what happens then is a market void is created, because now there's these other things, right, on the market that nobody has any information on. And so private companies come in and say, well, we'll rate them for safety. Like, we'll do tests on them. We'll do clinical trials. We'll take information from clinical trials in countries where the medication is approved, et cetera, et cetera. And now all of a sudden the FDA has a competitor, right? Now companies exist that are doing the job that the FDA is supposed to do. And we can see what works and what doesn't work. My intuition is that a competitive market of people rating drugs is going to be more effective than the FDA, where nearly a quarter of all drugs have to be recalled, right? And that's by their own fucked ups and their own standards, right? And then eventually we can, when those companies are taking that place, well, do we really need the FDA? Other companies seem to be doing a good job. Hashtag defund the FDA. And then the FDA becomes smaller, the companies get bigger, and then doctors have a competitive market of different companies that they choose to believe is the most trustworthy in giving them accurate information for prescriptions to their patients. And what you eventually end up with is the FDA becomes so useless, people no longer want to support it with tax money. And then we just abolish the FDA, and all of a sudden private companies are doing the job that the FDA would do in a competitive market and doing it better, and we have access to more medication and safer medication. And so my response would be, we simply do this kind of process, it's different for each one, with every single institution that we have. And most people don't have to change their lives just get better.
Okay, so along those lines of health practices, if we were to take those same principles and apply them to economics, we would have a currency for every state.
What?
Because we would be more focused on the individual and their needs, so we would be more focused in terms of the community and the area that it serves.
I don't know necessarily if we would have a currency for every state. I think we would probably have a competition of currencies. I'm really excited for synthetic commodity cryptocurrency,
Right.
and things like that. I do think there are obviously currencies and monetary systems far better than the Federal Reserve, right?
Right. What I'm getting at is a currency that is more specific to health care and health needs that can take the place of universal health care and health insurance.
Maybe I hadn't thought about that. That's the beauty of the market. There might be solutions that work that way. It'd be interesting to see if that works. I don't know. I'd have to think about it more, to be honest with you. I don't know. I could give you an immediate reaction.
Right,
Well, you've
really
answered
great
my-
questions, Existential. Thank you for
Yes.
posing them.
Yep, thank you.
Appreciate your time up here. We're going to move on to Green Mountain Tier.
Is he
Green Mountain
ready
Tier,
this
you got
time?
a question? I hope so. If not, a flying psycho mantis. Come on up.
Oh God. Also, I think I'm going to cut it at 5 hours, which is like another 17 minutes.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead.
It's been
and go
fun,
with
though.
Let's go ahead and go with one of our staff questions. Does pollution violate the NAP? And if so, how do you make or reconcile an industrialized society?
Yeah, pollution violates the non-aggression principle. The problem is can you count second and third order consequences in law, right?
Yeah, that's really a great question.
Right, so like you can if you pollute the water that I'm drinking into, you've damaged my property, right? If a factory nearby me pollutes my air, and you're expunging stuff that damages my property or my body, right? I will demand restitution for that. But like, how do we track, let's say, carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, increasing temperatures in, Saudi Arabia, right? Like that's a multiple levels of consequence, or worse, how do we, certain things that are runoff that, causing increasing rises of mercury in the water. These things are really difficult to track. I don't know that anarcho-capitalism or libertarian philosophy has the perfect solution to this. And I'm okay with that because states clearly don't have the perfect solution to this either. You know what I mean? Like, it's a problem that is global in scale. And, the only people trying to solve these problems globally are people like the World Economic Forum that think that we should, starve millions of people to death by imposing nitrogen restrictions on, some of the least polluting farmers in the world in the Netherlands, so that like we can grow crops in places where the restrictions are lower. Like even the people that are supposedly offering global solutions are offering horrendous solutions. So yeah, I don't know that I have a perfect answer to that question. And that might just be above my head. That might be something you need to ask like a real smart person like Kinsella or something. Maybe I'll ask him when I talk to him Tuesday.
All right, seems like we got a couple more questions. One from pay-per-view.
Mhm.
Go ahead and come on up.
Is my mic working? Yeah. So like my main
beautiful,
and you might have answered this, but can you quickly clarify, like, how are disputes between companies resolved in this society?
So you have a dispute over a property, right? Either property claim, property theft, fraud, etc., right? Between two individuals, right? And so you're saying, well, the company has disputes, right? If a company is in any way, shape, or form successful, it's almost certainly has insurance and has like legal representation, of which it requires other people sign on to if they're going to do any business with them, right? So like if I'm company A and I'm buying a product from company B, we were like, oh, I'm gonna write, like, we have a little contract. You sign the contract. The contract says, in the event of a dispute, we recognize this arbitrator as the person that like will determine the issue, right? 9 times out of 10, there won't be an issue, or we can resolve it ourselves. If we can't resolve it, then we defer to arbitration, right? We defer to a legal representation. If you do business with a large company and you don't have any contract to do so, and you haven't agreed to any of those things, right? Well, then they can't impose arbitration on you, but you also have no protection yourself. It's kind of like when you rent a property and you sign a lease. It's like the lease isn't just to protect the landlord, it's also to protect the renter, right? It's like, why would you rent an apartment without a lease? You kept yourself from being protected. Now, it's not right if they screw you over, but you're going to have to go and find some legal representation to try and prove something and then aggress upon them. And then when they aggress upon them, they might aggress upon you, and then some other arbitration companies stuff. It can get very messy if you don't have some form of representation. Unless, of course, you're in a covenant community or something that has a different system.
So let's say, like, and I'm gonna try to be as honest here as possible, right? So say Google and like say some $200 million company who's a supplier for Google, they get into a contract and then they list a arbitration, right? But like, let's say Google and like Facebook and Tesla and all of the large companies all sign on with one
arbitrating firm.
Yeah. And let's say that arbitrator firm becomes a monopoly for any company with over like $1 billion. If you don't sign in with that, like, it would just be poor business practice. So it's not a requirement, but just be poor business practice. So that one arbitrator becomes a monopoly. Like, would that not be a government in this scenario?
Well, first of all, Google would be a form of governance, right? Like, it's a hierarchical structure of people that have dictates on people underneath them. You know what I mean? Like, they're employees. But it wouldn't be a state. Now, is it possible? Sure, it's possible. Is it likely? Very unlikely. And the reason I would argue that it's unlikely is because if I'm a $200 million company and Google says you must use this arbitrating firm, right? That has a cost associated with it. I don't know what the cost is. It's a subjective cost. But however much of a good deal I'm willing to go with this arbitrating firm that I don't want to go with versus taking my business to a different company, right? Even if it's not a multi-billion-dollar company, there's some form of direct cost, right? Where Google is losing money because they're demanding that you use an arbitration service that other people might not inherently trust, right? So in a competitive market, it's
right now.
What's that?
So like say like Apple, like Apple. So I do software for a living. Just had to buy 3 Macs for some developers because they can't use Apple software on a Windows. You can only develop iOS on Swift on a Mac. So they closed their system. And sure, in theory, there probably is a cost, but I'm not really seeing the cost. Do you?
I mean,
what's stopping them from being a monopoly?
I mean, so first of all, Apple's not really a monopoly, right? Like, there are other services, but there is a certain cost associated with switching from one product to another. That's what you're saying? Yeah. I mean, that's going to be true of any.
For me, I just can't access like their customer base if I don't buy into their company.
Yeah, I mean, like Apple has afforded certain government protections, and I think the justice system certainly defers to large corporations in the way that it's set up. But I don't necessarily. I guess I'm failing to see the problem with the vertical monopoly that's occurring because Apple makes a product and they have customer service base, and if you were to switch products, you wouldn't have access to the customer base that's attached to the product. Maybe you could explain it a little bit better for me because I'm failing to see the intrinsic
I'll
problem.
give you an example. So, because like in my view, I view like Apple as like their monopoly, almost like a government. So whenever I want to submit software to be used on any Apple product, I have to submit it to them. Then they have to then review that software and they then approve it for me. And any consumer who does not have an Apple device cannot use the software I just created. I can't create the software without an Apple device. So we must be within their ecosystem. Period. Full stop.
Okay.
So
I'm with
saying this is like I am under their will. Like they govern me.
Okay.
And I would say there would probably be an arbitration who would probably be similar to Apple in terms of their business practices.
Yeah, I mean, like this doesn't get rid of other software programs and other platforms or services, right? Like I don't know that I necessarily see an issue with that. You know what I mean? If people are dumb enough to buy an Apple product, like that's on them. You know what I mean? Like it's stupid to buy Apple. Like I don't know who the fuck does that in this day and age.
Well, they do, and it's what I'm saying. It kind of filters in because what Apple does is they force me to buy their product if I want access to the consumer base, and it's large enough to where I will try to maximize my profit and access their consumer base. Now, an arbitration firm, like maybe like a Google, they have like another branch. They say the only way you can do arbitration with us is if you have a level of exclusivity, and if they all get together and do that exclusivity, the only means you'd be able to do business with the largest tech companies and the largest banks and the largest corporations is if you work with that one arbitration firm through collusion. Yeah. Now, if that were to occur, that would just be a corporate government.
Again, I understand the question, but like that doesn't preclude you from not participating in it. Like for example, Amazon, right? People are like, "Oh, you need Amazon." I have not bought a product from Amazon in over 2 years. I refuse to shop at Amazon. I have that choice, right? If it's worth it to you as an individual, this is what's known as an efficiency monopoly. If they're offering a product that's superior, right? And you're willing to take the risks voluntarily, like that's on you, right? Like, we could look at Standard Oil as an example, right? And I think I mentioned this earlier, so I won't go into too much detail, right? But that's always the big one that people bring up when it comes to monopolies. But the fact of the matter is that Standard Oil was collapsing by the time we broke them up. There was no need to break them up because the natural tendency of monopolies is that they become bureaucratic, they become overly costly, and they simply don't survive the test of time. And if they attempt to buy others out of the market, they start causing themselves money in order to do so, which invites new competitors into the market. And so I just don't think fundamentally that's how economics works. I think when you don't have the state, that what is far more likely is that if you try and monopolize all of this in a free market economy, what you're going to end up with is incentivizing competitors. More and more people are going to be upset by that fact and willing to pay just a little bit more money for a different product. A great example, while talking about Apple, is one of the companies that I really stand for is Fairphone. Now, they're not available in the United States unless you know somebody that can ship you a phone and ship a battery, right? And you can get signed up with T-Mobile, but they're way better than Apple or Android because they don't use slave labor and conflict minerals, and they're great products.
I have a quick question.
All right, Scott, I think that was a great answer to the question. Pay-per-view, we're going to go ahead and move on to...
Can I ask one more question, please?
The next, you have one more? Okay, we can make it quick.
It'll be super quick answer, though.
Yeah, because are you on Twitch?
Yeah, I'm a Twitch streamer primarily.
Isn't that Amazon?
Yep. Was this supposed to be a dunk?
Yeah, I don't know. So flying. We're gonna.
I'm on Rumble too, by the way. For the record, if anyone wants to follow me on
any-
Rumble, because we know eventually I'm gonna be on fucking Rumble after I piss off enough people. But the battleground's on Twitch, and so I'm trying to get people on my Rumble.
Scott is on many platforms. Follow him on all of them.
There
flying,
you go.
Are you available? Flying.
Apparently not. Yo, this lo-fi music's been doing me good tonight.
Yeah, bro.
Anybody else?
Okay, so one of the other questions, I think one of the most pertinent questions that was asked that hasn't been addressed tonight is, would striking be allowed? And would it break the workers' employment contracts if they were to strike?
Depends on their contract. Like, striking is perfectly acceptable, but if the contract says if you go on strike you get fired, then you get fired.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty succinct and easy answer. Okay, one of the other ones was, what's your opinion on prostitution or sex work, gambling, and other controversial fields of work?
So my personal position is different than the libertarian position, but not really. And it's, I've tried to explain this multiple times, and it is a very difficult concept, I think. Maybe not difficult, maybe that's patronizing. It's just not how we're used to thinking. We usually think of things as right or wrong, and if they're wrong, they're bad, and we can justify kind of using force to stop it. And if they're right, they're good, and we ought do it. And libertarianism offers a kind of a different way of looking at this, which is that certain things you cannot use violence or force to stop. You can't justify it. You can't argue for it. It is unjustifiable. So it's unjustifiable for me to advocate that we use violence to stop OnlyFans girls, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
But do I want my 18-year-old daughter to be an OnlyFans girl? I have a daughter, right? Do I want her to grow up to be an OnlyFans girl? No. Well, why? Well, I can't prove that it's morally wrong, because for some people, that's a successful life. That's a life worth living. There's a select few group of people that can become famous, that can make lots of money, that can do very well for themselves, become independent, and possibly use that money and those resources to fuel their passions. Maybe they'll even have a successful marriage. Maybe they'll have many, many children. Statistically, that's not fucking happening, right? Statistically, that's not what my daughter turning into an OnlyFans girl means. I think every father knows when your girl's on the stripper pole, you fucking failed, right? And, you know, I don't want that for my daughter, because statistically speaking, successful marriages are very unlikely. Having children in a loving home is very unlikely. You know, and the list goes on and on. The potentials for trauma, the potentials for, you know, especially if you're talking about, you know, prostitution, you know, abusive Johns, violence, like you put yourself in danger. And I don't want, you know, an 18-year-old babysitter that I also know does porn watching my young daughter either. I would choose not to associate with that person. So at the same time, I've been a degenerate for a large portion of my life. So, you know, hypocrisy be damned. You know, I think, do I feel as strongly as the trad cons do about it? Not really. You know, I think for some people it can be fine. I think the same thing is true of gambling. I think gambling in moderation can be fine. You know, do I think it's healthy to smoke cigarettes or vape? Probably not, but I do it. Do I think we should use violence to stop it? No. That's kind of my overall view there, is that certain things we can't stop, but it's up to you as an individual and up to you as a community to determine what kind of people you want to do business with and what kind of people you want in your community. And it's okay to shun and shame those people. And these people like OnlyFans girls that like demand respect, fuck off. You're not owed my respect. But at the same time, I'm not going to advocate anybody kick your door in.
No, that's a great answer. I appreciate it. Let's go ahead and close with this one question, which touches back on what you discussed earlier, and it comes from our own Anime King.
Oh, no.
Does pollution violate the NAP? And if so, how do you create an industrialized society?
We answered this one. We just answered this one. I mean, like TLDR, pollution violates the NAP when it's first order consequences. Poisoning your water, poisoning the direct air that you breathe. Is it a violation of the non-aggression principle when it, when it gets to second and third order consequences? My philosophy isn't advanced enough to answer that question. It's something I tussle with myself, and I'm okay with not having an answer to that question because nation states don't have an answer to that fucking question either. It's kind of an existential question for humanity right now, and demanding that I have an answer would be cool if I had a perfect answer that wrapped up in a nice little bow. I don't know that I do, though I do think pollution would be far less if we didn't have nation states, because nation states and their policies are the biggest polluters on earth.
Fantastic answer. All right. Thanks, Scott. We appreciate having you here tonight. Thank you for doing the
I
AMA
appreciate
with us.
of course I appreciate you having me as well. It was fun. A little bit of a weird impromptu, shark attack there for a minute, but for the most part, a lot of really good questions. I fucking love these. And the main reason I love them is for the exact reason other than the discussion with that other moderator, is that I get to try and answer hard questions as honestly and thoroughly and thoughtfully as I can, which is something you don't get to do in the debate space, and often doesn't really drive viewers or attention when I'm like entertaining to Twitch, like they kind of I can go into tirades, but I can't really like make a whole show about discussing philosophy, or I'm going to put everybody to fucking sleep. So I love this as an opportunity.
Those hard-hitting questions can definitely spur additional debates, which we would be happy to entertain anytime you're willing. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, DM me if somebody wants a debate, and we'll see what I can fit in my schedule.
Right,
as long as they're willing to
follow
Twitch's TOS, right? Because I know there's some wild people in here, and if I'm going to do a debate, I'm going to stream it, and they have to be within TOS of the platform I'm on.
Yeah, really glad that everybody here remained relatively civil tonight and nobody dropped any TOS violations.
Yeah,
Thank
right?
you for being here.
Also, I'm Fabian Liberty. You can find me on Twitch Monday through Thursday from 7 p.m. Eastern until sometime between 10 o'clock at night Eastern to 1 o'clock in the morning. Every now and then I'm on YouTube on a Friday for like a special stream. Today was a special case. I was on YouTube, but like we're chilling, but like there's not a ton of people over here because it's just not a time I normally stream. I upload a lot of stuff on YouTube and Rumble as well. And this coming Tuesday, if you really like deep conversations about libertarian philosophy, if that interests you or you're curious, I'm going to be talking to and interviewing Stefan Kinsella, who is a thought leader in our movement, IP lawyer, specializes in IP, a lot of like the really difficult to answer, like legal questions of natural law philosophy is something he definitely specializes in. Should be fun, more content to come. I appreciate everybody for being here. I really do.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you for being here.
And also join my Discord. I don't care. I'll take you all. Just know, if you say
we'll
wild
be
shit,
posting a link to your Discord in the AMA discussion channel.
just know if you start saying wild shit, you might get a glowy tag. All right. But we won't ban you unless you violate TOS or our rules.
All right, Scott, we appreciate it. Thank you again.
Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, that was fun. That was way longer than I thought it was going to be. I'm half Mexican, so I'll probably get called N-bombs on there. Jesus Christ. That's the first comment I read? What has chat been doing, boys? Sub to the channel, like the video if you haven't, please. I appreciate it. Also, Risky Dave, I don't remember if I mentioned it before in the beginning of stream when you donated $5, but I appreciate it. Super chats are fun. You starting a bit shoot? Oh my god, no. No. A bit shoot. I mean, we have a BitChute. I haven't uploaded a video on BitChute since like the very beginning. I think I uploaded like 3 videos. They crash so often. They're like, it's impossible to upload content to BitChute. It's very rough. Like it's supposed to like link and auto upload, and like it just doesn't. Maybe ANCOM can be a sort of strategy, but still believe in voluntarism. That's more reasonable to me. Hey, what's up, Sammy G? Thank you for everybody that showed up tonight. I appreciate it. I'm exhausted. That was a lot. Not gonna lie. That was a super bunch. The Spicy Sticks vids, they're on Rumble too. But I mean, he has BitChute exclusives, right? All right, boys. I am this has been a long time. I need to get some dinner. I need to relax and decompress. I can't wait to see you guys Monday or see you in the Discord. You know, if you're not in the Discord, you know, definitely hop in the Discord. It's in the description. Or follow us on Twitch. I'm going to get out of here, and I'll see you guys around in Discord or on Twitter or whatever throughout the weekend. And if I don't, I'll see you guys Monday on Twitch, probably another Prime Guys debate or something. Definitely don't want to miss Tuesday, though. That's going to be super fun. I'm going to start putting out some promotion material tomorrow. But deuces. And, of course, Mark will be back on Monday. But deuces, I'll see you guys. I don't ever know how to fucking end these without raiding. I know that apparently there's like a raid function, but I got to figure it out. I have no idea. I'm just like, oh, I guess I'll just, goodbye. So I'll